Welcome to the DaVinci Resolve 14 Getting Started series. This series of movies is designed to get you up to speed on DaVinci Resolve 14 in as short a time as possible. It's a kind of quick start that will give you the core information you need to know to get through Resolve without stumbling. It'll help you decide if Resolve is right for you and how to work inside it. In this series, you will get a basic understanding of how to flow through Resolve without getting lost. I've provided you a 60-second commercial that you can edit, color correct, mix, and render for final delivery, and I will walk you through each of those steps, and you'll have room to explore. Hopefully, you're now prepared to discover the depth of its tool set, so let's get started. As part of this training, I've provided you with a bunch of exercise files. You've got some footage, you've got some scripts. What I want to do in this movie is show you how to restore the DaVinci Resolve archive I've provided to you. This is a really cool feature in DaVinci Resolve. What you can do is, at any point, you can take a project and archive it, and DaVinci Resolve will not only remember the project that you've saved off, it will gather up your media and save it, and you can then move that to another computer, do a restore, and it will automatically relink the media inside the project, saving you a ton of time. A great way to move your projects from one computer to another. And that's what we're about to do with you. You're about to restore my project on your computer. Let's take a look at how to do that with what I've provided you. Here on the Project Manager, we've just launched DaVinci Resolve. We've got no projects in here, although even if we had a bunch of projects, you can continue to restore as many as you want. And what we're going to do is right-click in the gray space. Don't right-click here on an actual project. Right-click in the gray space and come down and select Restore. You could try Import, but that won't work. We're not importing a project, we are restoring a project. Click on that. And I'm going to navigate into the project's media folder. And here it is. It's a folder name with a .dra extension. Now I can double click and open into this. So as I double click, you'll see there are media files in here. I can double click into those. And I've already pre-arranged all this media in here. But this is not what we open up. We need to come up to the .dra file. So I'm going to click back up on Projects Media. Click on this folder, don't double click into it, and now click Open. This is a special file extension that tells DaVinci Resolve this is an archive. When I click Open, the project is now fully restored. You see I can hover over and the thumbnails update. You can see that it's relinked to the media itself. And now this project is fully restored, linked back to the original source media, and in the next movie, we're going to open it up for a quick tour through DaVinci Resolve using a fully populated project. As I've mentioned before, restoring a DaVinci Resolve project is different than an archive. With an archive, Resolve will automatically relink to your media files because it knows the direct path to them. It's part of the archive structure. When we import DaVinci Resolve projects, no media is associated, so the files are really small, but it also means that the file paths are to my laptop right here on my desk. So unless you're working on my laptop, your files are not going to relink. Now, I've kind of broken my file structure a little bit in order to be able to kind of replicate what you're going to see on your end when you restore these DRPs. And I will ask you from time to time throughout this training to restore a DRP if you want to follow along and pick up from that start point. Let me show you how we do this. We're going to right-click in the blank space. We're going to select Import, not Restore. That's for archives. Import. And we're going to navigate to our desktop, into our exercise files, and I'll call out which project I want you to import. Let's just start with one of these. I'll randomly selecting 113 Fairlight N.drp. I'll click Open. It's been imported. I'll double click to open it. And you can see on the edit page that everything is broken here. I'll go back into the media page. Now, one quick tip that we talk about later in this training is with the master bin highlighted, shift click on the last bin in the sequence here. And that'll show you all of your media, so it gets really easy to tell what's online and what's offline. Now I'm going to go ahead, right-click, and select Relink Clips for Selected Bins. So I can just select entire bins and just have them relink. Now I'm going to have to navigate down to my exercise files folder on my desktop. Once at my exercise files folder, I'm going to navigate to the .dra. Remember that DRA is an archive that also contains all of our media. So all I have to do is just hit that top level just before the media. So I'll click OK here. It's finding matching media, and boom, they relink. Now sometimes there'll be an additional dialog box that tells you it had trouble finding a few clips. If that's the case, and it's asking you to do a deep search, absolutely, that's okay. Let it do its deep search to hunt through those subfolders. And now you see we've got everything online. Let's jump into the edit page. Everything is there and you're ready to go. So importing a DRP and then relinking to your footage in that DRA folder, it's as simple as that. As I've mentioned before, restoring a DaVinci Resolve project is different than an archive. With an archive, Resolve will automatically relink to your media files because it knows the direct path to them. It's part of the archive structure. When we import DaVinci Resolve projects, no media is associated, so the files are really small, but it also means that the file paths are to my laptop right here on my desk. So unless you're working on my laptop, your files are not going to relink. Now, I've kind of broken my file structure a little bit in order to be able to kind of replicate what you're going to see on your end when you restore these DRPs. And I will ask you from time to time throughout this training to restore a DRP if you want to follow along and pick up from that start point. Let me show you how we do this. We're going to right-click in the blank space. We're going to select Import, not Restore. That's for archives. Import. And we're going to navigate to our desktop, into our exercise files, and I'll call out which project I want you to import. Let's just start with one of these. I'll randomly selecting 113 Fairlight N.drp. I'll click Open. It's been imported. I'll double-click to open it. And you can see on the edit page that everything is broken here. I'll go back into the media page. Now, one quick tip that we talk about later in this training is with the master bin highlighted, shift-click on the last bin in the sequence here, and that'll show you all of your media, so it gets really easy to tell what's online and what's offline. Now I'm going to go ahead, right-click, and select Relink Clips for Selected Bins. So I can just select entire bins and just have them relink. Now I'm going to have to navigate down to my exercise files folder on my desktop. Once at my exercise files folder, I'm going to navigate to the .dra. Remember that DRA is an archive that also contains all of our media. So all I have to do is just hit that top level just before the media. So I'll click OK here. It's finding matching media, and boom, they relink. Now sometimes there'll be an additional dialog box that tells you it had trouble finding a few clips. If that's the case, and it's asking you to do a deep search, absolutely, that's okay. Let it do its deep search to hunt through those subfolders. And now you see we've got everything online. Let's jump into the edit page. Everything is there and you're ready to go. So importing a DRP and then relinking to your footage in that DRA folder, it's as simple as that. As I said back in the Welcome movie, DaVinci Resolve is a super deep piece of software. It has tons of features. It has tons of different modalities that you can work in. And when I teach people for the first time how to work in DaVinci Resolve 14, what I like to do is open up a fully populated project so you can get a sense of what this all looks like when you're at the end of working with a project. Now, in our exercise files movie, we imported or restored an archive. We're going to step into that archive right now by double-clicking on it. Now notice, when you first open up DaVinci Resolve, this untitled project is always active. It has a little checkbox next to it. That's considered the active project. So to get into our spot conformed here, we're going to double-click into it. And that automatically opens up the project and puts us into the edit page. If you take a look down on the very bottom of our screen, flowing from left to right, we have the media page, the edit page, the color page, the Fairlight page, and the deliver page. And typically a project, when you're starting from scratch, works left to right. We gather up our media on the media page. We then edit our timeline on the edit page. The color page is where all of our color correction is happening. We jump into the Fairlight page. Notice how the UI, as we move through these pages, completely wraps itself. It's the exact same timeline, but the UI changes to optimize for the task you're performing. So here on the Fairlight page, we're focused on audio. Initially, you don't even see video here. It's all about the audio. And then finally, we go to the deliver page, and this is where we set up our renders and render out for final delivery. Now, one of the first things I like to do when I work in DaVinci Resolve, especially when I launch DaVinci Resolve for the first time after doing a fresh install, is I like coming up to this workspace and pulling down to full screen, because you'll notice that I've got a bar up here, a title bar. This is actually a window right now. By default, DaVinci Resolve sets itself up as a window, but this white bar takes up valuable screen space. And one of the things you probably noticed is just how cluttered and how dense the user interface is. There are tons of icons and buttons, and we've got viewers, right? And this little bit of white space, number one, I find it distracting. And number two, why not get rid of it in order to give up the entire UI to the actual software? And we can do that by clicking on Workspace and clicking Full Screen. And now I've got my full screen interface. On Windows, it's nice because if I come down to the bottom, it doesn't pop up the taskbar anymore either. So I can let my mouse hit the bottom of the screen and that annoying taskbar doesn't come up on me. Now, if you want for some reason to turn it back into a window, you just unclick full screen. And by the way, this little minimize, maximize button, that doesn't take you to full screen. That's a Windows and Mac UI thing. So you are going to want to come down here and select full screen. Some other common elements you'll want to know about. On every page, you're going to see below the menu items are different elements, and some of them are slightly dimmed, like right now capture is dimmed down, but metadata is bright and audio is bright. If I come down here into, let's say, the edit page, notice that metadata is now dimmed. If I click on it, the metadata palette now opens up. So by turning these on and off, you can customize your workspace. And one of the things you should do as you're learning DaVinci Resolve, as you get to these pages, is go ahead, turn these on and off. Don't be afraid to experiment. Don't be afraid to see how the user interface changes as you turn these on and off. And if you get lost and you don't know how to re-enable something you hid, just come up to Workspace and select Reset UI Layout. And this will take you back to its default, including with the full screen turned off. And then your first action will be to turn the full screen back on. Some other common customizations that people like to make, especially, are in the edit page, where you might want to make the viewers larger or make the timeline larger. So you can click and drag. Now, what you have to do is in this little area between the bottom of the viewer, this is the toolbar for the viewer, at that edge, just above the toolbar here for the timeline, is where you can click and hold and drag to give more or less room to your viewer. You'll also find on many of these menus, so for instance, we've got the media pool. I can turn that on and off. The media pool itself has a sidebar, and you'll see this little icon here, this little sidebar icon. And you can make this go away to give yourself some extra room if what the sidebar is showing you isn't relevant at that moment. And finally, you're going to notice this little, to me it looks like a TV on a stand, this little icon here. Well, if I click on it, this palette becomes half screen. So now we've got this little square with a down arrow. If I click on the square with the down arrow, it takes this half screen palette and makes it full screen. And you'll find this come up throughout the user interface as you work through the pages. Wherever you see that, this gives you the opportunity to expand or contract the palette. Another very pervasive UI element that you'll want to check out are these ellipses, right? These are options. It's your options menu. And you'll see these option menus all over the place. And each one is usually customized to whatever palette it's working under. So right now, this is the media pool that we're looking at. And we'll be talking about this in depth in later movies. I'll click on this options palette. And right now, yeah, it's not showing me anything. Because there's nothing in here that it's relevant to, so it's dimmed down. On this viewer, I've got lots of active options. On the record side viewer, other active options. But if you take a look down at the timeline, there isn't really an options menu quite like you have in here. So again, this is a UI element that's not necessarily everywhere, but look for it because there are often very important options hidden in there. One last note about working in DaVinci Resolve, and that's the right click. Remember, back in the exercise files, when we restored the archive, I had to right click in that gray area. And I told you, don't right click on a project because that has different menu items. This is true throughout DaVinci Resolve. Right click everywhere. There are all sorts of hidden menus and hidden options that don't show up anywhere else but in the right-click contextual menu. Let me show you some examples. I can come into the timeline here, right-click in the gray area on the timeline, and I've got just a couple different menu items that are accessible. But if I right-click on a clip, I've got a different range of menu items. What if I right-click in the source viewer? Nope, nothing's happening there. I right-click in the record viewer? Nope, nothing's happening there. But if we go into the color page and I right-click on the viewer in the color page, I've got a bunch of different elements that show up here. Later on, we'll be talking about these nodes. This is called a node. If you right-click on a node, you have one set of controls. Right-click in the gray area, a completely different set of controls. As you get to know DaVinci Resolve and you become proficient on DaVinci Resolve, right-click everywhere. There's almost no right clicks that if you do it, you'll break DaVinci Resolve. So feel free, right click, study the menus. It's one of the best ways to learn the tools and the power of DaVinci Resolve. In our next movie, we are not going to start from a blank slate, and we are going to do our quick start where we're going to do a rough cut from the very beginning through final delivery. This movie starts a series of movies where we will create a rough cut of the PSA I've provided to you, and we are starting from a blank slate. Now, for those of you who have just installed and launched Resolve, let's begin at the beginning because the very first time you install DaVinci Resolve onto your computer, it takes you through a tour. Besides being a super short overview of the software, it has a wizard that helps you set up your first project, and then you open directly into that project on the edit page. But that's the only time Resolve handholds you in creating a project. Once you relaunch Resolve, every time after that, you'll end up here in the Project Manager. Now you'll see that whenever you launch Resolve, it always selects the untitled project as the default. It assumes, for some reason, that you always want to start from a fresh project. But in an earlier movie, we restored an archive I created for you, and that's what you see here. It's not highlighted, so technically it is not the active project. Before we step into this blank slate of an untitled project, let's go ahead and take a little bit of a closer look at the Project Manager. First thing on the bottom, we've got New Project, New Folder, and Open. So if I want to open into this untitled project, or if I want to open into the OAC spot conformed, I would highlight it. It gets an orange bar around it, and I can either double click to open it, or I can click Open to open it. I don't want to do that quite yet. So I'm going to go ahead, click on this untitled project. I can also create a new project, where if I do that, it's going to allow me to name it. And once I hit create, it will open up into that project inside of Resolve. I'm going to hit cancel. You can also organize your project. So as you build up more and more projects, You can start organizing them by folders. So I'll click New Folder, and I'll call this, say, my Archive folder. So as jobs get completed, I'll take that completed job, click and drag it into the folder. And notice it has a little tab on top. The little tab is showing me the number of projects that are inside that folder. I can have multiple folders. I can step into a folder by double-clicking it. And you'll see on the bottom left, we get a little crumb trail showing me that, oh, there's the home, and we're now one level deep into this archive. I could even create a new folder here to create a nested folder. We'll call this January. And so all the completed jobs from January are going to go into here. Double-click into that, and notice how my little crumb trail updates. And I'll click once to go back up one level, and home to take me back to the top level. Now, what if you decide you want to get this project, it was put in here by mistake, and you want to get it back up to the home? Can you click and drag it? No, that's not going to work. What are you going to have to do? You're going to have to right-click on the thumbnail, select Cut, come back to the home, select Paste, and there it is. Now you've moved it into its new location. The folder has 0. I'm going to delete the folder by right-clicking on that. Select Delete. I'm going to get a confirmation dialog box. Delete. And now we're back to where we began. Some other things about here is you can also look at this in list view. You can sort these by these various criteria at the headings of your list view. I'll go back into thumbnail. If you have lots of projects, you can do a search and you can filter by name and format. Now, what's it mean when it says format? Well, if we go ahead, hide the search bar and click on this info icon, there we go. We're getting some details about each of these different projects. And by format, it's talking about 1920 by 1080. And you can see I've got one timeline and I've got a timestamp for the last time this project was saved. Now that we've gotten a little bit of a look at the project manager, let's create a new blank project, because let's face it, that's how most of us start in DaVinci Resolve, on a blank slate. And then it's all about how do we get our media in? How do we put a timeline together, color correct, mix, and then render? Let's begin that process by first creating a new project. And let's do this the old-fashioned way by clicking on this button, New Project. And we're going to call this Resolve Quick Rough Cut. I'll click Create. And here's the name of the project I just created. We've got a little icon here that will change color. If we don't save for a while, this color of edited will start changing colors on us to let us know that we need to save our project. And we are always put into the edit page whenever we open up a project, whether it's a brand new project or one we've been working on for weeks. Whenever we launch Resolve and step into that project, we're going to end up here on the edit page, but we're starting with a blank project. We want to import our media, we want to evaluate our media, and we want to organize our media, and that's what we're going to start talking about in the next movie. If there's one place that people get lost in DaVinci Resolve, it's at the start, importing media. It seems kind of crazy, but it's not exactly self-evident how you find your media, how you import your media, and how you organize it. And it all starts in the media page. If we click on the media page here, you'll see text saying no clips in media pool. So the way DaVinci Resolve works is your clips live inside this pool, and this pool is literally the lower half of the user interface. Below this little divider is our media pool. Above this little divider and to the left here is so-called media storage. I can turn that on and off. And the media storage is simply where you navigate your attached hard drives. And when I click, and I'm going to dig through into our exercise files. So I jump into my C drive. I'm going to flip this to list view because I always find it easier to read my folders in list rather than thumbnails. So I'm going to navigate to my desktop, into my exercise files folder, and into projects media. And if I open this up, the file name, you'll see here's the DRA that we restored in an earlier movie, except now we're going to pull in all that media that had automatically been imported. We're now going to do this by hand. And this is really just a folder. So if I step into this folder, there are media files. And the first set of folders I want to pull in are our videos, our transcoded videos. I'm going to double click into that folder, and here are our videos. And here's where I might want to switch into thumbnail view. I can hover over the thumbnails. They'll pop up into the viewer here. I can see the audio meters moving as I scroll across these clips. If I make these thumbnails larger, you'll notice that there's even a little music icon telling me that there is audio associated with this clip. There's a tiny little ellipses box here that if I click on it, it will give me details about that clip. And so now how do I get this into my media pool? Well, there are a bunch of different ways. DaVinci Resolve almost always has more than one way to do anything. I can click and drag and drop into my media pool. Now it's giving me some very important information saying that the clips that I'm putting into my media pool have a different frame rate than my project settings. And DaVinci Resolve will allow me to automatically match my project settings to that frame rate. I'm going to tell it to go change, because if I take a look down here in metadata, this metadata box shows me relevant information about whatever active clip I've selected. And it's telling me that this is a 23976 frame rate at 1920 by 1080. Yeah, I want my project and my timeline to match that frame rate. So I'm going to tell it to go ahead and change it for me. And so now we've got our first clip in this master bin. On the left-hand side are our bins. And now I can select multiple clips by clicking on the first one, shift-clicking on the last one. They all turn orange, and I can go ahead and drag those in. I'll scroll down using the scroll wheel on my mouse while hovering over this folder. I can also select a new range, right-click, and tell it to add into media pool. And if I do that, these clips get added into the media pool. Now there's another way of adding the entire bin simultaneously without having to do any of this, clicking and shift clicking. So what I'm going to do is click down here into the gray space in the media pool and select Control A on the PC or Command A on the Mac. To select everything, I'm going to select Delete to remove these clips, and I'm only removing them from the media pool. I'm not actually deleting them from my hard drive. I'll click Remove. And I'm going to come down here to this video transcoded bin. If I open this up, I've got more room to see how these folders are labeled. I'll right click and add folder into media pool. And now this entire folder of media has been added into my media pool. Now that's great, except I've got several folders of media. This has been conveniently pre-organized for me. So at the Finder level, I've got different elements in their unique folders. Wouldn't it be great if I could maintain this folder structure? Yeah, that would be awesome. So what I'm going to do now, instead of selecting these clips and deleting them, I'm going to right-click on this master and select Remove All Clips in Bin. Very convenient. There we go. I'll get a warning dialog, remove. I'm clean again. Now what I'm going to do is come up on this media files. So I've got all of these bins selected. Right-click and tell Resolve to add folder and subfolders into the media pool and create bins. So it's now going to add bins in the names at the Finder level that I'm navigating up here in the browser. So now I've got my VO, my graphics, my music, my transcodes, my audio, and my captured screenshots, all nicely organized for me by the editor, and I'm able to take that and automatically replicate the editor's folder structure. Now that we've got all of our footage in our media pool ready to go and even organized for us, thank you, Mr. Editor, let's take a look at exactly what's been provided to us. Whenever I start loading new footage into DaVinci Resolve, the first thing I always want to know is, what do I have? You can ask the client. Sometimes you can even ask the cameraman or the DP. And sometimes they tell you one thing and they give you something else. And that's really useful to know ahead of time. So let's take a look at how in the media pool and on the media page, we can get a more granular look at our project before we start actually doing any editing. And I'm going to start by loading up all of the footage that we've imported. Now, that's kind of hard because they're all in these self-contained bins. But if I go ahead and click on one folder, so I'll click on the media files folder, which is the top level here, and then shift click on the last folder, Resolve will show me the contents of all of these folders combined. And now I've got all of my clips for me to explore here in the media pool. And I can make these thumbnails larger or smaller if I want to get a better look. But really for me, especially when I'm just starting out on a project, I want to switch into the list view. And when I switch into the list view, I've got all of these headings here. And these headings can be used to help me identify problems early on. For instance, do I have a mismatch in frame sizes, or DaVinci Resolve calls resolution? If I click on this resolution heading, it's going to sort by frame size. So I see I've got 1920 by 1080 all the way down. If I click on this again, it'll do a reverse sort and 1920 by 1080 all the way down. If there was a mismatch here, I would see it by doing that reverse sort and then doing a regular sort. I'd see it. Now, a couple of these are missing resolution. Why? Well, I've got two audio tracks and I've got a still image. New in DaVinci Resolve 14 is a way of looking at multiple bins at once. There's another way of looking at these. So if I just click on the VO, but I want to see 2 or 3 bins open at once, I can do a split and select, let's say, my audio consolidate. And now I've got screenshots consolidated. And so I've got 2 bins open at once. This is 2 bins split horizontally. I can change that split to a vertical split so they live on top of each other. Each has its own little file path, so I can select whatever range I want. I want to see graphics and music. Click once on graphics, shift click to music. And then I want to see the VO, and I just click on the VO. Also, as I evaluate my footage, I always like to know my frame rate. Do I have any mismatches in frame rate? So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to get rid of this split. I'm going to show everything at once. Once again, I'll pull up all of our footage. I'll do another sort on frame rate. And I've got some stuff here that's at 29.97, other stuff that's at 23.976. Useful to know when I'm organizing my project. Now, as I click through on these elements, if I need more detail on them, I can click on any single one of these and the metadata box opens up. And there is a ton of metadata that can potentially flow from production here into DaVinci Resolve. I'm going to close up my audio meters by clicking up here on audio. This gives metadata the full height here on the right side of the screen. And there's a little filtering menu here, this little up-down arrow. If I click on that, I can go to all groups and it's going to show me every single group of metadata that is recorded on this clip or that I could potentially add data to. Descriptions, comments, I can give the clip a color. Anywhere where you see an editable text is a comment or something I can put in there. Oftentimes this stuff will flow to you from production. Some of this is not editable. You'll see that the starting and ending time code I can't change in here, as well as audio bit depth. That's all predetermined for me. If I close out the metadata window, now I've given over the full width of this screen to my folders. I can even hide the folders if I really am doing a lot of work going through. If I want to take a look at my clips and play through the takes, I'll go ahead, click on a clip, hit play again when it gets to the end. I can also turn on the looping, hit play, and now it's going to loop through. Hit stop. If I want to mute the audio, I could do that too. Hit the mute button there, hit play. Now there's no audio playing through. The other thing too is the audio will scrub. So if I scrub through here, you can kind of hear that audio scrub on through as I do that as well, as I get a live preview on these clips. Sometimes I don't like the live preview. Sometimes I find that as I move my mouse I don't want it doing that automatic live preview. I can turn that off by going into the options for the viewer here. I'll click that, and now as I hover over these, I see a little live preview in the thumbnail, but it's not popping up into the viewer. Some other things you might find useful as you're organizing your project for the first time is how do you move folders around? For instance, I've got this media files folder that was inherited from the exercise files, but I can take this folder and click and drag it a level up and basically reorganize my folders to empty out that media files folder. And when I'm done, I'm going to go ahead and delete it. I don't need that nested format there. It doesn't actually do anything for me. And then I'll right click on the media files bin and click remove bin. And now I've got everything here at the master level. And if I want to resort these, say by name, I can right click on the master bin, select sort by, and I'm going to select by name. And now these are filtered and showing me alphabetically. Now, if you're an editor, you work with bins a lot, and there are one or two more tips I thought I'd share with you about organizing your bins and viewing your bins, because not everyone's in love with kind of the default structure of DaVinci Resolve's bins. Of course, the first thing we can do is we want to add new bins. How do we do that? It's easy. Right click, add bin. I'm going to go ahead and I'll call this bin extra bins. And now, what if I don't like just having this little area for my bins? What if I want more than 2 bins up? I mean, we can go to this split view, but that only gives us 2 sets of bins. What if I want 3 bins or 4 bins open, and I want them as independent windows? Why might I want independent bins as their own floating windows? Well, a lot of editors like having 2 displays set up. So they'll have 2 displays hooked up here, and on the second display, they'll have bins and bins all set up as windows arranged in a very particular order. You can do that with DaVinci Resolve. All you have to do is, let's say we come down to our video transcoded bin, right click, and open as new window. When I do that, I've got a window here. I can hide the bin viewer, so now this window is dedicated to this bin. I'll go ahead, let's open up one more bin. Let's open up our music bin. Open as a new window, it's there. But notice like the UI, you really want this on multiple screens because the main Resolve user interface just hid that other bin. So what I would do is take it and drag it off to another screen, because right now the other bin is hidden behind DaVinci Resolve. So if you're an editor who really spends lots of time with lots of bins opened up, this is how you get DaVinci Resolve to work the way you want in a 2-up display. Now we have our footage in our media pool. We've got it in bins. We've organized our bins, renamed them. We've even opened them up possibly into multiple windows and put them off on our secondary screen. That would be you, not me. And now the question is, how do I create a timeline? Because the whole point of this is to get your footage in a timeline. Once it's in a timeline, then you can do things like color correct and mix your audio. So it all starts from there. There's several ways to create a new timeline in DaVinci Resolve. Of course, the easiest is File and New Timeline, but it's grayed out here. Why is that? Well, because for this command to work, we need to be in the edit page. When I flip into the edit page, File, New Timeline, I'll click on that, and I'll call this Timeline 1. Let's just leave it at the default because we are going to be deleting this in a minute. And I can tell it starting time code. Where do I like starting my time codes on my timelines? The number of initial video and audio tracks, and how those tracks should be set up. Typically, I leave things either at stereo or mono. And I usually like starting with mono tracks, and I'll explain that in a couple movies. And I'm also going to keep it empty right now and click Create. And now we have ourselves an empty timeline. Where does the timeline get placed? Well, it actually physically gets placed here in whatever bin was open at the time you created the timeline. In this case, it was in my audio consolidate bin. I could click and drag it to put it up here in the master bin. I click on the master bin, and now there's my timeline, and then there are all of my individual folders. But this doesn't really thrill me. I don't really like having my timeline mixed together with all of my media bins. I often will delete a set of media from my media bins, and I have been known from time to time to mistakenly delete a timeline with it. And so I don't like operating this way. There's another way of dealing with this in DaVinci Resolve, and that's in our options menu. Where do you find that? Down here in the lower right-hand corner is our project settings. I click on that, and here opens up a window we have not looked at yet. And we will be working through many of these options later in this training. All I want to take you into right now is General Options. And we're going to scroll down, and there's an option down here called Use Timelines Bin. Now you'll notice it's grayed out. That's because I've already created a timeline. This option is now turned off for me. So let's go ahead, cancel, and delete this timeline. I've highlighted it, and then I'm going to click delete on my computer and remove. The timeline's gone. I'll come back. I'm going to reopen my project settings. And now this Use Timelines Bin option is available for me. And I'll check mark it, but before I click Save, keep an eye up here on the upper left-hand corner of the media pool, and watch what happens when I click Save. I've got a new set of master bins. I've got two sets of master bins now. I've got a timelines bin and this master bin. So now when I create a new timeline, it will be segregated from the media pool. So I'll be managing my timelines independently of the media pool. Let's go ahead once again. And now we're going to create a new timeline. We'll create it a little differently because very often I start a timeline by clicking on a clip that I want. So I'll come into the video transcodes and let's find a shot. I know we're going to be opening up on a basketball shot. I'll right click and I'll select the option New Timeline using selected clips. Once again, timeline name, I'll call this Rough Version 1. One video track, 2 audio tracks, and I'll set this to mono. I am not going to use selected mark in and outs because I haven't marked any in and outs. I'm just going to drop that clip in there, hit create. And now I've got my first timeline with a clip in it. And notice the timeline was automatically dropped into this timelines master bin. Now, just like your footage, your media pool bins, I can right click, add a bin. I'll call this old versions. And I can organize and I can drag and drop my timelines into bins just like I can with footage, and I can keep my timelines nice and organized. And I can tell you from my many, many years of experience, not just as a colorist, but as a full-time editor, that keeping your timelines organized is probably as important as keeping your footage organized. Over the course of a project, you may generate many, many versions of a timeline. So use the bin structure here to kind of keep your thoughts reflected in your bins and how you're working, rather than letting one big bin just get piled up with all of these timelines and you never know which is the active timeline. We've got our first timeline. It's all been set up, but now we got to start editing footage into it. But before we even do that, let's just get an orientation onto this edit page to see where things are arranged and how it works. Let's pick up a bin of footage. We'll select our video transcode bin right here, and I'm going to select a shot and hover over it. I'm just hovering over this shot, and notice how in the source viewer, it's skimming along with my mouse, so I can kind of get a look at clips without actually loading them up, physically moving them into the source viewer. In fact, not only can I do that, I can actually set in and out points on these. So let's see, maybe we'll start with this push in, and I'll place my mark right here, mark I for in, and then mark O for out. There we go. And so now I've got my in and out point set. If I want to actually load it up so that when I move my mouse off this clip and it stays up here, simple, double click, and it pops up and it stays now. I've got a couple choices of what to do with this clip. If I want to make an edit and I want to drop it down here into the timeline, well, I can click and drag for a video-only edit, or click and drag for an audio-only edit. And then I'm going to release. I'm not going to actually make that edit. Another option is to click and drag, and I can use one of these commands. So I can go ahead and do an insert, which will now make this the first shot in our timeline and pushes the first clip that was there to the second clip. I'll undo that. Or let's do an overwrite. And now it didn't move that second clip. It overrode that second clip only by the amount of this in and out point. I'll undo that. Of course, on our timeline, just like in any other nonlinear editor, we can make in and out points. So I'll mark an in here. And now I'll do a drag overwrite. And now it used this duration at the point where I placed the in point in the timeline and placed that clip down there. Now, just like you would expect in other nonlinear editors, we've got JKL controls, we've got transport controls. We're going to take a look at all of this later in this title when we start doing a deep dive on each of these pages. The point here is to set you up to be able to do a quick rough cut, and that's what's coming up. How to go putting that rough cut together. Now, I've done the same thing here, and you're going to notice that there are probably a couple challenges. There's something to do with some of these have 4 tracks of audio, and then there's a little bit of organization that we would typically want to do as editors to kind of organize our audio tracks. So we're going to go ahead and do that right now. First thing I'm going to do is give myself more room in the timeline. So I'm going to go ahead and collapse the media pool, and then press Shift-Z in order to expand this out. Sometimes you have to double tap it to get it as wide as possible. Now, as I look at this edit, the first thing I notice is I've got 4 tracks of audio on these camera originals, and I'm going to give a little bit more room to the audio track and lift up the video by hovering the mouse over the divider between audio and video and then dragging up so I can see all of these tracks. I also want to make these video and audio tracks a little thinner. So I'm going to go ahead and take my video track height and make that a lot smaller. And I'll leave audio where it is so I can see the audio waveforms and lift that up. So the VO looks pretty good. It's on track 1, and it's the camera originals that we're looking at and trying to figure out what they're doing. So I'm going to go ahead and press the F key while I'm hovering over the first shot. And I'm going to press F, and that pulls it up here into the source viewer. In fact, I'm also going to close the media pool at the moment. I don't really need it. And I'm going to use this pull down to look at our audio track. And we've got 4 tracks of audio in here. And sometimes it can be a little hard to tell, what is each track of audio doing.
Just need a sec.
So I'm going to go ahead and open up my mixer. And we've got 4 tracks of audio to look at. So I'm going to mark an in and out using the X, and then I'm going to press on the Mac Option /, on the PC Alt /, and that's going to play around the in to out that I have selected.
I just need a second.
All right, that's solo track 1. Let's solo track 2 now. And I'm not hearing much going on there. As I take a look at audio track 2, here's another problem. These additional tracks, as they were added as stereo tracks. Let's go ahead and make sure our track type is set to mono on all of these. Now let's press Alt or Option /.
I just need a second.
And that's sounding kind of like the first track to me. What about audio track 3?
I just need a second.
And these are all sounding precisely the same. Maybe they...
I just need a second.
Yeah, who knows what they did on set, but these are all sounding the same to me. So I don't really need these other 3 tracks, at least not on this shot. So I'm going to Alt, click, and drag, and select these 3 clips. Why don't I just click and drag and select all of them? Well, because linking is turned on. When I select these 3, I'm also selecting track 1 and his picture. If I delete now, I'm deleting the entire clip. So I'll click on the outside to unselect those. hold down Alt or Option on the Mac and drag, and then I'll backspace to delete those 3 channels. Hit play.
I just need a second.
Is your weight holding you back?
All right, so now we've got the
everyday
VO
tasks
set up.
getting harder and harder to do.
Did you see this?
Again, we have this 4-track problem, and more likely on both of these clips in this setup, we're probably going to have 2 mics on here. The question is, which mic is hers and which mic is his? Guess what we're going to do? X to mark an in and out. We're going to solo track 1, Alt or Option and backslash to play in to out.
Did you see this?
All right, that sounded pretty good. One more time.
Did you see this?
He's a little more distant on track 2, so I'm thinking maybe they got a mix going on here. Tough to tell.
Did you see this?
Track 2, tracks 1 and 3 are definitely up on him, on the father. On the mother, I'm guessing we're going to go with track 2.
Did you see this?
Yeah, that's what we're going to do. So on mom, we're going to go on track 2. So now I want to delete 1 and then 3 and 4. So I'm going to just press Alt or Option on a Mac and click, and then backspace to get rid of track 1. And then Alt or Option, click and drag, and then delete those 2. And then we get to this reverse angle. And I'm guessing I'm only going to listen to solo 2 of these tracks now, just the first 2, and see which is which.
Your cousin's in the hospital from a heart attack.
That's not terrible. I'll solo out track 2.
Your cousin's in the hospital from a heart attack.
Yeah, that's sounding more echoey. So on this angle, she's off on track 1. We're going to Alt-click on the first clip, then hold down Command on the Mac or Control on the PC to select these other 2 tracks, delete those. And then you're going to keep moving through the timeline, doing what we just did, selecting your best mics. We're getting a little bit of timing going on here, mixing the sound ups with the VO. Maybe at this point now you're also going to add a couple more clips in there as B-roll to give them a bit of sense of what this spot's going to look like. Once you've done that, it's going to be time to move on to some very light color correction. We're early in the process, but I want to give you a sense of the flow of all of this, and I want you to kind of get your hands on a little bit. So that's what's coming up next. In the previous movie, what I've done I would call a radio edit. Now this is something I would never actually show a client, where all I've got is my VO, my sound up, and nothing filled in. Like most clients don't understand that. But for our purposes, it's actually pretty useful because the next step, after you fill out your entire timeline, you put in your music, you put in all the B-roll and some extra nat sound, and you fill out the timeline. The next step is to go into the color page. We're going to do that right now and show you a little bit of the relationship between the edit page and the color page and get a quick overview of the color page. So let's jump into the color page right now, picking up exactly where we left off. When I go into the color page, notice where the heck did my timeline go? Where did all those audio tracks go? You'll remember I said earlier in this training that DaVinci Resolve has one timeline, but it rewraps the user interface to the task at hand. Guess what? The task here is color, nothing to do with audio. So this thumbnail timeline is a collapsed visual image. It's a visual timeline just of the shots that are on a video track here on the edit page. If I take this shot here, this opening shot, let's just drag it way at the back here. We'll make it the last shot. I'll let go. I'll come to the color page. Notice now it's the last shot in the timeline in this thumbnail timeline. Now below the thumbnail timeline on the color page is a mini timeline like you see on the edit page, but I can't actually click and drag and move anything. The timeline is locked for me on the color page. All I can do is click and drag to kind of zip through the timeline, but I can't make any changes. Now also notice if I go ahead and undo that editorial change we had while I'm in the color page, which means I'll press Command Z on the Mac or Control Z on the PC. I'm pressing undo and nothing's happening. That's because the color page and the edit page have their own undo stacks. Therefore, you can never undo so far in the color page that you end up affecting your edits. So I have to go into the edit page, undo, and now it gets undone. So your undo stacks are separate between the two pages, which will save you from making some bad mistakes. All right, so let's come back here onto shot number 1, and let's get a quick other look at the rest of the UI. I have the gallery in the upper left-hand corner, which I can make that go away if I'm not using it. And we're not using it right now. We'll talk about it later in this training. So let's go ahead and hide it so it's not bothering us. The other thing too is sometimes the viewer's a little small here in the color page when you're working. And when you're color correcting, you want to get a better look at your image. So oftentimes you can want to hide the timeline, and that hides the little mini timeline. But the clips are still here. This is the clips or the thumbnail timeline. If I click and hide that, they disappear completely. And now all I've got are my color correction tools, my viewer, and this area here, which is called the node tree. DaVinci Resolve is a node-based color correction software. We're going to talk a lot more about what a node tree is a little later on. But here in the beginning of this training, I just want to let you know it's there and let you know that what's contained in a node is all this stuff down here. We've got all of these controls. You'll see going from left to right, as you click on these icons, different controls pop up. Now the defaults are the controls you're most likely to use first. So the default is the color wheel, and then the default for this middle section is curves, and then the default on this right section are keyframes. Now, the layout of the tools may not look precisely the same. On smaller screens, let's say on a smaller laptop, the tools bars collapses down, and I can kind of simulate that and show that to you by going into the workspace and taking us out of full screen, and I'll just slightly move this so I can get here to the edge and start dragging this. Then you see how all of these tools now have collapsed into one long row. And I've gotten rid of that middle section. So on smaller displays, DaVinci Resolve will look a little different. But for me right now, I want to go back, reset my UI layout, and bring this back up to full screen, close the gallery, close the timeline, and we are back to where we started. Now, the best time to do color correction is when you're at locked picture, that you're that far along. Sometimes though, it's early, even during the rough cut stage, it isn't necessarily too early to do color correction, especially if you think you might want to be saving a shot. Maybe a shot's blown out, you think you might want to save it. That's where it's really easy and nice to have a full-blown color corrector tied in with your editing software. But in this case, nothing's really bad. Let's just take a quick look at some of the tools available to you. We're going to look at the basic tools that you might want to use here in DaVinci Resolve. Coming down to shot 1, the first thing I always do is I want to set my shot when the character, I can see the eyes of the character. That's really what I want to see. And on this shot, it's looking pretty good. Maybe it's just a little overblown, so I'm going to adjust the gamma, which is like the middle values of our image, and we'll talk a little bit about more of this later. I'm just going to try to visually make this look pretty good. Adjusting my lift, which is my shadows. Adjusting my gain, which is my highlights. And then I've got saturation down here. You'll notice there's a tool palette on the bottom here with 2 sets of tools. And I can click and hover over saturation and scroll left and right to saturate or desaturate an image. If I've gone too far, I want to reset it. Reset's easy. Just hover over the name of the item, double click, and reset. If I'm not happy, say with my gamma correction, I can go ahead and just reset this color wheel by using this individual reset control. If I want to just kind of start all over with this entire primaries wheel, both all of these wheels and all the controls down here, I'll just use this master reset and it resets the entire palette. Let's go on to the second shot here. And this one's a little darker. And so maybe what I want to do is brighten it up a little bit. I think I definitely want to give it some extra saturation. And maybe pull the highlights a little bit away from yellow, just to give me a little more color there. And this is how we would work going from shot to shot. And one thing to notice is as you actually activate the color correction tools, you'll notice that the shot number gets this little multicolored border around it. That means there is some color correction being applied to this shot using one of these tools. Which tool? Well, you'll come up over to the node and just hover over the node and an icon will appear. Once you activate the tool, you go multicolored, a little icon appears that tries to give you an idea as to the active tool. Hover over that, and now you're going to see that the primary balance, saturation, hue, and luma mix, that's this section in here, the primary balance section, is being used. Sometimes when you're in a really fast rush, we'll go into shot number 3 and you want to use an auto tool. Well, there's an auto tool that'll automatically set your highlights and your shadows. I'll click that, auto balance, right here on this shot. Brightens it up, probably takes it a little too far. So I'm going to back it off just a touch, lift up the shadows just a touch, and adjust the gamma. Not too happy with that, actually. And this happens all the time. The problem with auto is oftentimes it doesn't make a decision that you would make. I'll do a full reset. And now I'll go ahead, make my adjustment, and probably take a little bit of that yellow out of there and add a little saturation. Some other useful tools when you're in a rush and you're just trying to get things done is we'll move on to shot number 4, and I can set my black point and my white point. So I'll click on this little icon, pick black point. I'm going to find what I think is probably the darkest object in this image that should be close to black, and it's probably back here. I'll click on that, and then I'll go ahead and click on the brightest object, which is probably over here. Click on that, and now it's setting some automatic black and white points for me, and I can adjust them because it's actually just adjusting gain and lift. If I think the black is too crushed, I can always click this exposure wheel and lift up my black levels just a little bit. So it was at minus 0.05, now I'm at minus 0.03. I'm happier with how those blacks look. And then tweak my gamma to taste and add saturation to taste. And a beginner tip, go all the way and then bring it back until it starts looking natural again. And that's the best way to set saturation. And then one last kind of auto tool you should know about. We'll move into shot 5, and this time I'll use my down arrow key on my keyboard and move down to shot 5. And maybe if all I want to do is a white balance, there isn't a lot on this shot that I would consider that needs to be white, except maybe her teeth. And I never recommend white balancing off of teeth. But sometimes with actors it works, like for paid actors who keep their teeth really white, it works. I'm going to use this little icon down here, this little eyedropper icon, and this just sets your white balance. And I'll go ahead and click on that over her teeth. And it's probably gone too far. It's taken too much warmth out of this. So I'll go ahead and reset. Just know that this tool is available for you and is often really a very useful, quick white balance tool if you select the right white element or neutral element in your image. To this point, we've touched upon the media page. You've gotten a little bit of work done on the edit page, some work on the color page. Now we're going to look at the Fairlight page, which is the audio mixing environment in DaVinci Resolve, brand new to Resolve 14. I will say up front right here, for the rest of this series, whenever I'm in the Fairlight page and you try it, let's say it's a couple months from now and you give it a shot and it's working differently, don't be surprised. Fairlight, the whole Fairlight toolset is under active development by Blackmagic, and things have a way of changing on us. Sometimes they break and then a dot version later they're fixed, but they work a little bit differently. So if there are a little bit of inconsistencies, just kind of flow with it and just know what's going on. So the other thing I want to point out one more time is the awesomeness of how we have a single timeline with the user interface completely magically rearranging itself to optimize for the task at hand. So looking at the color page, notice we have two timelines. We've got the thumbnail timeline and the mini timeline. Both are different ways of just flowing through the timeline without letting us actually edit the timeline. Let's jump into the Fairlight page. And all of that stuff goes away that we were looking at a moment ago. We have a timeline in here. We can move our clips around in here. Now, the first thing you might be wondering is, Patrick, where's the video? I don't see anything. Well, we can come up to the meters, and in the meters, over here on the right-hand side is our video. So if I hit play, and I'm gonna mute this out for the moment, I hit play, and so we've got our picture playback, so we have a nice little reference to the picture. If you want something larger, you can do that by clicking this little breakout box. And our viewer breaks out into a floatable window that we can resize and place anywhere on the main screen, or if we have a second display hooked up as an extended desktop, we can go ahead and drop that on that second display. And then when you want it to go away, you can close it down and it disappears back into the meters. Of course, the meters menu also dominates with meters. I mean, you can see that right here we've got, what, 39 tracks of audio that we can meter simultaneously here on this page. And if I blow out this video, that expands pretty significantly. Let's close that back in. I'll hit play. I'm going to unmute. And you'll see as the meters bounce, they go through a range of green, yellow, and red. And basically, you don't want to peak out at red. If you do that, you have the risk of audio clipping out or somehow distorting. So typically, VO and sound up, people talking, you want in the yellows. And then background noises, background effects, background music, you generally want to keep in the green range. Let's stop. Also up here at the top is the inspector. Let's click and open up the inspector. You see it keeps the meters open. It just takes over the entire right-hand side of the screen. And there's nothing to inspect because I've selected nothing. What shows up in here is when I click on a clip, I suddenly have all of these tools. What's active is clip volume. So I can go ahead and change the levels. Let's find a clip that I know I want to change the levels on. This clip right here where the mother speaks. Let's play through that.
Did you see this?
And she's really, really low in here. And what I want to do is bring up those levels. One way of doing that is adjusting the volume on her clip. Let's go ahead and reset that. The other way, the way that I like to do it, is to click and drag on this little white line on the clip itself. That's my volume expansion.
Did you see this?
And now I've gotten her a little hot, so a little too bright with the going into the red, so I'll drop it a little bit. Now this is kind of small, right? So is there a way to kind of zoom into this? Absolutely. Audio people are always zooming way in. So I can use the slider on the left here to adjust track height, and I can use the slider on the right to adjust my zoom. And now I can really take a good look.
And harder to do.
Did you see this?
And she's pretty good there. I'll drop her just a touch more to keep the meters from bouncing into red.
Did you see this?
That's good. And notice right here, I've got him on another mic reacting to her question. We're probably going to want to do something about that.
Did you see this? Your cousin's in the hospital from a heart attack.
And then once again, I'll go into this track, expand that up, find the right amount
Your cousin's in the hospital
to
from a
bring
heart
it up, and I'll be balancing this out looking at the meters. Now, I've been using the space bar to activate play, but you do also have these transport controls up here, including looping controls. You can also press backwards and press forwards. I'm going to stop for the moment. The other thing you do is use your J, K, and L keys. So we're going to talk more about that on the edit page later on in this training. But if you're familiar with J, K, and L, these work here on the audio page as well and are a terrific way of playing down here on the Fairlight page. And I'll press Shift Z to fit the entire timeline into this space. Now we also do have a media pool. I'll click on that. And remember, we are here in a mixing phase where we might want to add our own sound effects, background shots, music. We can do that without going into the edit page. I'll come down here into Audio Consolidate where there are a bunch of backgrounds and sound ups, and maybe we want to take the audio from this clip and drop it onto the timeline here. Now, I don't want to do this right now, so I'm not going to actually, but if I wanted to, I could drop my sound effects and music right here onto the Fairlight page, and it will be reflected back on the edit page. I'm going to close that down. We're getting a little tight on real estate. Let's close down the inspector and Shift Z. Finally, there's a set of controls in here that you will probably expose at some point as you're playing around with this interface. And these are the automation controls. I'll go ahead and turn that on. And there's a lot of stuff going on here. Most of this is related if you have a physical audio board. Remember, this is a professional digital audio workstation software. So you know those huge mixing boards that you see in recording studios? This software will talk to some of that equipment designed to work with Fairlight. You have these automation controls available to you. And now that we've gotten this brief overview of the Fairlight page, let's go ahead and start doing some mixing. As a longtime editor and then a longtime colorist, I'm used to working with audio in timelines, and I'm used to track layouts and deliverables to clients with very specific track layouts. What's interesting is now that Fairlight, a full-blown audio workstation, is integrated with DaVinci Resolve, I've started studying a lot more how mixers approach building out their timelines, laying out their projects, and it's really very interesting, somewhat fascinating, and a little bit different than maybe you're used to working. And I want to start instilling some of those habits because now that we have the power of a digital audio workstation here in Resolve, it makes sense when you're in the Fairlight page to treat it in the way that it's designed to be treated. And what does that mean? Well, the first thing we're going to do is take a look at our audio tracks, and you can see that they're labeled Audio 1, Audio 2, Audio 3, Audio 4. The way we're going to work, we're going to start multiplying out these audio tracks, and very soon we're going to lose place as to what each track is. So I'm going to go ahead and start labeling them. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to label track 1 VO. I'm going to label track 2 Father. I'm going to label track 3 Mother. And then I'm going to label track 4 Music. I'm not going to put in music quite yet, but I'm preparing for that. And now what we have to do is start thinking about laying out our tracks. We're going to put different actors and different voices in different tracks. This will allow us to deal with them separately. Now, this is a challenge video, which means I'm going to show you how to do this once with one set of these clips, and then I'm going to allow you to go through and work through it, see how far you can get, and then in the challenge review, I'll show you what I did and hopefully help you answer any questions you might have. So where are we going to start? Well, let's start with the clip we looked at just a minute ago in the previous movie where we brought up her volume, which is here on Mom. And what we're going to do is just drag her down to track 3 and start isolating her track from Dad. Now we're going to come back to the beginning of this and hit play.
I just need a second.
That's Father sound up, so we're going to take him and drag him down to the Father track.
Is your weight holding you back? Are everyday tasks getting...
All right, these are VO, so we're going to leave those right where they are. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to continue through this entire timeline, separating out the tracks. Here's an interesting one for you to see if you can figure out. I'm going to hit play.
Did you see this?
We've got, did you see this is Mom, but we've got the father reacting with his but it's not on his mic. So somehow or another we're going to have to split this. I'll show you how to split this. There are a couple ways. Let's do it just to show you the relationship between the edit page and the Fairlight page. Let's jump into the edit page. Let's pull up our audio tracks. I'm going to Command plus on a Mac or Control plus on a PC to zoom in. I'm going to press B for the blade tool. You can also get that up here, and that's just going to slice us straight down. We're going to add an edit in there. And then I'll press A to take us back to the arrow tool. We'll be talking about these a lot later. And now I've got the father clip as its own separate clip. And I can go ahead and just right here drag him right up to the father track. And now if we jump back into the Fairlight page, you'll see we split the clip and it reflects the change we made on the edit page. So there's a direct relationship on this timeline between the Fairlight page and the edit page. Shift zoom. Now you are going to have to change the camera mic, and I'll give you a shot to see if you can figure that out on your own. It's a little bit tricky, but if you play around a little bit, you may discover it. But if you don't, I'll show you in the next video. Some other things to be aware of is these little white volume adjustments are clip level adjustments. In other words, when I take this and expand it up, it's only affecting this clip. It doesn't affect any other clip in the track. I'm going to undo that move. There's another way of balancing out, which is at the track level. So audio track 2 is the father. If I go up here and open up the mixer, I've got different faders for each track. So if I wanted to overall bring up the father, I can come down to audio 2, which is the father track, and then drag up at the track level. And now every clip on this track,
I just need a second,
will be made louder by what we've just done. All right, so the concept is you try to even out the father on a clip level basis between the various clips, and then you can make global adjustments to his entire track using these faders. And so now you get to see what is the advantage to breaking out different voices to different tracks, because now I can start balancing the relative volume between the VO, the father, and the mother without having to constantly come down here and do this at the clip level. One other thing I want to show you is keyframes. So let's come back here to this first clip, and we hear a basketball sound at the beginning.
I just need a second.
And then he comes up. We could treat this in two ways. We could create an effects track, or just for the purposes of demonstration right here, I'm going to do a keyframe and bring up this first part of this waveform, but keep the rest of the waveform exactly where it is. And the way I do that is, you notice when I hover over this white line, I get this little up and down arrow. I'm going to hold down on the Mac the Option key, or on the PC the Alt key, and then click. And when I do, it adds a keyframe. And then I'm going to add one more. And what I'm going to do now is lift up so we hear the basketball, and then it'll drop down to the proper volume level for the father.
I just need.
There we go. Probably a little bit too loud, looking at the meters. And now if we take a look over on the edit page, guess what? Our keyframes are there on the edit page. Again, that one-to-one relationship between the audio tracks in what we're doing on the Fairlight page in comparison to the edit page. So now my challenge to you is finish out this timeline we've been working on. Split the different voices to the different tracks and balance out each track on its own so that they relatively have about the same volume level within each track, and then balance the relative tracks against each other and see where you get. When we come back, I'll show you what I did. So how did it go? Did you have some fun playing in the Fairlight page, starting to think like an audio mixer, isolating your tracks, adding tracks, doing the clip level and track level balancing? Personally, I find it kind of fascinating. I will tell you right now, I will never become a full-time mixer, but it is fun to play with. It is very powerful, and we're really just scratching the surface, which is what this quick start's all about. So I'm going to show you now what I did, and in the process, we're going to do a quick refresher on how to import a DRP. In other words, I did this, I exported out as a DaVinci Resolve project file. We're now going to import my end state so that you can kind of follow along yourself and see precisely what I did and make tweaks or mess it up or do whatever you want to do. So let's try it. What I'm going to do is come down here to this little house icon in the lower right-hand side. That is the project manager. I'll open that up. I'll right-click in the empty space here. And I'm going to select this time import. This is not a restore. Restore is only for DaVinci Resolve archives or .dras. I exported as a project, so that's a .drp. It does not contain any of the media. So I'm going to go ahead and import. And on my desktop are my exercise files, projects and media. End Resolve projects is where I'll be dropping these DRPs from time to time for you to import. Open that up. 0113 Fairlight End. Select it. And there we go, 0113 Fairlight End. Let's step into it. Now on my machine, this all linked back properly because this was the machine that created this .drp. What you're going to need to do is come into the media pool, right-click on the master bin, and select relink clips for selected bins. So it's going to relink everything for the entire bin structure. And then you're going to navigate to the exercise files folder. And in fact, I'm actually going to dig down to the projects and media and dig down into this DRA. Remember, this DRA is just a special folder name. It's still just a regular folder. And I'm going to select the media files folder in the DRA. That's where all your media is located. And then click OK. And now you will be relinked just like I am. And yeah, if you do get this, hey, 3 clips are not relinked, do you want to perform a deep search? Go ahead, say yes. And it says one of them couldn't be relinked. I'll figure out that bug by the time I deliver this to you. Click OK. Now that we've relinked, let's jump back into the Fairlight page. Let's head back to the top here, hit play, and keep an eye on our mixers while we're doing that.
I just need a second.
Is your weight holding you back? Are everyday tasks getting harder and harder to do?
Did you see this? Your cousin's in the hospital from a heart attack.
Really?
Health risks associated with excess
So you notice that I did do this where I switched his mic actually. How did I switch his mic if you didn't figure that out? Right click and come down here into Clip Attributes. And there are multiple tabs here. You'll open up on the video tab normally and switch over to the audio tab. And you can see that I've got 4 embedded channels. And depending on which channel you're working with, in this case, I'm going to cancel out of here, where this originally came from, if I go to Clip Attributes, you can see that embedded channel 2 was being fed into track audio 3. What I had to do is switch that here for the father, Clip Attributes, and switch him to embedded channel 1. When I made that switch, now I have his nice clean sound.
Your cousin's in the hospital.
The other thing I did is, you'll notice, let me pull out the mixer here. You'll notice on the VO track that I've pulled down the VO quite a bit. Let me go ahead and reset it by double-clicking on the slider. Now it's reset to default. Let's play down this section of VO and watch the meters.
Challenge.
So he's running fairly hot. I balanced him fairly hot for whatever reason. And so now what I've had to do is bring the entire track down, and I think -6 was the number I finally settled on. And so now his entire track feels about right. A couple of these actually had to lift up at the clip level.
Holding you back. Our everyday tasks
but now he's not peaking out anymore.
Did you see this? Your cousin.
I've also done a couple keyframes in here. So there's a moment in here where her audio peaks out at the beginning of her sentence.
I found this.
And by zooming in tight, you're able to get a nice clean look at these waveforms. And I added 2 keyframes and then a third one in the middle. And this third one is what I'm using to control this peak energy state here. Now, in terms of zooming in and out, just a couple nifty little functions here. We've got the same kind of timeline view options that we have in the edit page, but they're completely different, which is not surprising. We've got different tasks we're performing here. First, we've got different zoom preset levels. So you can press Command plus or Control plus, or you can come in here to jump to a very specific preview level. And the further you zoom in, the tighter down to the actual sample rate. Now we're seeing individual audio samples at zoom level 7. Another thing, I'm going to Shift Z, that you can do is sometimes, usually by default, show full waveforms is off. And when you're looking at the track height, when it's kind of small, kind of like that, these waveforms are sometimes tough to see. And what you can do is turn on Show Full Waveforms, and it uses the full height of this display to get you a better look at the waveform when you're zoomed out. Did I answer any of your questions? Did I help you get over any of your stumbling blocks? Hopefully I did, especially the bit about switching microphones. That one is tricky, it is non-obvious, But once you know it, it is super, super useful. Later in this series, we're going to take a closer look at some more things you can do here on Fairlight. Very powerful. And when you start separating out the different microphones into different tracks, it will all start coming together. You'll understand why your mixer likes working this way. So let's imagine for a moment my producer's on the road and they're a little bit nervous about how this is editing together. And even though we only have a radio edit, they want to hear it and they want to make sure that the VO is good and that it all seems to flow together. So we're going to render this out for Vimeo in order to upload it and send it to our producer who's off site. So let's go ahead and set that up. Now, I already showed you how to manage these different presets, and we've set up for a Vimeo 1080p preset, but I just want to show you something real quick. If we click on YouTube, notice this resolution. I'll click on YouTube, and now it's set for a 720p export. So these presets will remember every single item you select in video, audio, and file, except for the location. You'll probably want to reset where you're rendering out to for each of your renders. Once I set this browse, it tends to remember it persistently for that particular project. Sometimes I come back and it's completely lost that file path and I have to re-enter it. So, sometimes it remembers, sometimes not. I'll come back into the video section here. Let's go back to Vimeo. And we're back at 1080p, so it's set up for 1080 HD. QuickTime H.264, that all looks good. Let's actually set this back to 4,000 instead of 5,000 like we had before. And as I go through here, everything else looks good. For those of you who feel the need to muck around with data levels, don't. Leave it at auto. It works 98% of the time. And whether you select video or full has nothing to do with the quality of your final renders. So just leave it at auto. In the audio tab, I tend to leave these at the defaults whenever I'm using these presets up here. Resolve does a really good job of making sure it pulls up the right codec. And then on the file side, I'm going to just go with the timeline name, rough V001. I'm going to have Resolve create a folder named review_renders, and then place our render inside that folder. Once I've set up all my settings, I'll click Add to Render Queue. It's going to ask me for the destination. I'm going to put it on my desktop. Click OK. And now it's set up for rendering. Now, what if I realize I made a mistake? In fact, one mistake I run into has to do with audio. Sometimes Resolve defaults to the wrong audio setting and I get nothing. And I have to come back and modify that render setting to fix it. How do you do that? Well, what we're going to do is come up to this little pencil icon here on the job, click on it, and you'll see on the bottom now, we've got three choices: cancel, update job, or add new job. So I'm basically in a modification mode right now. So I can come back to audio, and sometimes the output track is set to timeline track, and that for me generally renders in a silent render. The video just doesn't have any audio to it. I'll click update job. If I were to go ahead and render this out right now, I would not hear any audio. And if you run into that, all you need to do, edit this, come back and change it back to your main one stereo and update job. Now to do an actual render, I'll click start render and away it goes. Stop. Notice if I'm sending this to my producer to check, I have in and out range selected. Let's go and modify this job. Set entire timeline. Update. Let's try rendering this again. It's telling me I already rendered it. That's okay. I want it to overwrite that render. Now I'll jump into my media pool and I'll go into my browser here to check my renders. I actually like checking my renders here in Resolve is because if it's wrong in Resolve, then I know it's wrong. Sometimes if you check it in QuickTime Player or you check it in a browser and it doesn't look right, you're not quite sure, is it the browser or the render? Looking at it in Resolve, even though I'm not loading it into Resolve, just browsing to it, gives me the confidence to know that the render is either right or it's wrong. So now I've navigated down to my desktop and you'll see I've got a new folder, Review Renders. I'll open that. There's my clip. I'll hit play. And yeah, it looks right. I've got audio. And now I'm ready to upload this to Vimeo, send the link to my producer, and let them tell me how awesome I am. And we're almost at the end of this quick overview of DaVinci Resolve before we circle back and start digging deeper into the feature set. But I want to do one more movie where I talk about, I think it's 2 things that are commonly asked questions at about this point when I do training like this. And I want to address those right here, right now, in the next movie. We are at the end of this chapter, and I want to do a quick recap of what we've learned so far in this quick review, this quick overview of DaVinci Resolve 14. And the basic concept is this. There are 5 different pages on DaVinci Resolve, each dedicated to specific tasks. Each page is optimized to reflect the actions you would want to perform with that task. The media page, the edit page, color, Fairlight, and deliver. One of the cool things about DaVinci Resolve 14 is how the timeline is shared between 4 of those pages, and that how the user interface rewraps itself to optimize your experience in doing the task that that page specializes in. I love that about DaVinci Resolve 14. But at this point, there are probably 2 things that you might have questions about that I haven't addressed yet, and I'm going to take this opportunity right now to talk about them. One of them is, hello Patrick, where are the scopes, right? As many of you know, I'm a professional colorist. You'd think I'd have been talking about scopes right now. We are. Right now, I'll tell you about scopes. And secondly, data burn-ins, especially at this stage that we've looked at. You often want to burn in, say, time code numbers for clients to reference. How do you go about and do that? 2 frequently asked questions. Jumping into the color page, there are 2 places where you're going to find scopes. The first is over here on this icon, which looks like, a graph, and you click on that, and here are my scopes. If I bring this up to an actual shot, there we go. Here are my scopes. I've got 4 different scopes: parade, waveform, vector scope, and histogram. If I go to the waveform, there's also options here. If I click on that option button, I've got different options for this waveform. We're going to take a closer look at these a little later in this series. The other way of getting to waveforms is I can click this little breakout, this 4-way arrow that breaks it out into its own window. Another way of getting into it that's universal, no matter what page you are on in DaVinci Resolve, is to come up to Workspace and select Video Scopes and turn them on. There's also a keyboard shortcut for that. If I want to get rid of them, I'll do on the Mac, Command-Shift-W, on the PC, Control-Shift-W, and it'll toggle these on and off into a floating window. If you have an extended desktop, you can definitely put them on that extended desktop. I'll close these out. On some of these viewers, let's say on the Deliver page, you can right-click and show scopes as well. Also, in the Edit page and Media pages, scopes now work in DaVinci Resolve. So let me jump into a shot, and let's go ahead and Control-Shift-W, and our scopes are working live here in the Media and Edit pages. You can see it update as I hover and scroll. Close out those scopes. The other thing that's a frequently asked question, especially when you get to the Deliver stage, is I want to put some burn-in in here. And so what you do is you come up to Workspace, and they've moved where the data burn-in window is. Put some burn-in in the window here. Resolve has moved where you access that control. It's now up here in Workspace. Drop on down to Data Burn-in. And there you go. You've got all your controls here for burn-in. So a typical use for this might be the record time code, so that a client could say, hey, yeah, 1 hour, 002305, there's a hit that we need to fix. Maybe there was a little glitch in the video. The other thing you might want to do is maybe some custom text. And I can say property of my production company. And you've got some controls here to deal with opacity and positioning and fonts. You can play with all of that. And you can apply these on a per clip basis. So maybe this only wants some information to show up on a particular clip. You'd flip into here And I could say on this clip only, I also want to put in source timecode and position it over on the left. And now that I've done that, when I close this out, you'll see that for that one clip is when that one window opens up, and then it disappears on us. Those are 2 frequently asked questions you now have the answers to. And in the rest of the series, we're going to circle back. Now that you've gotten to touch everything here in Resolve, we're going to circle back and dig a little bit deeper, give you a little bit more context, some more keyboard shortcuts to get you more proficient in DaVinci Resolve 14. One of the confusing aspects of DaVinci Resolve, especially if you're new to the software and you don't have someone to guide you, is that there are 2 versions, the paid version and the free version. This movie is here to help you understand the differences. And by the way, you long-time Resolve veterans, you need to be aware, starting back with DaVinci Resolve 12.5, there are significant differences between the paid and free versions. Now, the free version of Resolve is called simply DaVinci Resolve. The paid version is named DaVinci Resolve Studio. In this movie, we're going to help you decide if you need the Studio version. Because it used to be that Resolve Studio was really only useful if you needed Studio's collaborative multi-user features. But it goes beyond that now. Now, the first thing you need to know, the Studio version is physically a different download from the free version. They are 2 different pieces of software. And there are now 2 different ways to license DaVinci Resolve Studio. Traditionally, when you buy Studio, one of the things you bought is this, a USB dongle. If you download Resolve Studio, you'll need this dongle inserted into your computer, and it needs to stay inserted the whole time DaVinci Resolve Studio is running on your machine. Alternatively, if you launch DaVinci Resolve Studio without this USB dongle, then the splash screen will ask for a license key. If you don't have the dongle and you don't have a license key, then you must download and use DaVinci Resolve, the free version. For Mac users, there's an alternative. You can buy DaVinci Resolve Studio on the Mac App Store. Then you can run Studio on any computer logged into your App Store account. No dongle required, which brings us to why we're here. What's the difference between Resolve and Resolve Studio? To me, the single most useful standout, noise reduction. If you activate noise reduction or any Studio-only feature, then a huge watermark is placed on your renders, and trust me, you will see that watermark. In Resolve 14, Blackmagic has continued a trend of preserving a subset of new features that are useful only to Studio-only users. These features include larger than UHD frame sizes for rendering, de-interlacing and adding 3-2 pull-down, high dynamic range tools, lens distortion correction, 3D stereoscopic tools, using more than one graphics card to accelerate real-time playback and rendering. There are other tools that are restricted, but these are only for the larger facilities that want multiple DaVinci Resolve suites talking with each other. Otherwise, Resolve free users have the same full access to Resolve's color grading, editing, mixing, and Resolve effects toolsets as the Studio owners. My 5 favorite Resolve effects that I think are worth the price of removing the watermark are film grain, lens flare, lens blur, match move, and face refinement. If you're thinking of buying a few OpenFX plugins for those effects, probably cheaper to purchase DaVinci Resolve Studio, which then unlocks the rest of the Studio features. And all of those effects are GPU optimized so that they play back and render pretty quickly. Resolve Free isn't some severely hobbled version of DaVinci Resolve Studio. The projects created by both versions are identical, and you can freely swap your projects between those versions. Hopefully you now have the information you need to decide if you need to pay for DaVinci Resolve 14 Studio or if the free DaVinci Resolve 14 will work for you. With every major Resolve update, and Resolve 14 is a major update, it's always good to review the hardware and software requirements for running Resolve. That's what this movie's about. Now, back in version 12.0, Resolve started running on a much broader range of laptops and desktops than ever before. But remember, its capabilities expand with the capabilities of your machine. Things I can do in real time on my production rig back at home just barely work on this laptop. And just because it works on this laptop doesn't mean it will work on your laptop. Resolve relies heavily on your graphics cards. So make sure your GPU meets one of these minimum specs. Resolve supports more brands of GPUs than ever before, but if you don't meet the OpenCL and CUDA minimum requirements, you'll experience nothing but crashes, freezes, and just basic instability. On the Mac, Resolve will run on just about anything Apple has released in the past few years, except maybe your iWatch. Just remember, those OpenCL and NVIDIA specs still apply, and it does require macOS 10.12.6 Sierra or better. Lower-end versions of any Apple computers tend to have underpowered GPUs and don't usually run Resolve very well, sometimes not at all. You almost always want to be running the high-end versions of their computers. And if you're running an external display, you're going to need a Decklink or Ultra Studio to get a color-managed image out of your computer, and that means you need to download and install the Blackmagic desktop driver. On Windows, Resolve 13.3 has dropped Windows 8 Pro and now requires a minimum of Windows 10 Pro. On this slide, I've listed motherboards and workstations that the configuration guide specifically mentions. You'll need to read that guide for very precise instructions on slot layouts and BIOS configurations. If you want to run Resolve on a Windows laptop, if it was produced in the past year or 2 or 3, you'll be good if your OpenCL or CUDA drivers meet the minimum requirements I mentioned earlier, including the display specs. There are literally dozens of configurations that run Resolve, but depending on what you're doing, there may be only a few that actually meet your needs. Don't forget, there are a ton of additional hardware options you can add to Resolve, like external monitors and control surfaces, and that configuration guide, it walks you through it. Before we start digging deeper into the Resolve interface, let's spend a few moments going through what I consider to be essential preferences. The highest level of preferences are the system preferences. System preferences are persistent on every project and database you create in DaVinci Resolve, and they generally relate to your hardware settings. Let's go through the essential settings you should set up. To get to our system settings, we're going to come up to DaVinci Resolve and then select Preferences. You're going to find 2 sets of preferences here, System and User. In this movie, we're just going to focus on these system selections. The first one you're going to want to set up is Media Storage. This tells DaVinci Resolve where to store things like still images you can save out, cache files you can generate, and ideally, this is not a drive that you're regularly connecting and disconnecting. It should stay as permanently attached to your computer as possible. And that drive should be the first drive you see in the top of the list. So to go ahead and do that, you would click Add, and then navigate to that drive. Typically, people select the top level of the drive, and then you select Folder. Now, I don't have a drive attached to this computer, so I'm going to cancel out, and you can see that it's actually in my user folder, in the videos folder, is where Resolve has put this by default. If I do add a different hard drive than the default that's installed, I'll add that first. Then I'd go ahead and remove this drive because the first drive in this list is the one it's going to do things like save those caches to. Next up are our video and audio I/O. Now on this computer that I'm working on, I don't have any external hardware to do full-time viewing of the viewers. But if you did, if you had a Decklink card, you had an Ultra Studio equipment, it would be listed in here, and you could select that to make it active. Next up are control panels. You see in this pull down the different brands and types of control panels that DaVinci Resolve supports. If I were running, say, the Tangent Devices element, I'd select that there. And then when I hit save, having made all of these changes in here, when I hit save, Resolve is going to warn me that my preferences have been updated, but we're not going to see their effect until the next time DaVinci Resolve is started up again. So I would click OK, and then I'm going to need to quit out of Resolve and start it back up again for me to see those changes. Now, I know it's a pain, but since you rarely need to change these hardware level settings, in practice, restarting Resolve isn't much more than an occasional annoyance. New in Resolve 14 is a reorganization of project preferences. Blackmagic, with some prodding from users, decided that some of those project preferences were really user preferences and they should live across multiple projects. They also decided that those preferences should be movable. So user preferences can now be exported, carried to a new computer, and imported. A huge feature request that was finally fulfilled here in Resolve 14. Let's take a look. To get to our user preferences, they're right next to our system preferences. So we come up to the DaVinci Resolve menu, select Preferences, and select User at the top. And then you can just kind of work your way down. So what I'm going to do is show you my favorite kind of essential preferences I'm always sure to set. But I encourage you to go through and look and read every single preference and decide how you might want to work DaVinci Resolve. And from time to time, as you get more experience, revisit this because you'll start realizing which preferences you don't like the default behavior for. So the first thing I always do on any new project is the autosave preference. We've got two different types of saves here in DaVinci Resolve. Well, three. One is the manual save where you just hit Command S or Control S. The other is to automatically turn on saving. And when you turn it on, it does a traditional save at one of these default durations. And if you've got this set to 20 or 30 minutes or even an hour, I feel for you because you're going to lose a lot of work one day. I tend to keep this at 5 to 10 minutes. I find 5 minutes is a little too quick and 10 minutes a little too slow. I really want 7 minutes in there. But I don't actually use this much anymore because I actually like a brand new save option that's recently been brought to DaVinci Resolve called Live Save. So if I click on Live Save, DaVinci Resolve is constantly saving in the background. Every single time I make an edit, add an in point, make a color correction, every move I make, DaVinci Resolve is constantly saving in the background. There are one or two things that cannot be undone, but for the most part, just about every move you make, Resolve is constantly saving behind you. So I always turn that on. The next essential preference that I like making sure is set the way I want is keyboard mapping. Now, depending on who you are, you may find that you're more comfortable selecting a different set of keyboard shortcuts that match your favorite NLE. Now, if you do work on one of these other NLEs and you're tempted to use the keyboard mapping, say for Avid or Final Cut or Premiere, I tend to encourage you not to. Try using the DaVinci Resolve keyboard shortcut set. Why? There are things that Resolve does that none of the other NLEs do, just like there are things that Avid does or Final Cut does that none of the others do. Resolve is the same way, and its key set is designed to be custom to this environment. And I really think if you want to get super fast and take advantage of all the unique features in Resolve, you'll get there more quickly by rebuilding that muscle memory and learning how to work in Resolve using their key set. So now let's take a look at saving, exporting, and importing. Once you go ahead and make modifications to your keyboard shortcuts, and that's relatively easy to do. If I come down here into the Edit menu and reveal the commands, so there's the command in the left-hand column and the shortcut assigned to it in the right-hand column, you'll see that Remove Attributes is not assigned. Personally, I find that to be a very useful command, so I'm going to go ahead and double-click in this empty space. The normal is Alt-V. Let's go ahead and make it something like Shift-Control-Alt-V or Shift-Command-Alt-V on the Mac. And then when I press V, hit Enter, and now I have this custom command set here. I can always remove it by clicking the trash can. So now I've customized this keyboard mapping set. I can go ahead and save it as a preset. I'll call this Pat's Keyboard. Click OK. And now whenever I'm on this machine, I can always make sure I can load up my favorite preset. If I make changes, it's very easy to go ahead and update. And more importantly, I can now export this preset. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll export this. I'll save it to my desktop. I'll call it Pat's Keyboard. I'll get rid of that apostrophe, and I'll get rid of the space and hit save. And now if I go ahead and delete this preset, and delete it, it's no longer there. I'm going to import it. Here it is on my desktop. Open. And the keyboard shortcut that I just added in, Remove Attributes, is back in there. I'll click Save for this to take. And it wants me to save this as a preset so it doesn't forget what I am. Pat's Keyboard, click OK, and we're done. And now, when I go to do something like render out as individual clips, again, experienced editors and finishers will know what I'm talking about, it will add those extra 48 frames of handles by default. You won't have to override it. Also notice when I press save, Resolve doesn't require me to relaunch, only system preferences require me to quit out and relaunch. Unlike system or user settings, project settings only affect the active project. They are customized to the needs of that specific job, and there are a few I always set up before adding any footage or creating a single timeline. So to get into project settings, we're going to come down here to this gear icon, and that gear icon stays persistent across all the pages. So let's click on that. And here in master settings, the first thing I always set is the timeline frame rate. And why do I always set that first? Notice how it's locked out. Once you create a timeline, the frame rate is locked because your project can only have a single frame rate. You can't have multiple timelines, each with different frame rates. So let's go ahead and see how this works. I'm going to create a new project. So I'll come down here into our project manager. I'll click on the new project button, and I'm going to call this 0205 project settings. Now we're in a new project. I jump into the media pool. There's nothing in here. Everything's default. Let's open up our project settings. And now look at our timeline frame rate. It is set at 24 frames per second. Now I know this job we've been working on is actually 23978. I can do a few things, but what I like to do first is come down to video monitoring and set that up. Now that's because I always work with an external display, but even if I only worked on my laptop, I'd still want to do this because watch what happens to these other settings up here. They update with this. So rather than having to enter in my playback frame rate, then enter in my video format, the video format updates your playback frame rate settings, and in some versions of Resolve, it also updates your timeline frame rate. This seems to come and go as we get dot updates and bug fixes, and sometimes this is affected by this video monitoring, other times not. And I know this project is in 23976. The other thing I want to make sure is my timeline resolution. So this job is a 1080 HD job, but if my footage supported it. Now, if you need to render to true 4K, that is a studio-only feature. So anything above this Ultra HD resolution does require an upgrade to the paid version. Let's switch this back to 1080. Another thing I like to look at is our cache file locations. Now, these are inherited from our system settings that we set up earlier, but sometimes users want to override that on a per project basis. Maybe there's another hard drive dedicated to your project, so you want these cache files and these still images that we can grab in the color page to exist on that alternate drive. Here's where you would set that. Next, under color management, the other thing I like to set is, or at least take a look at, is broadcast safe. Depending on my deliverable, I may choose to run this project with broadcast safe turned on. And usually when I do, I want to run from -10 to 110. Frankly, even for web deliverables, I still like to do this. It helps remind me that even on the web, it's possible to create colors that are just too saturated and will break some of these codecs that are used for web delivery. In the general options, one of my favorite that I turn on, and I actually get mad at myself when I don't turn it on, is use timelines bin. We looked at this earlier, but again, watch over here in the bins. There's just one master bin. If I click on that, and then when I hit save, we've got a bin dedicated simply to our timelines. Finally, let's open this back up and look at Camera Raw. For those of you who are shooting RAW and coming into DaVinci Resolve to work with your RAW files, this is where you're going to set up your initial decoding of those RAW files. What cameras does DaVinci Resolve support? Well, just come up here to Raw Profile, select this pull down, and these are the 5 cameras that Resolve support. Now you'll notice as you flip through these, there are different amounts of sliders that are available to you. These all change depending on the camera manufacturer and the controls they give you. So a lot of this is based on the APIs that these camera manufacturers make available to developers like DaVinci Resolve. One thing that will trip you up is here I am with red, and I want to come down here and reset some of these settings, and they're grayed out. Why is that? Well, the decode using setting is set for camera metadata. So there's no way to override it because I've told it just use whatever the camera did. If I want to override the camera metadata, I'm going to go ahead and flip this into project, and now I can come through and customize all of these settings. And this is true not just for red, but for all of these raw profiles. And now that I've saved this project, I can use it to copy these project settings to other projects. I can't export these settings, but let me show you how I can copy them. So I'm going to come back to the project manager. And if I right click, say on this Fairlight End, 113 Fairlight End that we imported earlier in this training, and I right click on this, I can say load project settings to current project. So what's going to happen is I'm going to end up copying the settings I have set in this project into the currently active project. I don't want to do that. So let's go ahead and select this project. We'll make it active. I'll save. Now I'll open up the project manager again. Now I can use this 0205 project settings to start every new project, and I won't have to go through all of the tedium of what we just did. So I'll select load project settings to current project. It's going to give me a notification warning, and I'm going to go ahead and say, yep, go ahead and do it. Now I know you'd like to export and import project settings like we do with user settings. That's just a no-go. We don't have that option. So saving a few different projects with your various sets of favorite project preferences, that's our workaround. Or you just do what we just did and set them by hand with each new job. For the next few movies, you'll learn some additional very useful features in the media page. I'm focusing on those features that'll solve common workflow problems. Let's start with a hypothetical. Have you ever had an editor rename a source file by changing the name of the source file at the desktop level in the Finder? And they do this for a good reason, to make the name more memorable. But then they killed you in the final color corrector finishing because the editor was working on proxies. You can no longer relink those proxies back to the camera originals since they changed the name of the clip. DaVinci Resolve has a workaround for that. It's called display names, and it allows you to flip away from the camera name without renaming that file at the desktop level. Here's how it works. So now we've stepped into OAC's spot conformed that we restored from our archive previously. So we're on the media page, and what I want to do is let's take a look at these videos that we're using in this spot. And I'm going to select a shot, and notice how useless these names are. These are camera-generated names. They don't make a lot of sense to me as a human being, and they certainly don't give me any context. So as an editor, as I'm working, I may find that I want to change some of these names to something I can understand, especially, let's say, if I'm working in list view. So how do we change this up? Well, the first thing I'm going to do is select a shot. Let's say this is a shot I want to rename, this one right here. I'm going to go into list view, and here's this shot that we just selected. Now what I want to do is right-click in these headings, because when I do that, it reveals a bunch of hidden fields that we can display and possibly manipulate, like display name. So if I click that, the display name automatically popped up here. And by default, the display name is exactly the same as the file name minus the file extension. So that doesn't do us much good at the moment, but let's go ahead. We're going to change it because we can double click on there and we can give this a human readable name. I'll call this husband off chair. Now when I click back to the thumbnails, oh, nothing happened. Why is that? Well, we have one more step to do, which is enable display names function. So we come up to the view menu. We're going to scroll down to show display names. And now husband off chair is the name of the thumbnail clip. Now even better, when we go into the color page, by default underneath these thumbnails, DaVinci Resolve will show you the codec that the clip is. But if I double click in this gray area under a thumbnail, there's our display name. So now that metadata flows into other pages here on DaVinci Resolve. And if at some point I need to get back to that clip name, well, I can come up to View. So I'll choose Show Display Name. And now DaVinci Resolve is showing me the camera file name that's on the hard drive. Wouldn't it be cool if you could create a bin that appears across all of your projects so you could share assets? Guess what? If I'm asking that question, it means you probably can. And it's called Power Bins here in DaVinci Resolve 14. Let me show you how they work. We're here in the media pool. And by default, you see Smart Bins, which we're going to talk about later. But where do you get Power Bins? Because the way it is right now is these sets of bins only exist in this project. If I want to have some shared asset that I could use in another project, I can do that, but we have to enable it. I have to show it. I have to come up to View and enable Show Power Bins. So now I've got a Power Bin here, and there's one folder. It's the master folder. I can go ahead and create an additional bin. Let's go ahead and do that by right-clicking on it and then label it as music. Now I'm going to come into my audio assets here, and I'm going to scroll down, and here we have a music clip. I'm going to drag this down into this music power bin, and it looks like I didn't do anything, and that's because when you take an element that exists in a normal bin and drag it into a power bin, you don't actually move that element. You're essentially creating another reference to it. So when I go into power bins, there's my music clip. When I come back into audio, it still actually exists in the original bin I dragged it from. So let's see if this actually worked. I've got this power bin enabled. It's showing in here. I've got an asset in there. Let's jump into another project. I'm going to open this up and let's go into 0113 Fairlight End. We restored this from a DaVinci Resolve backup. I'll double click into that. And there's my power bins. I come into the music and there's my music. On top of that, this music has been sub-clipped out. In other words, spanned markers have been placed on here. So if we go into the edit page and I select the power bin down here, and if I want to, I can lift it up. and I switch this into column view, notice that this clip now has a drop down, and I've created span sections for the open, and then where the first edit we made is, the second edit, and the third edit. And this means now we have shared elements across projects that also share metadata of those elements. In this case, with the music, span markers. But also think about metadata that you might add here in DaVinci Resolve. Clip colors, tags, anything else you do, that all carries through into the multiple projects. One thing to remember about power bins: they are only shared among projects in the same database. And in this quick start, we're working in the default database that ships and installs with DaVinci Resolve. Now, databases is something you will probably eventually want to understand, and I cover them in depth in my other Resolve training titles here on this website, but databases haven't changed significantly at all in Resolve 14. When you're scanning a bin of clip thumbnails, the image in those thumbnails is called a poster frame. By default, the first frame of a clip is set as that poster frame. That's not always very useful. Let's see how we can go ahead and change up our poster frames. So back here in this 0113 Fairlight end, I'm going to jump into the media page. We're going to pull up all of our clips. I'm going to take this power bin and just kind of drop it here. And let's shift click through all of these bins. And let's find something that maybe isn't quite so representative of the shot. And maybe this one in the kitchen isn't. And as I hover and scroll through here, I see, well, maybe a better representative frame are these girls walking through. So now that I found this frame, I'm going to right click on this clip and choose Set Poster Frame. When I do that, notice when I move away, now that frame is set as the poster frame. If I decide I want to change it later on, I can go ahead and do that by right-clicking and clearing it. And now, when I stop hovering over this clip, it no longer flips back to that poster frame. When we were talking about creating power bins, I made a passing reference to something that just by default shows up in the media page bin layout, which are smart bins. Smart bins are very cool. They allow us to take the metadata of our footage and string them together to create a bin that dynamically updates itself. Essentially what we're doing is saying, any clip that meets this set of criteria, I want you to display in this smart bin. Let's take a look. We can see our smart bins down here in the lower part of the UI on the media page. In order to create the logic of a smart bin, what we're going to do is right-click and choose Add Smart Bin. So by default, every single clip in the media pool will display if I do nothing. But let's not do that. Let's instead look for any clip that is not 23976. So I'll call this not 23976. Under Media Pool Properties, I'm going to choose Frame Rate. This will now update to is or is not. I'm going to choose is not 23976. And you see, as I'm making these choices, this bin is dynamically updating as I'm refining my smart bin logic. So once again, 23976 is not. Create that smart bin. Now I could go ahead and refine our logic even more by creating multiple parameters. So let's go ahead, create one more smart bin, and we'll call this is 23976 and 1080p. So my first media pool properties again is this frame rate is 23976. I'm going to add one more bit of logic here, and I'm going to choose resolution, and I'm going to enter in 1920 by 1080, create smart bin, and now I've got multiple metadata that I'm using to create this smart bin. I love smart bins. I use smart bins all the time, especially when I'm organizing a project. It's a perfect way of ingesting a whole bunch of media and then saying, yeah, show me a bin that is 23976, is not 23976, is ProRes 444, and is not ProRes 444, and then I can start seeing what's going on and if I have any problems that I need to address with my client. If you're not an experienced editor, then you may not be familiar with industry common keyboard commands to make editing in the timeline easier and more intuitive. But first, let's take a look at the interface buttons for transport and editing, and we're going to do that here, continuing with our 0113 Fairlight end, where we had roughed out a radio edit. So let's go ahead and jump back to the first shot in this timeline. I'm also going to go ahead and turn off the data burn-in that we had created earlier. I'll do that by just clicking reset and turn that off. So now to play forward and play backward and stop are these three UI elements here.
Just need a second.
Forward, stop, and backwards. Pretty straightforward. This is next shot, and as I click through, it's going to go from item to item. And then previous shot, again going from item to item. If you're finding that as you go next and previous, and it seems to be skipping over an element you're trying to hit, you're going to want to take a look at this track targeting, which we will be covering very shortly. Also up here is our loop command. When we get to the end of the timeline, it will start playing back immediately at the beginning of the timeline. You also have UI controls for mark in and mark out. You can see on some of these things, as I hover over them, you get a little tooltip showing you what they are. Frankly, I forget that they're there, and because it's kind of tedious to set your ins and outs using this UI element. I strongly encourage you to use the keyboard equivalent I for in and O for out. To clear out your in and outs, probably the easiest way of doing it is to use Option X or Alt X on the PC, and that clears out your in and out point. And a new UI element has popped up here in Resolve 14, which is this weird little one here. If I hover over it, it is match frame. So I'll go ahead, click that. And now what it's going to do is pull up whatever frame I'm sitting on here in the record viewer. It's going to pull that exact clip up out of the media pool into the source viewer. These interface controls, they're fine, but if you want to up your game, you'll move to the keyboard, especially the JKL keys that professional editors have been using for 2 decades. So when you look at them on your keyboard, J, K, and L, typically what an editor will do is they'll hover and they'll put it, just like a typist, their index finger sits on the J, their middle finger on the K, and then the next finger on the L, and K is pause, L is play forward, and J is play backward. Notice I've got the source window active, so that's where my playing is coming through. How do I know the source window is active? Well, the name of the clip up here is in orange. If I want to make the record side active and move the playhead in the timeline, there's a keyboard equivalent to that, which is Q. Q toggles me between the source side and the record side. And now I know the record side's active because it's now highlighted in orange. Now I'll press J to move backwards, and then go straight to L to play forward. I can also go frame by frame, so I'll hit K to pause. And while holding down and pressing K, I'll tap L. And that moves me 1 frame at a time. And as quickly as I can tap, that's how quickly it moves. I can do the same thing with J. I'm going to do that holding down the K button, tapping J. And now I can kind of tap across this edit point. I can also do slow motion forward and playback. Hold and press K, then hold and press L, and I'm slow motion playing forward. Do the same thing with J and K, and I'm slow motion playing backwards. Of course, I can also use arrow keys to go forward one frame and back one frame. So right arrow is forward one frame, and then left arrow is back one frame. And pressing the up arrow key is the same as pressing this previous shot button. So up arrow key is previous shot, and down arrow key is next shot. Another great and really useful set of keyboard shortcuts is for beginning of shot and end of shot. So I'm at the beginning of the shot right now. Let's say for some reason I want to get to the end of this shot. There's a keyboard shortcut, and it is the apostrophe key. I click on that, and I'm at the end of the shot. And if I press semicolon, I'm at the beginning of the shot. A terrific way. Many of these keyboard equivalents also work in the color page. Finally, let me go back, and I'm going to press the J button once, and then a second time, which doubles the playback, and a third time, triples the playback, and then I'm going to pause. I'll play forward, I'm going to mark an in, and then press forward again on the L key for double play, and again for triple play, and again for quadruple play, pause, mark an out. And now if I want to go back to the in point, I hold down the Shift key and press I, that's Shift I to get to the in, and Shift O takes me to the out point. Let me now play backwards over this shot right here. Now what I want to do is mark this shot. I want the beginning of this shot to be my in point and the end of it to be my out point. I could do this manually. You know, I could up arrow, mark in, down arrow, mark out. Or let's clear that out and do it the shortcut way. So I'm going to press Option X on a Mac or Alt X on a PC. Clear out my in and out point. I'm going to play backwards a moment just to get us over this clip. And now I'm going to press the X button. And look at that. I've just set my in and out just on the clip that I'm hovering over. Just think about how much time this will save you through the course of an entire edit session and project. Once I have those in and out points set, I'm going to press Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC and then backslash, and it's going to loop around those in and out points. I found this. And look at that. I just noticed I still have this burn in here. And that's from a couple movies ago where we were looking at how to add burn in, and I forgot that it's on the clip side. It's not showing up right now because on a clip data burn in, I need to highlight the clip, come back down, go to data burn in, reset, and that disappears. All right, now that we're not sidetracked anymore. Another common play tool, and I'm going to go ahead and clear out my in and out point, is spacebar for play. So sometimes you just want a big button to hit in order to start playing, and that would be the spacebar. Boom, I hit that, and it plays.
Take the Your Weight Matters.
Finally, we've got the home button. So most of your keyboards will have a home button. You press home, it takes you to the first frame of the timeline. Press end, it takes you to the last frame of the timeline. There are a great many more keyboard commands for navigating timelines and clips in the source viewer. Just head up to the playback menu, and here are all your different commands. There's a lot of them. It's going to take a while for you to memorize all of these, but notice that the ones that have keyboard equivalents, they're listed here right next to the command. And anything that you find yourself going to over and over again that doesn't have a keyboard shortcut assigned to, like play around current frame, you can go ahead and anything that shows up in a menu here can be customized with your own keyboard shortcut. And one tip I always share, if you find yourself using the same menu command several times in a row, you go back to it 3 times in like a minute, memorize that shortcut. If you memorize 2 to 3 shortcuts a day, you'll be amazed at how much faster you are in just a few months. Let's take a closer look at the various ways we can get footage into a timeline. Also, we'll look at how we move our clips around in a timeline to change the ordering of our clips. We're going to start here in 0113 Fairlight End, and we're going to take this timeline, we're going to fill it out with B-roll, and we're going to use several different editing methods in the process. Now, we are going to mess up this timeline, and I want to preserve it, so I'm going to go ahead and take this rough V001, right-click and duplicate the timeline. And now I'm going to call this 0402 editing timeline. I'm going to double check up here in the record viewer, and I want to make sure that I've got the right timeline pulled up. It almost always pulls up the right timeline, but better safe than sorry. Let's jump here into this first shot and let's hit play.
Just need a second.
Is your weight holding you back?
Is your weight holding you back? So let's look for a shot that we might want to put on top of that and start filling out this B-roll. And maybe it's the kitchen shot with the kids walking in. And what we want to do is select an in and out point. So I'm going to start here, mark my in, and then mark my out right there. And I see that's a duration of 316. If I come in here and mark an in on the record side, do I have enough room in here to see what's going to happen? In other words, I know that if I edit this shot into this timeline right now, this shot's going to be 3 seconds and 16 frames long. If I come up into the View menu, I can select Show Preview Marks. And now you can see a little tick mark right there that shows me where this shot will end if I edit it in. This is called 3-point editing, what we're doing. We've defined 3 points. In this case, an in and an out point on the source side. And the third point is an in point on the record viewer. And then I can come down here and just grab a video only and drop it in. And boom, it perfectly ends exactly where it said it was going to end. Now there's another way of doing this. I can undo. And let's say I know I want that shot to end at this point. So I'm going to clear out on the record side. I'll clear out my in and out point, Alt or Option X. And now I'm going to set my out point on the record viewer. And see that little tick mark? That's now showing me where this shot will start based on the duration of this in and out that I've defined on the source side. And if I go ahead and do a video only, it lines up. I'll release it. And finally, there's another way that 3-point editing works. I'll highlight this and click on backspace to remove it. On the source side, I'm going to clear out the in and out point by highlighting the source window and Option or Alt X to clear out my in and outs. And I'm going to set my out point just as we hear the bags hitting the table. Mark that out. And mark this out point on the record side. I'm going to go ahead and do an overwrite. Now I've just overridden my VO. So how do we avoid that? Well, it's called track targeting, and we're going to get much deeper into track targeting, but for the moment, I'm just going to turn off A1 right here, which tells Resolve, do not edit into A1. So now when I go ahead and do this overwrite, boom, the VO is kept intact.
Is your weight holding you back?
That's not bad for a start point. So let's say I want to change the ordering of my shots. Specifically, what I really want to do is add a couple shots at the beginning here. And notice I have no time. There's no time for me to get in there. What I'm going to do is select all. So that would be Command A on a Mac or Control A on a PC. And I can click and drag to open up space. And as I do, you can see I get a little indicator showing me that I'm moving this 14 seconds and 14 frames. Let go, and I've created some room. Undo that. The other thing I can do once I've selected all is use my keyboard. So I can press plus, and let's say I just want to add 5 seconds. 5 dot. Notice up here in the upper right-hand corner, when I press the dot, it fills in the 00. That means it's going to move this 5 seconds when I press enter. I'll press enter, and now it's moved 5 seconds. Let's go ahead and hide our bins, and I just want to make these larger because I want to build out this little basketball section very quickly. And I want to start on a wide shot in the basketball section, like this one right here. So we've got the two of them playing, and I definitely don't want to take that audio. It's way over modulating. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and mute out my audio, and I do that over here. And I'm just going to very quickly rough this in. Mark an in, mark an out. I'm going to do video only. That audio was really annoying me. It was way too bright. So now we've got our first shot, and then there's a wide shot, and then let's take a closer look, maybe with the kid. See what we've got. He goes up for the shot. Doesn't quite match, but we can always come in later and fix that. I'm just trying to get a sense of how this will all work. We'll do video only again. And then the ball goes in the hoop as he talks to it. So what we're going to do is we want to get rid of this gap. There's a couple ways of doing it, but the easiest is to use X to mark the gap, and then Shift Backspace will close the gap, or if I undo that, the delete button on an extended keyboard will also close that gap. Now that I've got these shots up here, let's say for some reason I wanted to swap these two around. Well, you can click and drag and just go ahead and do swaps like that. Now let's say I decide that I want to tighten this shot up. One interesting way to split this clip right here is use Command / on a Mac or Control / on a PC, and that adds an edit into this clip. And if I move my current time indicator, you see we've made an edit here, and then you can go ahead, click on the clip, Shift Backspace, and now we've tightened it up. That's one of many ways of shortening up a clip. One other interesting thing you may need from time to time is to copy a clip, and you can do that by Option clicking or Alt clicking on a PC, and now I've duplicated this shot. I'll undo that. Finally, you may find times when it's useful, Shift Z, to select multiple clips to do some sort of operation. To do that, you can lasso them, so I'm going to click and drag in an empty space. I create this lasso, and then I can pull different clips together. The other thing I could do is use Command clicking on a Mac or Control clicking on a PC to select non-continuous clips to do something to them, say maybe to drag them up to V2. You can also, when you drag up, lock. You notice how I'm throwing these out of sync? What if I want to drag them up but not change their timing? I can hold down the Shift key, and now they won't change their timing. They'll move directly up or down. Now that we're starting to build out our B-roll with clips in our timeline, let's take a look at how we start manipulating these edit points as we start to try to fine-tune our edits. We've been talking about manipulating shots. It's now time for you to learn how to manipulate the edits between shots. We're continuing on the timeline we created in the previous movie, and in this movie, we're working in what DaVinci Resolve calls the selection mode. And how do you know you're in the selection mode? Well, this little arrow icon is lit up as orange. If I hover over it, a tooltip pops up, the selection mode. And really what this will do is you can use it to select either clips or edit transitions. When I click on a clip like this, the entire clip has an orange border. Keyboard commands at this point are going to affect the entire clip. For instance, if I want to nudge this shot one frame to the right, I'll use the period key and it'll nudge it one frame to the right. If I bring it back one frame, I'll use the comma key right next to it and it brings it back. But notice now it leaves a gap, and that's one of the hallmarks of the selection tool. It really only ever affects, no other shots before or after it really get affected. Now I'll have to close down this gap here, and notice how in selection mode, when I bring my mouse to an edit point, the icon changes its shape. And there are three different shapes it has. When I hover on one side of an edit point, I get that right bracket. When I hover directly on the edit point, I get the double bracket. And then when I hover on the right side of an edit point, I get the left bracket. So what I want to do is take this edit point and close the gap by dragging to the left. So I can take this, click, and drag it one frame, and it closes that point. Notice how I've got a little green highlight here. This matches the current shape of the mouse when I hover it. So if I go ahead and hover the mouse on the other side of this shot and click, now that green bar shifts to the left side of this edit, which means that my moves now are only going to affect that side of the edit. So again, if I click and drag on the left side here, I'm only affecting that side of the edit. If I go and hover over with the double brackets, click and drag, it's affecting both shots together. And if I click and drag on the right side of the edit, it's only affecting that second shot. Notice how nothing else back here is being affected. One of my favorite keyboard shortcuts is the E key, which is the extend key. So I've got this edit selected. My current time indicator is here at this edit point. I want to close this gap by making this shot longer. I'm going to press the E key and watch how this end of the edit jumps to my current time indicator. There we go, a terrific shortcut. Now I can do a lot of this manipulation from the keyboard. Again, using the comma and period keys, I can nudge left and right. I can use my up arrow to jump to the previous shot. And now what I'll have to do is switch my edit selection. So I'm going to use the U button and watch what happens. I'm going to press U once, and then again, and then again. It has a three-way cycle. So it selects the left side of the edit, then both sides of the edit, and then the right side. So I'm going to use the U key to get to the left side of the edit and use the period key to close up that gap. I can also do bigger jumps than single frame jumps. If I hold down the Shift key and use my nudge tools, which are the comma and period keys, the default is to jump them by 5 frames. So I'm going to hold Shift and comma, and it's now jumped this clip 5 frames at a time. And now Shift and period, it's jumped that 5 frames at a time. You can go ahead and change the nudge length here in your user settings by coming up to editing and change fast nudge length. Let's change that to 15 frames, something that's kind of ridiculous that we'll see immediately. I'll hit save. And now when I do that nudge to the right, we just wiped out that shot. So I'm going to undo that, and I'm going to come back and change my nudge length back to 5 frames. All right, let's say now I'm working in here and I land on this shot and I think to myself, I would really like to end this shot right here, but I don't want to affect the rest of the timeline. Great tip here for a keyboard shortcut. Hold down the Shift and press the right bracket, and that trims the tail of the shot to your current position on the timeline, only affecting the shot you're on. I'm going to undo that. Conversely, Shift left bracket trims the head of the shot directly to your current position on the timeline. I'll undo that. Some other quick shortcuts here. While we're in the arrow selection mode, we can press the V key and it moves us to the nearest edit. And if we want to, instead of selecting the edit, we want to select the entire clip, we press Shift V, and now we're back to working on the clip. Sometimes what we want to do is select everything after this clip. What I'll do is go to the shot after and press the Y key, and now if I zoom out, and I've selected every single shot in this timeline except that first shot, along with any audio clips that are linked to these video shots. If I want to select backwards, let's zoom in. Well, you can almost guess what that might be, which is Command Y or Control Y on the PC. And now I'm selecting backwards, which includes the current clip we're sitting on. These are the basics of how the arrow tool or the selector tool or the selection mode works. The main thing to notice is how our keyboard shortcuts only affect the one item we've selected, the clip or the edit point. But it does not affect clips or edit points earlier or later in the timeline. As you're about to see, that's a very different proposition from the trim mode. Picking up from where we just left off, let's see how the same keyboard commands act very differently when we're in the trim edit mode. But first, to be safe, let's go ahead, duplicate this timeline, and we'll also rename it. So I'm going to select 0402 editing timeline, right click and duplicate. Double click to highlight the name, and we're going to rename this 0404 slip slide. Now to move into the trim mode, we're going to press the T key, and notice that this icon highlights orange. To move back into the selector mode, I'm going to press A for arrow and then T to get back in the trim mode. When I'm hovering over the timeline, notice how my cursor changes. I've got these double facing brackets in trim mode. I press the A button and now I'm back to the arrow key. Also notice when I'm in arrow or selector mode, when I click, drag, and lasso multiple clips, I highlight the clips. I'm going to click in the empty area, press T to move into trim mode. Now I'm going to click, drag, and lasso again, but this time I'm selecting multiple edit points, not clips. In other words, in trim mode, we're using edit points as kind of our anchors as to what it is we're doing. We're not going to leave any gaps when we start changing our edit points. Now I can use the U button just like we did in the previous movie in selection mode, and when I do that, it will change which side of the edit we're working on. It's a three-way toggle: left side, both the left and right side of the edit, and then the right side of the edit. I'll click in the empty space to deselect. So there are a couple different ways that this cursor works, and it's all about hovering, and it's very contextual. Let me zoom in, and when I'm hovering over kind of the picture portion of the image, I'm in slip and slide mode. When I hover over the blue portion, we are in ripple and roll mode. We're going to look at that in the next movie. So we're going to stick up here to slip and slide. Now in the middle, I've got one cursor shape, and then when I hit an edit point, I get another cursor shape that very much looks like the cursors we had when we were working in the selector mode, but they have very different effects here in the trim edit mode. Let's start here in the middle. When I click and drag, notice that it's as if this clip is a window, and I'm just selecting what portion of the clip lives inside these in and out points. Notice my in and out points aren't changing. They're locked in place. I'm just changing what section of this clip is playing back. Also notice that I don't have to click and drag. If I'm not on there, I've got this clip selected, and I can use my nudge keys to move one frame at a time left and right while I'm in the trim edit mode. Now let's move this cursor to one of these edit points. So we'll select this edit point right here, and I'm going to hover on the left edge of this edit point. I'm going to click and drag, and notice, unlike the selector mode, which would leave a black gap, this does not leave a black gap. The entire timeline to the right-hand side of this edit is moving with it. If I come to the other side, do the same thing. All right, the edit point isn't moving. I'm just shortening or lengthening the clip, and then everything to the right is moving with it. What happens if I hover over the center of this edit point? Well, now I'm just moving the edit point very much like I did in the selector mode. Now there are actually 4 different modes here in the trim edit mode. We've just looked at slip and slide. In the next movie, let's take a look at ripple and roll. They work very differently. It gets a little confusing, but the more you work in a timeline using these trim edit tools, it's okay. It starts clearing up in your mind, and then it becomes second nature. Now let's take a look at a different type of operation within the trim mode, and that's going to be ripple and roll. We're going to continue on the same timeline we've been using from the previous movie. Make sure you're in trim mode. You press the T button for that. And now we're going to scroll down and hover our mouse down to the bottom portion of the clip. And we're going to get one sort of interactions when we're in the middle of the clip and another sort of interaction when we're hovering over an edit point. Let's start with the middle. I'm going to click and drag, and this is what's called a roll edit. Notice that as I'm moving the clip, I'm not creating any gaps. The shot after this is getting shorter, The shot before this is getting longer, and my range that I can move it, you get this little white outline there. That's showing me my range, depending on how many handles I have of extra frames on the ingoing and outgoing shots will restrict how far I can roll this shot before I run out of room. I'll bring this right back here. Also notice what's going on in the viewer. I've got a 4-up display. And so what's happening in the viewer is I'm seeing the in and out point in the upper half of the viewer of the shot that's being rolled. On the bottom half of the viewer, I'm seeing the out point of the outgoing shot and the in point of the incoming shot. So if I need to match on action, I can see precisely what's happening here in order to really refine that match shot. Now, sometimes you don't want to see that 4-up display. It's kind of annoying depending on what it is you're doing. You can always make that go away by pressing the Shift button as you're doing this ripple and roll, and it will show you the image that your current time indicator is sitting on. I'll release. Now as I get to this edit point, what we're doing is, again, we're moving everything to the right of that edit point, maintaining all the edits after it without opening or closing any gaps. Same thing when we come here to the left side of the edit point. Now here's something kind of cool. If I go ahead and just select this clip, so I have this clip selected, and use this nudge tool, by default, I'm slipping the shot. I'm maintaining its in and out point, and I'm just moving the window inside of it. And here's where you can see up in the viewer where I can refine my match point edit. But if I press the S button, now the same nudge tools in the trim edit mode become rolls. So now I'm rolling this shot without opening or closing any gaps. All of that from the keyboard. So I don't have to go through all of this hover action in order to change these behaviors. You know, with these trim edit tools, if you're not comfortable with this kind of interaction, it's very, very confusing, and that's okay. All you gotta do is start editing. After a while, it becomes apparent. When do you want to slip? When do you want to slide, ripple, roll? Just be sure to keep your eye on the record viewer, and that will help you match actions across edit points. Before we wrap up our discussion on trimming here in DaVinci Resolve 14, there's one other way to trim your clips. It's kind of nifty. And now that you know how to trim in the selection and trim modes, it's time to look at what I call source trimming. And we start by double-clicking on a clip in the timeline. And as you probably know by now, when you double-click on a clip, it ends up here in the source viewer. And in fact, I want to go to the second shot in this timeline and zoom out a touch so we get a better look. I'm going to double-click on here. You can see that when we double-click on a clip in the timeline, it gets pulled up into the source viewer. It also pulls up its in and out points. Guess what? When I click and drag those in and out points on the source viewer, it's as if I'm doing it here on the timeline. And because I'm in the selection mode, it's leaving a gap. Let me undo that. Let's go into trim mode, make that exact same move. And now I've got myself a ripple going on, right? And same thing happens on the out point. I can ripple that out point, or if I go into the selector mode, press A, now I've got gaps that I'm leaving behind. And that wraps up this short series of movies on trimming here in DaVinci Resolve 14. As you can see, these tools are very well developed now in Resolve 14, and they can get super complicated where you can select multiple edit points and trim different sides of the edit points simultaneously. There is all sorts of complexity you can layer on top of this, but oftentimes you don't need to. I mean, what we've just examined these last couple movies is frankly all you need for about 95% of your work, and you'll be able to refine your edits very quickly from the keyboard like a pro. You've learned the basics of the selection mode and the trim mode, And it won't be long before you find yourself getting frustrated that these keyboard shortcuts are not doing precisely what it is you want them to do. What do I mean? Well, we're going to continue with the timeline from our previous movie, and we're going to start with this shot here on V1, and I'm going to use my X key to select, and what I really want to select is this audio clip, and instead it's selecting the video clip. How do I get my X key, my mark in and out of this clip, to honor the audio clip and not the video clip? That's called the Auto Track Selector. The Auto Track Selector is this little square with the two carrots in it, and I'm going to click it to turn it off. And notice how I turn it on and off, that when I have an in and out point selected, Resolve has this behavior where whatever is being selected is highlighted. When I turn this off, it dims down. Now it's going to ignore this clip. If I press X again, there we go. Now it is using the duration of the audio clip because that is turned on. Let's come back and move in a couple frames. And now the question is, if I press X, let's clear this out, Alt X, and let's turn off 2 and turn the selector back on for 1 and press X. It's going to mark the clip. If I reverse that again, press X, it's going to mark the audio clip. Now there are some keyboard shortcuts. They start getting a little complicated, so the easiest way to remember it is come into Timeline and come down to Auto Track Selector. And you can auto-select tracks 1 through 8 using, on the PC, it's Alt and the F keys. On the Mac, it's Option and the F keys. So if I go ahead and press Alt F1, then I'm toggling on and off the auto selector for track 1. I go to track 2, F2. I'm targeting on and off the auto selector for track 2. I can go to Alt F9 on the PC or Option F9 on the Mac, and it toggles them all on and off together. Now, for the audio auto selectors, what you're going to have to do is hit a modifier, and it's going to be the Control modifier plus Alt on the PC or Option on the Mac, and then your F1 keys. So with that modifier, I'll press F1, and there's the audio track 1 toggling on and off, audio track 2 toggling on and off, and I go to F9 with Control Alt held down, or on the Mac, that would be Command Option F9, and it toggles them all on and off together. All right, let's Shift Z, and I'm going to come back to the end of this timeline because I want to show you something a little bit different. I'm going to Alt X or Option X to clear my in and out point. I'm going to call up another clip. I'm just going to actually randomly select something. So let's imagine we want to get this crazy look of his here. Now I want to do an overwrite and drop him into this position without moving my VO. But I also don't want to overwrite my VO track, which is on track number 1. Now I happen to know and remember that we've been working with this, and he's got several tracks of audio, and if I'm not careful, his audio is going to overwrite the VO. Notice that A1 is dimmed down. You've got these orange boxes around all these elements. That means that if I turn that on, when I do the overwrite, it's going to take all 4 tracks and cut them here into the timeline. So let's go ahead and press F10. And it did go ahead and overwrite my VO. That's not what I want. I'm going to undo that. Instead, I'm going to take this track destination selector. I'm going to dim it down, and I'm going to say avoid track 1. I don't want any edits to go down onto track 1. I'll do F10, and now it skipped track 1, preserving my VO. What if at the same time, instead of putting him on V1, I want to edit him up on V2? After all, we can do multi-track editing. So let's go ahead. I'm going to pull this down just a touch so we can see V2, undo, and what I'm going to do here is click and drag V1 up to V2. This is called track patching what we've just done. What we've done is taken V1 from the source and we're patching it to video track 2. So now when I do that overwrite, he ends up on video track 2 instead of video track 1. Let's undo that. Finally, if at the same time I wanted track 1 on the source side to actually get edited into this timeline, but I want to put it on track 2, well, I'm going to manual patch that as well. I'm going to take A1, I'm going to turn on A1 first. So now I've got this active. I'm going to click and drag A1, patch it down to A2. So now on the source side A1 is now being patched to the father track. I'll go ahead, overwrite, and that's exactly what we've done. Now, personally, I find a lot of these keyboard shortcuts a little difficult to remember. If you feel the same way, just remember you can reassign keyboard shortcuts in the project settings. And to refresh yourself, just go into the Edit menu, scroll down to the bottom to reveal the set of shortcuts that deals with your auto target selection and your track selection. If you find yourself spending most of your time doing editing, then you're going to spend a lot of time here in the timeline. As a colorist, when I'm on the edit page, I actually spend most of my time in the inspector, and that's what we're going to talk about now, because the inspector deals with all sorts of additional options we have that aren't immediately apparent here on the user interface. So how do you get to the inspector? Well, there are a couple ways. One of them is this little inspector button up top. I'll click that open, and it opens a new panel, and I need to have a shot selected for it to fill out whatever it's going to do. Now I can select on audio, and on audio I've got a bunch of these tools, including an equalizer, or a 4-band equalizer that's pretty nifty, and we'll be taking a little bit of a look at this when we talk about the Fairlight page. It gets replicated in the Fairlight page. But what we're going to talk about now is on video. So if I select a clip and take a look at the video side of it, there we go. Now we've got all sorts of controls in here, from opacity, transforms, cropping. There's a dynamic zoom function. We've got retiming and scaling controls. And if you're on the studio version, you can use this lens correction. If I try it right now, I'm going to get a big fat watermark. That's what it looks like. It gives me a warning, tells me a bunch of stuff, and even gives me a useful link to go ahead and buy it right now. I'm going to go ahead, click Not Yet, and reset the lens correction to make that watermark go away. So I just want to show you very quickly how you can do a quick resize. And there are two ways. One is using all of these numerical inputs. I can hover over any of these inputs, click and drag left and right to zoom in and zoom out. I can reset at any time by using the little reset button to the right of each of these rows. So I'll reset that. On zoom, I can zoom X and Y independently by breaking the little lock icon. Reset that. Of course, you can reposition in the same manner, and we've got rotation and a bunch of different controls. Also useful is flip, so I can flip horizontally, flip vertically, and do that right here in the inspector. The other thing that I use all the time is the cropping controls, so crop left, crop right, top, bottom, and there are some softness controls, although it's not a per edge softness, it's an overall softness. And if I want to reset the entire thing, there's a master reset for each of these sections. If you're more of a want to manipulate the image kind of person as opposed to these numerical inputs, you can come down here to this pull down, click on transform, and now I've got controls directly on the viewer itself. If I want to maintain the aspect ratio, I'm going to have to zoom out, and I've got my middle scroll wheel and I'm zooming out, and I'll grab one of these edges in order to maintain the aspect ratio and put it however I want to put it. And I can do the same thing with cropping, so I can change this tool into a crop tool, and now I'm cropping the image instead of resizing the image. Go ahead and use that master reset on transform and crop. And then I can come up to this little pull down here and select fit, and it resizes back to where I was. And if I want to get rid of these edge controls, I'll just click on this icon, and now the on-screen widget disappears. You'll want to be sure to pull up that inspector whenever you want to manipulate your image in some way other than just moving it around on the timeline. You've got a lot of controls in there, and we'll be looking at a couple more a little bit later. At this point, we've learned how to put clips into a timeline, how to move clips around a timeline. We've learned the tips and tricks for manipulating edit points and refining our edit. We've taken a look at the inspector and all of the tools that we can use to manipulate our images. Now, let's take a look at transitions, and we're talking dissolves and wipes mostly, and some of the things we can do here in DaVinci Resolve to speed up your interaction when working with transitions. Let's switch to the project we imported earlier, or rather restored, which is the OAC Spot Conformed. Because this is a lot more fun to do when you've got like a fully formed timeline here. Let's also hide the inspector, which we had open in the previous movie. And I'm going to Shift Z. I'm also going to clean up some of this stuff that's going on here. We're going to put this to heads and tails. We're going to hide the audio waveforms. We're going to make audio smaller. We'll even make video smaller, so we get a better look at everything that's going on in here. And there we go. So we've got all the tracks in this timeline all lined up. So where do you find your transitions? Well, transitions in DaVinci Resolve are considered an effect, so we're going to open up the effects library. Now, that just turned this left-hand column into a split column where I've got transitions in the lower half and the media pool in the upper half. Let's hide the media pool. We're going to give this all over to our effects library, and it's broken up into video transitions and audio transitions. We really won't look at audio. It works pretty much exactly the same way it does with video. Now, let's pick an edit for this to happen in, and I'm also going to Alt-X to clear our in and out points, and we're going to zoom in, and this shot looks pretty good. Do we have heads and tails? If I click and hold, I see I've got a little heads and tails on the left side of the edit point and a little heads and tails on the right side of the edit point. That's what we need in order to have a transition work. It needs some extra frames on each side of the edit. And I'm going to do just a simple cross dissolves. The easiest way is to click, drag, and drop. And now you see the icon for our dissolve. I'm also going to go ahead, we're seeing some marker notes through here. I'm going to hide that. And you do that by going up in the options menu and uncheck show marker overlays. So we just take a look at the image. Now I'm going to press the / key, and it's going to play around this transition. And yeah, there we go. We've got ourselves a dissolve. Very simple, very easy. Now to adjust the length of the transition, a couple ways. You can double click on the dissolve, and it pulls up an inspector for the transition. So every transition has its own inspector, and I can hover and drag over this inspector and change the length of it. I can also come to the edges of this dissolve and adjust the length of it. I can change the alignment to start on the edit, end on the edit, or center on the edit, and I'll have to readjust the length of it there. One of the interesting things on a cross dissolve is there are a lot of different styles of cross dissolve. So I'm sitting in the middle of this cross dissolve, and what we're looking at is a typical video dissolve, but there's a film dissolve that tends to retain the highlights, and the highlights are about the last thing that dissolves out. There's also additive, subtractive, highlight, shadows. Play with all of these. They will give you very different looks. These last four start getting a little effecty. So if you're looking for something that has kind of a video transition feel, something that's a little bit more bizarre, you can switch to one of these. Now, one of the more interesting things is we've got this long list of transitions. We've called up this dissolve into the inspector. Guess what? Right from the inspector, we can change to any of these transitions that are listed in the effects library. So if I want to change this to, I don't know, what is X-Wipe, I'll go ahead, I've selected X-Wipe. Oh, there it is, you can see it looks like it's going to create an X. I'll go ahead, hit that slash button to play around the edit. And we've got a quick little wipe going there, which is an X shape. Now, one transition I tend to use whenever I'm covering up a jump cut is smooth cut. And I'm going to click, drag, and drop it on top of the existing transition. It's now replaced it. And now if I play around, it's doing a weird morph. This really comes into play best when you're covering a jump cut, but it's really, the smooth cut is a morph dissolve. And that's my quick download to you on transitions. Very versatile. We've got a decent selection here. You can buy third-party transitions, third-party plugin packages. They will show up in your effects library, and you will be able to apply them on your timeline. Let's face it, at some point, all of us want to add some sort of effect to our video images. It could be glows, it could be noise, it could be some sort of scan lines, right? This is something we all want to do. And in DaVinci Resolve, in Resolve 14 for the first time, we can add these to our clips in the edit page. Now, it does add a little bit of complexity for your colorist who suddenly gets an image that has these effects and he doesn't know where they came from. But we'll look at that in a moment so that if you're a colorist, you know where to look for effects added on the edit page. So we're going to pick up in our OAC spot conformed, and I'm going to look for a relatively bright shot. And I kind of like this one to show what I'm about to show. And we're going to take a look at the built-in filters that ships with every version of DaVinci Resolve. And they're called Open Effects. So Open Effects is the broad type of plugins that they are. These are open architecture. It's an open architecture plugin format. And so you're going to have third-party plugins sold as Open Effects plugins. And those plugins are candidates to install into DaVinci Resolve. The filters that ship default with DaVinci Resolve are called Resolve Effects. And Blackmagic has done a nice job of categorizing these Resolve effects into different categories. So we've got our blurs, our color effects. Scroll down, we've got generators, light effects, refinements, repairs, sharpen, stylize, right? You get the idea. I mean, there's a nice selection of effects that come with every version of DaVinci Resolve, but some of them are studio-only effects, and they will generate that big, horrible watermark we looked at before. Let me show you an example of one that I kind of like. It's the glow. So here under Resolve Effects Light, if for some bizarre reason we wanted Dad here to have a glow happening, I would just click, drag it onto the shot, and now you'll see that there's a new Open Effects tab in the inspector. So when I select the clip, the inspector pops up. I've got this glow thing. I can adjust the threshold, and we can start going for, say, a dream effect in here. Lots of parameters to control. Now, these are the same exact Resolve effects that we can access on the color page here in the Open Effects panel. We'll take a look at that a little bit later. The thing I want to show you on here is if you look at the node tree, you don't see any indication that there's an effects applied. Clearly, I look at this image and I know there's an effect that's been applied. If you take a look at the thumbnail, underneath there is a little badge that says effects. That's my indication as the colorist that there's something happening on the edit page, some sort of effect being applied on the edit page. And you can stack up effects. If I wanted to, I could also add light rays. And I can change the ordering, the stacking order of these effects by moving these up and down. Although this can get very, very processor intensive if you're not careful. How do you remove a filter? That's a good question. That's why we've got these little trash can icons. So I'll click on those trash cans and they're gone. Now, not to make you feel bad if you're using the free version, but one of my favorite studio-only effects is film grain. And this is almost alone worth the purchase price. Combine this with noise reduction, and I think the purchase price for the studio version nowadays is well worth it. Yes, I know I've reached a limitation. This is a studio-only effect, not yet. But one of the things I love about it is we've got a lot of different grain presets. You've got different overlay modes you can apply to them, and you've got some decent control over your film grain, and it rivals a lot of third-party film grain plugins. So I just point this out to you as something to consider when you're thinking about whether or not you should buy the studio version of DaVinci Resolve, and I'll go ahead and delete that. And that's the 101 on working with filters on the edit page. Like I said, we can also work with these Resolve Effects filters in the color page. We'll be talking about that a little bit later. What would a nonlinear editor be without some sort of title tool? I'll tell you what it would be deficient is what it would be. And DaVinci Resolve, of course, has a title tool. So let's take a look at it. We are going to continue in this OAC spot conform that we've been working on. And we're going to add our title to it. And maybe we're going to add a lower third to dad here. And so where you find it is again in this effects library, in the toolbox under titles. Now, Resolve has some basic default titles. There's lower thirds, left, middle, and right. There's a scroll title tool for, say, doing a roll, a credit roll. And then you've got text. And these all basically work the same way. Let's start with our text. And we just click and drag and drop it onto a video track. I'll put this onto video track number 2. And it's got some default title. I'll click on it and it pops up in the inspector. If the inspector is closed and you want to open it up, what you can do is press Command 9 on the Mac or Control 9 on the PC, and that automatically opens up your inspector. And there's some default text that's placed in here. And you've got fonts and font faces, colors, sizing, spaces. You've got some kind of kerning controls, although not the kind of kerning you can do in After Effects. There's alignment for centering left and right, positioning. So if you want to position it, and I've found in DaVinci Resolve in some software, you really want to use these positioning tools in order to maintain the quality of the text as you move it around. Let's make this larger. So I'm going to click and drag to make this a lot larger. But what if I go ahead and use the sizing control? So I can come over here into the video tab, and now I've got my normal video controls, and I can use my position tools here to adjust the position as well. You know, I suggest you pick one set of tools or the other, otherwise you will confuse the heck out of yourself. So I'm just going to go ahead and reset, although I haven't found that there's a quality hit when using these transforms. Of course, you've got drop shadow controls, and you won't see the drop shadow until you start applying offset. And then you've got blur and opacity for your drop shadow. Though that blur control really does seem kind of weak in this version of DaVinci Resolve. Stroke background. Actually, I like this background one a lot, and so let me set this title back to a normal size. So I might end up having it kind of like that. And let's make believe this is actually a website. So I've typed in www.yourweightmatters.org. Of course, I got to shrink this down so it fits. I am going to recenter this back up, so I'll reset this. And then I'm just going to position the Y down here. And let's take that drop shadow, tighten it up a little bit. And now what I want to do is give it a bit of a background. And I actually found this to be somewhat useful. It's not immediately obvious what you have to do. You have to set your height. There's a default width that's already set, but height is set to 0. So in order to get this to be seen, you got to click up your height. There we go. Now we have a height set. And now we can position the X and Y of that background, give it a slightly different color. So let's pull up our color palette here. Maybe give it, well, let's go blue against his red shirt. Click OK. Now we've got that blue background. I can still move this whole thing down. So I'll come back up here and drop down the Y. The background moves with it. So if you're looking for a super quick background, you can actually build, if you spend a little bit of time on this, you can actually build yourself a nice little background to help support your text. Now, let's take a quick look at how one of these lower thirds differs from the basic title tool. So I'll come in here, I'll drop in this left lower third, And you can see I've got 2 lines of text, and that's really what these lower thirds give you, 2 lines of text. There's the top line, so this is going to be name, and then on the bottom, position. And each has its own set of text tools allowing you to customize exactly how this looks. And then there's a general set of drop shadows and backgrounds that supports both of these together. Now, I will say that I really like the text generator as long as the text isn't in motion. The moment you put the text in motion, DaVinci Resolve still really hasn't gotten the motion blur on text thing down, and it tends to have a very video look. So if you decide that you want your text in motion, check it out before you fully commit to keyframing your text. Make sure you don't go so far down this road you carefully design your text only to realize you don't like how it comes in and out. So you may want to consider moving text to be done in a third-party application. When a colorist evaluates an image, there are 3 components we're looking at: contrast, hue, and saturation. In this movie, we're starting by looking at the tools that help us evaluate contrast. Now, contrast is often referred to as exposure. Contrast and exposure are both about the brightness of an image and the relationship of the darkest values to the brightest values and those values in between. When we first evaluate an image, we can't just look at the image and stare at it, because the problem is our brains start normalizing or auto-balancing the image after about 45 seconds or so. In other words, the longer we look at it, the more correct it looks, and that's why we use scopes. They're great for helping us make these first initial objective decisions about our image. Now, DaVinci Resolve ships with 4 different types of scopes, and we're starting by discovering which ones we use for evaluating contrast and exposure. Now, what we're going to do is import a new project that I've delivered to you in the exercise files. So if you have access to the exercise files, go ahead and select Import, navigate to them, and in the Projects Media folder, we're opening up Understanding Scopes, Chapter 5.drp. I'll click Open. Cool thing is, there's no relinking here. We're using generated images from DaVinci Resolve itself. I'll double click to open it up. And I've got 2 sets of grayscales in here. And let me show you why. I'm going to open up the color page and then hit play. And there we go. We are on this first grayscale. And it's a grayscale ramp, and it moves perfectly from left to right. And it's a perfect ramp. Visually, it looks like there's a lot of white up here, and then it kind of has this huge ramp that's biased towards the left side of the image. This is where scopes really help us out. So as we learned earlier, there are several places to find scopes in DaVinci Resolve. Let's go ahead and use our keyboard shortcut, Control-Shift-W. This pulls up our scopes, and I'm going to switch to our 1-up scopes. We've got 4-up, 2-up, and 1-up. I'm switching to 1-up, and what's popping up for me is waveform. If that doesn't pop up for you, use this pull down, select waveform. Let me check my settings here. And yeah, so this is all looking good. You should see a straight line. See how perfectly straight this line is? That's because we have a linear ramp. It's perfectly moving up the grayscale left to right from black to white. Even though visually this ramp seems heavily biased to the left side of the image, that's just how our visual system works, and automatically shows you one of the problems we have when we just use our eyes to evaluate images. We might end up making bad choices. So this waveform is showing me pure black on the bottom and 100% white on the top. Now you're seeing that it's set in a scale of 0 to 1023. That refers to 10-bit. We work in 10-bit at least here in DaVinci Resolve, and that means we have 1,024 steps from pure black to pure white. It's labeled 1023 because number 1 starts at 0, but it is 1,024 steps. Now, the important thing to remember about waveform monitors is that they read from left to right. So black is always on the bottom, white is always on the top. And then the left side of your image is always on the left, and the right side of your image is always on the right. If I down arrow to the next grayscale, I flop the image, and now it's going from white on the left side of the image and coming down to black on the right side of the image. Let's take a look at the image itself, and that's precisely what's happening. Now, here's the interesting thing. Now, let's take a look at how this works on a real image. So let's jump into our OAC spot conformed. I'll save chapter 5. And now let's pull up a scope here. And let's do a quick evaluation of the scope. We're still in the waveform. And while I wouldn't say that this is in a narrow range, it's certainly not going all the way up to 1023 or dropping all the way down to 0. In other words, there's nothing that's truly black or truly white. Also notice how we've got some clipping going on. You see how this trace right here looks like a mountaintop, like someone just chopped off a mountaintop and it's flat like that. That's typically an indication of clipped out detail. If we take a look at the image itself, well, look at that. What's being clipped out is this window up here. And there is a direct correspondence. Let me hide the gallery to give us a bit more room. I'm going to hide our clips and our timeline. Let's just kind of line this up left to right, and you see there's a relationship. There's this bright window here, corresponds to this section in here. We've got this red shirt that Dad's wearing. That corresponds to this section in here. So we have that one-to-one relationship left to right. But if I were to come back into the edit page, take this shot, open up the inspector. Let's close up our scopes for a second. Open up the inspector, and I'm going to flip it upside down. So let's pull up our scopes. Notice the waveform doesn't flip upside down. The brightest values are always at top. The darkest values are always on the bottom, even when it's upside down, yet we still get the same left-right. I've switched back into the color page, and we still have this bright window here on the right side. We still have Dad in his red shirt in this section right in here. So we still have this one-to-one left-to-right relationship, even though the image is upside down. One more thing about the waveform. I often like modifying its options, so I'll come to the options menu and turn on Y. And notice I've got now just a white trace, as opposed to when I turn it off, I've got this RGB overlay. When we're looking at this and we see these RGB traces, what we're looking at is the red channel, the green channel, and the blue channel overlaid on each other. So here is just red, green, blue. Let's build this back up. And now we've got red, green, and blue. Now what's the deal with the white? Where'd the white come from? Well, wherever red, green, and blue are precisely the same values, that's when it turns white. That means there's no color bias. So there's some elements in here that have a red push, and what looks like might be that red push, it's probably this strip over here. I've got other elements that have a blue push, like on the left side here. Well, that's not surprising. I see some blue traces up here. Guess what? We've got some bright blue on this towel in the foreground. But what I like to do is turn this off and look at the Y only. The Y only sums red, green, and blue together and gives me the brightness values. When you put all three colors together, this gives me their overall brightness of the image. And then what I do is, let's put this up into 2-up. I'll pair up this waveform set with the Y turned on, and on the second side, I'll select the parade. And remember how we had the red, green, and blue all on top of each other? That's what the parade is. It's red, green, and blue, but side by side. They're not overlapping with each other. So now I can see color bias in the image. For instance, this image clearly is a little bit warmer than it is cooler. The blues, you see how the blues dip down a little bit here. The reds are a little stronger. The green is a little stronger than the blue. So I know I have a little bit of a red, maybe green push in here. And that's what I'm getting from the RGB parade. Whereas here on this Y-only waveform, I'm getting brightness values. And this will help me make decisions about where I want to put my pure white, and if there's any true black, where I might want to put true black down here. Now that you've learned how to use waveform and RGB parades, let's look at how you can objectively evaluate the colorfulness of an image. When it comes to evaluating saturation, which is the colorfulness of our images, or hue, which is the color of our images, I'm not looking at the waveform. I'm focusing on the vector scope and the parade scope. Now, the vector scope is dedicated to visualizing hue and saturation in a way the parade scope doesn't. So let's take a look. And we're going to jump back into the grayscale project we imported at the beginning of this chapter. Let's jump into the color page and open up our scopes, and we will put ourselves into the one-up view and pull up the vector scope. So what have we got going on the vector scope here? Well, we got a couple things going on. Number one, it's a circle, it's a wheel, and this is actually a color wheel. And if you look really closely, you can see there are little letters next to each of these target boxes. Those are color targets. So we've got 3 primaries, red, green, and blue, and then 3 secondaries, yellow, magenta, and cyan. And here's the thing, halfway between green and red is yellow, halfway between red and blue is magenta, and halfway between green and blue is cyan. So these are not some random colors, these are actually derivatives perfectly derived from the 3 primary colors of the color system we use in digital video, which is red, green, and blue. And you can think of this as a circle, as a color wheel, 360 degrees. Also notice the relationship between red, this red target, and the color wheels. We've got red, blue, green, yellow, magenta, cyan. So if you get confused, you see a trace coming out in the middle of here and you're wondering, wait, what color is that? Well, one way to do that is just kind of map that where around the 360 degree circle is it on the color wheel, and you'll understand what color it is you're looking for or you're looking at. Now there's some options on here. One option that's currently turned on that might not be for you is this show skin tone indicator. I'm going to turn that off. This is usually the default for how the vector scope looks. We can turn on and work with this skin tone indicator, although take this as a suggestion. The objective is not to put every single skin tone on this line. The truth is skin tones live in a cloud, a kind of oval-shaped cloud around this line, and the point is to get your skin tone somewhere in here that look natural, but every human being has variation in their skin tone. Do not destroy that variation by forcing all of your skin tones to perfectly sit on this line. And for that reason, and for our purposes right now, I am going to turn off the skin tone indicator. Now, sometimes the vector scope is way too dim, and usually the default on the intensity of the vector scope is way down here on the left-hand side. If that's the case for you right now, go ahead and kick it up. So it's about 50% of the way there. Sometimes, usually that's a little too intense, maybe just below 50%, kind of like that. All right, so why aren't I seeing anything right now? Where's my color? Well, if I look at the image, there is no color. It is a perfect grayscale, and the way the vector scope works, anything that's neutral is in the middle of the grayscale. It has no color. Black and white pixels live right there, right in the middle of this grayscale, and it doesn't matter the brightness. Brightness doesn't really play into the vector scope. It's purely colorfulness and hue. Until we start adding color, it doesn't matter how bright or dark, it's going to live right there in the middle of the vector scope. So let's start adding some color in here, and if I take the gain and push it up towards magenta, look at that, we're starting to get a push towards magenta. If I start pushing the midtones towards green, now I'm starting to wrap the midtones around, and the vector scope is starting to reflect that. And let's take the lift and push it up warm, or maybe let's pull it down to cool, and you can see the vector scope is changing. And when we look at the image itself, yeah, I mean, we've got cyan down here, we've got some magentas up here, and it kind of loops around. So we've got magenta in the brightness values, some cyan in the middle values. And so this doesn't show us brightness, it only shows us colorfulness. And the more colorful we become, the further out from center this trace goes. So as I add more and more saturation and really start pushing it out, this moves further and further away from the center and out towards the targets. And the goal is not to let anything beyond this imaginary bounding box that connects these boxes together. Now let's take a look at this on a real image. Let's close this out and jump back into our OAC spot conformed. Yeah, this image will work for us. So I'll go ahead, open up our scopes using the keyboard shortcut, which is Command-Shift-W on a Mac or Control-Shift-W on a PC. And this is what a real image looks like. I've got a bunch of traces. Some of them are going a little towards blue cyan. The majority of it is pushing in the upper left quadrant, a little warmer, with a little bit of green and a little bit of magenta going in here. And if I go ahead and use our saturation controls to pump that up, you see how we can really push that color. I could push it even further by taking my red highlights, my red gain, and pushing them out. And now you can see I'm starting to get some colors that go beyond that bounding box. As I said, you don't want to do that, so then that's your indication to either pull back on the color wheel or pull back on your saturation. And if I make this a completely black and white image, look what happens. It doesn't matter. There's no trace at all because now everything is neutral. To finish out this little section, let's talk about how I like setting up my scopes. I'll often run two different ways. I'll run in a 2-up view like this, and I'll usually go 4x3. And on one side, I'll have my parade scopes, and on the other side, I'll have my waveform. So I'm seeing a lot of color balance information here on the parade, as well as my brightness information on the waveform. Let me double click, undo that desaturation we did. And this does show some of that color push towards the red. So I get some information from the parades. If I have a big color imbalance, I'll see that just as I would in the vector scope. When I want to see the vector scope, I'll usually run up in 4-up, and then I'll have parade waveform and then vector scope down here. The histogram, if you're comfortable with the histogram already, feel free to use it. I find that as a colorist, I tend not to use the histogram. I don't find it as useful to me in digital video as you might in digital photography. But if you're comfortable and understand how to use a histogram, it reads just the way you would expect it. And be sure to pull up these options here on your histogram. Sometimes we run into a problem where we've got too much color in our images, just like I showed you. Now, that might be because you're trying to get your flesh tones where you want, and then all of a sudden other elements in the image start getting too saturated. Is there a tool here in Resolve that will warn me if an image has become too saturated? That's what we're talking about next. Should you care if your images meet the specifications of broadcast legality, even if you never plan to deliver to a broadcast network? My answer? Yes. Because in the end, we all render our images to industry standard codecs, and these codecs all support and have the same limitations of broadcast images. For most of us, that's HD video, Rec 709. Generally speaking, the highest quality images come from adhering to industry limitations on your max brightness and max saturation. But moving images have a tendency to have these momentary excursions that you might miss. It happens for a frame or two. And that's where two sets of tools in DaVinci Resolve come into play. We're continuing where we left off in the last movie, which is OAC Spot Conformed. I am here on shot number 1, and I've taken it and added a little bit of red into the gain here, just to push the image towards a little bit of illegality, right? We're starting to push this a little too red. Let's also kick up our saturation. And the first question is there an automated tool that will help us know when we've got excess saturation? And let's take a look. Let's jump into the View menu, and there's an option, Display Broadcast Safe Exceptions. I'm going to turn that on. And you start seeing, as I push this saturation up, you can see that little yellow on the red shirt. That red shirt is starting to clip out on me. And you can even see on the vector scope. Let me turn this vector scope to a 1-up. And let's switch over to the vector scope. And you see how we got that hard edge there, that defined edge? That's always an indication that you've pushed it too far. And this little broadcast safe exception, this false color display, is also confirming what our eyes are saying on the vector scope. So I probably wouldn't want to push this image any further than right about here. But there's even another thing we can do. Imagine we've got this set and we like the saturation right around here, but for some reason there's some sort of flashing light or something going on that takes this red and momentarily, for a frame or two, pushes it out here and we don't realize it. There's another tool we can turn on, and we looked at it briefly very early in this series, that can help automate and keep it from the point where this broadcast safe exceptions, this false color pops on, and that's in project settings, where we go to color management and come on down to broadcast safe. I'm going to click this and say make broadcast safe, and I have three different options. Essentially, the first option is the loosest set of criteria, and the last option is the tightest set of criteria, and then this is in the middle. I tend to run in the middle unless I'm actually delivering to a broadcast network, and they will specify to me how they want me to run. Some of them are perfectly happy at -20 to 120. Others are absolutely adamant, 0 to 100. Let's set this to -10 to 110. I'll click save, and that's when this will come into play. And let's see if we see anything different. Nope, not yet. Let's push that saturation up, and it helps a little bit, but you know what? We're still getting this broadcast safe exception. Let's go ahead. I'm going to push this up even a little bit more. And let's try that once again, but let's go tighter. Let's go 0 to 100. Save. And now you'll notice that more and more of this is coming up as false color, because the false color is taking its indication from where you set your broadcast safe. So I've set my broadcast safe to be very, very conservative, and so the false color is now getting very conservative. If I push this up, it's warning me, it's saying, hey, you're in the yellows, you're starting to push this too far, Patrick, but the broadcast safe is keeping me from really pushing this into these blues. These blues is where we're definitely clipping out some data. So I'm going to pull this back, and there we go. Get rid of those blues. So the yellow is your warning. That's your approaching broadcast illegality. And then the blues is, yeah, you've gone too far, man. You got to pull back. Now, because of that, I tend not to turn on display broadcast safe exceptions because it's giving me lots of warning. Just because it's yellow doesn't mean it is illegal. It just means I'm approaching illegality. When I'm color correcting, I don't like seeing that. As you learn how to color correct, as you get used to working with scopes and this notion of broadcast safe, feel free to run with the false colors turned on. That's okay, but because they tend to pop on before I actually have any illegality, after a while you're going to find that they get in the way, and it's okay to run with them off. You can always toggle them on and off just to double check yourself, make sure you're not doing anything wrong. But if you stick with the vector scope, stay within those targets, you'll be good. And the thing I like about the broadcast safe filter is it's automated. And that will also help you, if you miss these momentary excursions, it'll help protect you from that. And it's kind of like, a rear seat driver who's just working in the background and doesn't get in your way. When it comes to color correction, probably the easiest tool to use in almost any software are the three-way color wheels. The color wheels in Resolve are designed to help you control contrast, exposure, and color in a single compact design. The controls on each color wheel are identical. They differ only in their bias. In other words, one wheel affects mostly the shadows, one wheel affects mostly the midtones, and one wheel affects mostly the highlights. But there's a broad overlap between these wheels, resulting in a tool that's very kind to your images. Even if you make really big moves, it tends not to break them. Let me show you what I mean. And we're going to jump back into our Understanding Scopes Chapter 5 project that we imported earlier in this chapter. I'm going to go ahead and reset this color grade. And one quick tip is to do that. I'm going to come up to Color, reset all grades and nodes, and now it's going to reset this to default. And I'm going to go back to shot number 1 and open up our scopes, and we don't even want to look at the image. We just want to look at the waveform because I want to show you what these tools are doing. And you could do this in any software that you use. If you want to understand what a tool is doing to your image when you're color correcting, pull up a grayscale image that's a perfect ramp like this one is, and start pulling and pushing on your images. And this grayscale ramp will do a great job showing you what's going on. For instance, what does our gain exposure wheel actually do to our images when we adjust it? You've probably adjusted this and have no idea really where its limitations are. Where does it stop affecting? Does it affect all the way down to 0 black is the real question. Let's take a look. I'm going to take the gain exposure wheel. I'm going to click on the exposure wheel and drag to the left and watch down here at 0 and see what happens at 0 black. And notice how it's just pivoting on 0 black. In other words, what this test is telling us is that the gain wheel doesn't change anything that's at 0 black, but changes just about everything above it. Now, the closer you get to pure white, the bigger the change is. So my whites now have been lifted all the way up to here, and then they're going to drop all the way down to here, while this range of pixels, it just moves in this tiny little range here, a couple percentage points as we make this move. So this gain wheel does affect, but mostly it affects the highlights. Now to reset that, I'm going to click the gain reset wheel. Let's try this again on the lift. We're going to go on the opposite side here and take a look and see if it affects anything at pure white, and take a look and see what it does with the pixels at pure black. And yeah, so pure black, heavily adjusted, but pure white doesn't move at all. So anything at 100% white stays where it is, and then the closer you get to black, the bigger effect lift has, but it still affects all these pixels in here as well. Something to keep in mind. Now, what's gamma going to do? Well, let's take a look. Keep a look at the endpoints here. And yeah, so 0 black and 100% white are pinned. Everything else is being adjusted, but notice, where does the majority of the adjustment seem to take effect? In other words, what pixels seem to be affected most? And I would say it's those pixels probably in this range down here are most affected. And that actually kind of makes sense, because remember when I mentioned when we look at this grayscale, it feels like most of the gradient is happening in this range here, even though it is a perfect gradient. This is a perfectly linear line. Every step is equidistant, just the way the human visual system works, that we see in this range with a lot more detail than we see in pure black or up here into the highlights. And so the tool reflects that bias, and so that gamma has that biggest effect in there, where our eyes are most attenuated. I'll go ahead and reset that. Now, before I click and drag and change the color, I am going to change the option here out of Y only to RGB. So we see the RGB overlay on this scope. And now let's pull and drag. And yeah, you can see how the 3 color channels are being affected. But notice as they get to black, they're not being touched. Let's go ahead and reset that. Let's try the lift. Pull that towards blue. Exact opposite. As you get to 100% white, unaffected. But man, those shadows are really being lifted and affected by this move. Reset. What happens on our gamma? Same thing. 0 black pixel and the 100% white pixel, largely unaffected, but everything else in between heavily affected. I'll reset that. All right, so now let's jump into a project. We'll jump into our OAC spot conformed. Go ahead and save that if you want. I'm going to close out this window, and we have an old correction from a previous movie on here. Once again, I want to reset this. I know that this was only done in the primaries because I can see the little bars thing that indicates primaries. If I hover over that node, it tells me, oh, primary balance is what you did, Patrick. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do a master reset on my primary color wheels. There we go. So we're back to normal. Also notice I no longer have the little rainbow around the shot number, which indicates that there's no color correction going on. So let's take a quick look and see how we would use the color wheels for a quick balance right here. I'm going to cover over the image. I'm just going to focus on my scopes. I'm going to take my waveform. I'm going to switch it back to Y only, so it gives me only my brightness values. I'm going to switch the second one up to the parade. And then I've got my vector scope down there. I think I'm all set. So what I want to do, well, the first thing I want to do is I'm going to look and work on the outsides. Remember the overlap we saw between all 3 of these tools? The key to working efficiently with the 3-way color wheels is to work on the outsides first and then work to the inside. Which outside you pick depends on what your image looks like. For instance, on this image, the biggest problem are these clipped highlights. When I see a clipped highlight like that, it indicates to me that it needs to be pinned at 1023, all the way at the top, because there's detail that lives above there, clipped out. It deserves to be all the way at the top. So that means I'm going to take my gain and lift that up until the top of that waveform is at 1023. Right about there is good. And then in terms of black, I kind of have to look, does this deserve to have pure black, like zero black in here? Probably not. It's kind of a bright image. So I'll just drop the blacks down a touch right there. And in terms of colorfulness, it looks all right. In terms of saturation, maybe we'll give it a little bit just to see what it looks like when we hide out our scopes. We'll hide out our scopes. I'm going to hide the clips so I get a better look at this image. And then I'm going to toggle the color correction on and off using this bypass all grades. And there we go. So yeah, we've brightened up the image. We've made it pop a little bit. There's probably a little bit more work I'd want to do. Maybe there's a little bit of a red bias in here. If I open up the scopes, yeah, you see that red bias right in there. So what we could do, that's mostly in the highlights and maybe in the upper midtones. So let's just take our highlights a touch and just put a little bit towards blue. I want a little less red, a little more blue. So I'm going to drag away from red, way towards blue. Let's hide our scopes. And now let's do a before and after. So I'm going to bypass. There we go. Yeah, that's looking better to me. A little more natural. Work yet to do, but it's a good starting point. One more quick tip. If you're having problems dialing in skin tones, then you're probably trying to dial them in using gamma. It seems natural, but skin tones are frequently much darker than you think. And the problem might be more quickly fixed using a slight tweak to the lift color wheel. It may seem strange, but it's true. In the first chapter in this series, we talked a little bit about nodes, but what I really want to do now is dig much deeper into them. They are fundamental to building color grades here in DaVinci Resolve, and if you don't understand nodes, you will never, ever reveal a tenth of what DaVinci Resolve can really do for you. So let's take a look, and let's go ahead and import the end state of the previous project. For those of you who maybe are just jumping in here, I've saved this off in the exercise files, projects media, end resolve projects, 0504 color wheels end. That's where we're going to start right now. I'm going to open that up. We're here on this first shot. And what I want to do also, just in case your UI looks different than mine, let's go ahead and do a quick reset UI layout. So we're all starting in the same place, and then I'm going to switch this back to full screen. There we go. So all of us now are starting in the exact same place, and I'm going to hide the timeline. I don't need that. And for the moment, I'm going to hide clips too, so we get the maximum space to the viewer, and then hide the gallery. And if I like this setup, just as a quick aside, I can go ahead and go to Layout Presets, Save Layout, and I'll save this as No Gallery. Click OK, and now I can pull this up at any point and get this exact precise layout. So here on the right-hand side is our node tree. We've talked about that earlier. But what exactly is going on here? I've got these lines and they're coming in and then they're going out. What the heck is this? You can think of this, and you can move him around, but I like to keep him right where he is. You can think of this as the input into the color page. So remember we talked about projects moving left to right through DaVinci Resolve? Well, you go from the media page, you load up your images. Those images get fed into the edit page where you edit and put your timelines together, and you can go into your inspector and make all sorts of changes. Those changes that you can do on the edit page get fed into the color page. And that's what this represents right here, the input from the edit page into the color page. The first node it hits, which in this case there's only one node, begins the color correction process. And then you'll see here on the left, we've got a little green ball there. And then on the right, there's a little green ball. Well, what that means is we're coming into the node always from the left, going out of the node always from the right, and in this case, we're coming out of the color page, and now in this case, feeding it into the Fairlight page. So the output of the color page and the output of this color correction is right here. And you can think of that as representing the Fairlight page. Now, of course, we could have multiple nodes in a tree. We can have many, many nodes, 20, 30 if you want. Let's add a node. I'm going to do it by right-clicking on the node, add node, and then add serial. When I do that, it adds a new serial node. These nodes, these default nodes, are called serial nodes because they feed serially one into the other. Notice on this, node number 2 has an input on the left and output on the right, and there's a connector connecting these. Let's go ahead and add a third node, but I don't want to connect it up to any of these for some reason. I'll go ahead and right-click in the gray area, add node, and there's a little bit of a kind of nomenclature, UI, inconsistency that's been here for many versions. When you right-click in the gray space and click Add Node, the serial node in here is actually called the corrector node. So I'll add this corrector node, simply a serial node, but now it adds it in the gray space. Notice there's no picture in there. That's because there's nothing feeding into it, right? The interior of these nodes always show you what you're doing inside that node. So if I come into node number 1 and I do that by double-clicking it, and notice how it has the orange border, that's the active node. Now, we've already done a color correction in here. This is what we started with. I don't want to affect that color correction. What I want to do is come in here into node number 2 and make a change. Now, the question you might be asking me is, Patrick, why aren't I seeing anything here? I'm seeing black. Well, that's because we're on first frame. If you remember, the shortcut for first frame was semicolon. If I use the shortcut for last frame, which is apostrophe, and if we go to first frame, it turns out, if you take a look on the timeline, if you really kind of zoom in, I'm using my center scroll wheel to zoom into this timeline, there's a fade up going on there. So to hide the fade up, I'm going to take this layer, I'm going to click unmix, and now when I click unmix, it will ignore all dissolves, all fades. If there were graphics on top of here, it would ignore anything that's on a video track above it. All right, now that I'm unmixed, I can see what's going on. We got node number 2 here, and let's take that and push it blue. And you see this node updates to show that the output of this node is this blue look to it. So we're moving serially left to right through the node tree. Now I can click and drag this node, and if I want to drop it in line, I bring it until I get the little plus bar. Now this little plus bar, it looks like I could drop it and it'll click in, it won't. You need to be a little bit more targeted than that and really hit that line, and now it drops it in. But if it doesn't for you, you may find you have to really be very, very careful dropping the node in. You got to make sure that the very tip of your mouse is hovering over the connector line before you release. In previous versions of DaVinci Resolve, the line would light up, and whenever it lit up, when you release the mouse, it would connect on. For some reason, it's not doing that in this version of Resolve, so it's very, very picky. And throughout this training, you'll see me drop nodes onto this serial line, and it won't always work. Now I can take the shadows on this, the lift. I'll push the lift way orange, pinky, and you see I've got this pinky end result in node number 3. Now, node operations can make a difference, so let's take node number 3, put it in front of node number 2. And how do we do that? Well, I can use the extract command, which is E on your keyboard. I'll press E. Now it removes it out of the tree. And for those of you who have used Resolve before this version, in older versions, doing this would break our color correction, and it would look like it does coming off a camera, or just like that. No longer. We can now have orphan nodes sitting out here, and it will only show you what's actually hooked up. So now let's take this and drop it in between. And remember, you have to be very, very precise and get the tip of your mouse over that connector line, or you may have to try this 2 or 3 times. And we end up with a different end result. You know, order of operations matters. So now we've got this orange push in the lift, followed by the blue push in the gain. So how do I reset a node if I'm not happy with it? Let's say we're happy with node number 2, that blue push, but we really hate what node number 3 is doing. Well, there are a couple things I can do. I can come up to the color menu and select Reset Selected Node Grade. What's selected? node number 3. I'll reset it. Node number 3 is set back to normal. It's being bypassed essentially. If I hover over it, I'm given the tooltip that there's no color correction in there. But node number 2 is still doing its thing, and node number 1 is still doing its thing. It's as if 3 was never here. What if I want to reset all 3 nodes at once, but leave them in place because I know that I'm going to do 3 corrections, one after the other? There's a command for that called reset grades and keep nodes. There you go. That's exactly what we've done. I've kept the node structure, reset all those nodes. I'm going to undo. There's a third option, which is reset all grades and nodes, and that'll just nuke everything and bring it back to its initial state. 1 node in default, nothing happening. I'll undo that. And I'm going to undo again to get our correction back into node number 3, this crazy correction. When I teach nodes to people who are new to DaVinci Resolve, one thing I like to tell them is don't try to do everything all in one node. If you want to add some blues to the highlights after you've already done your initial correction, expanded the highlights, you put the blacks where you want, you've added some saturation, now you want to add some blue to the highlights, add a new serial node. Do that blue push in that new serial node. Because then if you decide, oh, I don't like what I did with that blue, just turn off the blue. And you still have where you started. You don't have to try to precisely bring it back where you were before. This gives you a lot more flexibility. So you have a new thought, add a new node. You can keep adding nodes. You can have 10, 15. I typically never get that high because it starts getting a little unwieldy. But you can do it. I mean, you won't break Resolve by doing that. So feel free to add nodes as you need them. We've just scratched the surface here, but there's one really important question you probably have right now, which is, hey Patrick, how do I take a color correction from one shot and apply that to another shot now that I know how to use nodes? That's coming up next. When we're color correcting in DaVinci Resolve, the single most important add-on, a piece of hardware you can use to supplement your software is a 3-button mouse that has that middle click button. On this particular mouse, the scroll wheel acts also as a middle click button. And that's really important because I have met colorists who have been using Resolve for years, and I watch them copying color corrections from one shot to the other, and they've got some convoluted method they're using, and they didn't realize that if they just used a 3-button mouse, copying color corrections are literally a click away. Let's see what I'm talking about. We are back in 0504 Color Wheel's End. We've been working on this for a couple movies now. I've got this crazy correction set up, this crazy 3-node correction set up. And imagine I really like this. Who knows, maybe it's some crazy dream sequence, right? And now I go to the next shot and I want to copy that correction to the next shot. How do I do that? Well, the easiest way, well actually there are 2 easy ways. The traditional method is to turn on your clips timeline. I'll turn off the regular timeline. Now middle click, and there we go. I have perfectly replicated that node tree with a single click. Now there's another way of working, and let's go ahead and take node number 2. I'll double click it. Instead of pushing that red, let's have it push green. And you'll see in the thumbnails how thumbnail number 1 shows me it's pushing blue. Thumbnail number 2 is showing me it's pushing green. I get to shot number 3, and I want to copy from 2 shots back. Well, I could just middle click. That works. I'll undo. Or I can use the minus key, and that copies from 2 shots back. Or if I want to copy from shot number 2, 1 shot back, I'll use the equal key. That copies from 1 shot back. So you can imagine in a typical editing pattern where I'm cutting back and forth between 2 people, I'm always copying 2 shots back. So I'm on shot number 3, I copy back 2 back from shot 1, next shot, copy 2 back from shot 2. And so I got this pattern going as I'm cutting back and forth between shots, a very, very quick way of working. Of course, I hate all of these. So let's go ahead, and I've got shot number 6 selected. I'm going to shift click to shot number 2, come up to color and reset all grades and nodes. And now all of these are reset back to default. One other way of copying, not full grades but individual nodes is a nifty trick where you right-click on the thumbnail timeline of the shot you want to copy from, select Display Node Graph, and now I've got a little window here showing me the nodes that make up this shot. And if all I want to copy is node number 1, that did the initial contrast and saturation expansion. So let's say that's all I want to copy without any of this other nonsense on nodes number 2 and 3. I'll click, drag, and replace. And if all I wanted, say, is whatever's happening in node number 3, I could click, drag, drop that directly into the node tree and ignore this node number 2 that I don't want. If you want to get super fast on the color page, you will use these shortcuts. You will copy grades rather than having to reinvent them all the time or going through some convoluted method to open up nodes and copy them across. It's crazy what I've seen some people do. So secret weapon number 1, middle click wheel on your mouse. Secret weapon number 2, the minus and equal keys, especially on those dialogue scenes where you're cutting back and forth between those shots, copying 2 back, 2 back, 2 back. Brilliant how much quicker you will be. When you're working in the color page, it's not unusual to say, you know what, I'd really like to save this color correction that I've created and then come back to it later. Maybe I want to use it much later in the show, or maybe even use it in an entirely different project. Is there a way you can do that? The answer is yeah, absolutely, definitely. And it's called the gallery. The gallery is where we save off stills that we can reference when we're color correcting and matching 2 shots together, or that when we want to recall the grade for that still. Let's take a quick look at how that works. So we're continuing here on 0504 Color Wheel's End. We've created these 2 nonsense color grades here on shots 1 and 2. They're nonsense, but they prove a point. So what I'm going to do is open up the gallery, which we had hidden away, and it says no stills created. So clearly there must be a way to create a still to drop it in here, and there is. There are 2 ways. You can come up to the View menu, come up to Stills, and select Grab Still. Now, this may not be the best frame that's the most representative, so usually when I grab a still, I want to grab something that's representative of that shot, and this is definitely way more appropriate to grab that still with. Let's come back here, Stills, grab Still. Also notice the keyboard shortcut, Control-Alt-G on a PC, or that would be Command-Option-G on a Mac. Let's grab that. And our still exists there, and just like regular thumbnails, we have this little slider. We can make it larger. We can also open up the folders, and we can create folders of stills. We're going to leave it at its default for our purposes right now. I'm going to close that down. Let's come back into shot number 1. I'll press the up arrow key to go back 1 shot. And I'm going to select another frame here. I kind of like this one, the kid's in action, the basketball's in action. And I'm going to go ahead and grab that still. And what I'm going to do this time is right-click on the viewer. And right here is the grab still command. And that's been grabbed for us. Notice they're given numbers, 1.1.1, 1.2.1. So the first digit is the video track. These are all on video track 1. The second digit is the shot number. So this is shot number 1, this is shot number 2. And the third digit, which we won't really cover in this particular series, is versions. We can have multiple versions of these shots and cycle through them. And if we're on version number 2 of this shot, it would be 112. That's what that means, but you can rename them. So I can right-click, change label, and I can give it a name, Wide Nightmare. We're going to imagine this is a nightmare scene. And then we're going to relabel this one as MCU Nightmare. All right, so these are 2 nightmare scenes. That's how we're going to justify these terrible, terrible grades. And the advantage here is twofold. So if I come up to this shot number 5 here, and I want to match it to shot number 1, one thing I can do is right-click and select Play Still. So let's play that still. And now I go into this wipe mode where I can wipe between these 2 shots if I want to match them to each other. The other thing I can do is use this little icon here in order to turn that wipe on and off. The other thing to notice is as I wipe across, this wipe wraps. One option that I like to set in my user settings is under Preferences, User, Color, and I like turning this off. Wipe wraps when viewing reference stills. I turn that off, hit Save. Now watch what happens. When I get to the end, it stays on, and then this becomes a cut. And that's actually how I like matching shots together, is this way. And then occasionally, I might need to line up, say, the boy against the guy, and match them together, and so then I'll do that like half split there. You also have these options to change the direction of your wipe. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off for now. But there is one hidden feature of stills that a lot of colorists who are new to Resolve don't realize. Not only are you capturing this still image, you are actually capturing the metadata of the node tree of this still image. So if I right-click on MCU Nightmare and select Display Node Graph, look at that. The node tree that built this image is saved with the still. If I right-click on Wide Nightmare, Display Node Graph, that node tree is displayed and saved to the point where I can actually come in here and drag and drop just these elements that I want, and I'll reorder these two. And again, when you're dragging nodes and dropping them onto these connectors, you're going to have to be very precise. You notice that node number 2, I had to drag it on there twice before it finally took. I'm going to undo. Or what I could do is middle click with my mouse and copy these grades straight across. Let's undo that. Or I can right click and append node graph. So let's say I've already done a little bit of work and I just want to take this color treatment that I did and apply it at the end of this node tree. Let's go ahead and add another node. And I'll do this with the shortcut Alt-S on a PC or Option-S on a Mac. I've added another node, and now let's go ahead and append this node graph, and it does it at the end of the node tree. Finally, you might decide that after a while that you're not using this MCO Nightmare look. Maybe we're only ever going with the Wide Nightmare look. If you want to get rid of that, you just right-click and choose Delete Selected. That's the gallery in essence. There's actually one more feature in the gallery that's a little bit hidden, but very useful, especially in the beginning when you're learning how to use the color page on DaVinci Resolve. We're going to look at that next. You may not know it, but every version of DaVinci Resolve that you install on your computer comes with a whole library of preset looks that you can use in your projects, and really you can use to deconstruct how to build out looks. Very useful. Let's take a look at that now. And we are on 0504 Color Wheel's end, but we're continuing from some of the work we did in our previous movie. And where you're going to find these preset looks is in the gallery, but not in this little mini gallery. You have to expand out to the full gallery. You see this little set of 4-way arrows? This will open up the gallery view. I'll click on that. Here's the gallery view. And inside of every version of DaVinci Resolve are these looks that ship with it, and they break them up into different categories. And some of them are more useful than others. I will say that right off the bat. And some of them are pretty kind of funky. For instance, Night Safari. So let's say we like Night Safari, want to create a Night Safari look. How do we do that? Well, let's click and drag, and we're going to drop this into our project stills. So when I drop that in there, you can see in the background that just appeared in my gallery. Maybe I want to do a fog vignette. Let's drop that one into the gallery. And then we want a warm look. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this old school look. I'll close this down. And now if I right click, display the node graph, I can see how they built this particular look. And if I right click on it, it replaces it. And there we go. Now I'm getting a look at what they did. I can hover, they did a primary balance, and they used custom curves. And I can start deconstructing how they created this particular look. If I bypass it, that's what that did. Let's go ahead, middle click on this fog vignette. They did this in 2 different nodes. We're going to be talking about power windows in a moment, but that's how they did this, using a power window. And then let's go ahead and middle click on Night Safari. And here's a completely different approach to creating a look. And you can use these gallery stills, these preset looks, apply them to shots, and start deconstructing how colorists work in multiple nodes in order to build what are very often some very extreme looks, and that will help further you in your DaVinci Resolve color page education. So far in this chapter on the color page here in DaVinci Resolve 14, we've explored some very broad controls with the 3-way color wheels for making broad corrections, doing our initial color corrections. We've also had some fun with looks. I mean, why not? They're fun to work with. Now what I want to do is switch gears and explore a specific set of tools that I think you should know as you're learning DaVinci Resolve, because I find them immensely useful. They're very simple to use and really, really effective. And those are the hue versus tool set. Let's take a look. And we're going to pick up where we left off. And for those of you who are just deciding to follow along, I've saved off the end of the previous movie, and we're going to import that right now. And that's in your exercise files, projects media folder, end resolve projects, and yes, it's the start of this movie, 0509 hue versus start. Click open. Here's our start movie. Let's double click to get into that project. And if you need to, you're going to have to relink the way I showed you back in the introductory chapter. And now I've got these nonsense grades that are in here, and I just want to start fresh. So what I'm going to do is shift click on node number 2 with 5 already selected, and then come up to color and reset all grades and nodes. These are all set back to default. We're going to come into node number 1, and I'm going to delete these last 2 nodes. So I'm going to highlight node number 2 and press delete. Node number 3 is now renumbered as node number 2. I'll press delete on that. And now all we've got is this one grade. If I hit play, we come out of black. Now we've just got this one grade that we did. Another way to bypass a node is to click on the number, and that turns it on and off. So you can see this is where we started. This is where we ended. Option D is the keyboard shortcut equivalent of turning that node on and off. By the way, another way to get a good view of your image, I can press Shift F. That gives me a full screen view. I'll Shift F again to get me down. An alternative view that I really like is Alt F on the PC or Option F on the Mac. And that hides the rest of the interface except for my color tools. Now I'll do Alt D on the PC or Option D on the Mac to turn this node on and off. So we've done a basic, very basic correction that really just pops the image out. But let's say that his red shirt had to be a very specific color of red. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in by using my middle scroll wheel on my mouse. I'm going to zoom in to get a better look. And I'm going to take a look up here in the upper left-hand corner. We're now at 100%. So this is now 1-to-1. Alternatively, I could have just used this little drop-down menu to get the percentage that I want. And what I want to do is select the red on his shirt and change it. To do that, I'm going to move over here into this middle menu in curves. And in curves, we've got multiple menus. You can see that because we've got these multiple dots. These dots directly correspond to this pull-down window over here. And when I click on the pull-down window, we see the name of all these dots: hue versus hue, saturation, luminance. Then there's luminance versus saturation and saturation versus saturation. I love all of these. I use most of them all the time. Let's start with hue versus hue. It's the simplest to understand. I'll click on that. So what we've got is a graph of the hue wheel kind of cut up and laid out in a straight line. So we've got red on one end and red on the other, and then it cycles through the color wheel throughout. So if I want to adjust a specific color in my image, I just have to make sure that, one, I have this hue versus hue curves open. Two, I have to make sure I've got this little eyedropper here. If you're not seeing the eyedropper, come down to this menu on the left-hand side and make sure you've got the qualifier selected. That makes this tool active. And when I click, it's going to set some points on me. So I've got this point that's an open circle is the actual color I selected, and then it set 2 control points on either side, so that as I start spinning this color around, it doesn't start spinning the rest of the colors in this image around with it. It's isolated to that red. And you can see that I'm spinning him around. I'm also spinning the basketballs around. I'm spinning a little bit of this court here. We'll take a look in another movie how we can isolate this particular move. And I'll click reset. There are also, if you need broader controls, sometimes this works great on skin tones. I might just click on the red and it puts 3 control points. 1 in the middle of red, 1 at yellow, and 1 at magenta. And now this is going to be a very broad control, and you can see how much more of the image is being affected, and you're not getting any of that splotchiness from that super very tight move we were doing a moment ago, where these control points were very narrow. So oftentimes, going broad and taking your control points and making them very broad is the way to go. I'm going to go ahead and use this reset button to reset that. Now, what if I instead just wanted to make his shirt more or less saturated? Well, I'll move over one of these buttons to the hue versus sat curves. Exact same basic concept. I'm going to pick a hue, and when I move up, it's going to saturate the image. When I move down, it's going to desaturate the image. Now, technically, I can do this with just 1 point. If I go ahead, add 1 point, and move it up, the entire image is going to get more saturated, or move it down, and the entire image gets desaturated. It's exactly the same as using the saturation parameter, but it's independent of it. So go ahead, reset. Let's go ahead and do this on the yellow instead. So I'll select this yellow control point and start saturating up the yellow. Now, I am about to make a kind of newbie move here, and it's a move you don't want to make, because if you notice, let me Alt F or Option F out of this view, I'm still in node number 1. In other words, I've done my base contrast expansion and my initial saturation adjustments here in node number 1, and now I'm starting to do this targeted move. Really what I should do is reset, Option S on a Mac or Alt S on a PC, add a new node, and now I can go ahead and select that yellow and start pushing that. Now I'm still in this 1-to-1 mode at 100%. I'm going to Option or Alt F into this particular view, and I get a nice, cleaner, bigger picture here. I'll go ahead, put myself into loop, hit play, and see how that plays down for me. Getting happier. At some point, we're going to have to do something to help focus the eye, but we'll look at that a little bit later in this series. So, not a bad start. Here's where we started. I'm going to come up to View and select Bypass All Grades, which is Shift D. That's our before, and then I'm going to Shift D out of that, and then I'm going to Shift D again to see what our color correction looks like, and I'm seeing both of them. I've got node 2 active, I just happen to know that. I'm going to Option or Alt D just to turn node number 2 off and see what I've done there, and I might have pushed this a little too far. Let's open up our viewer. Yeah, look at that brightness. I pushed it a little too far there. For some reason, that's what that saturation did. So let's pull our gain down just a touch. Turn this back on and off. There we go. That's just node number 2 popping on and off. Happier with that. These hue versus curves are really powerful, very useful. I mean, if you ever think about skin tones where someone's just a little too ruddy, it's great to select that ruddiness and then do a little hue verse on them and clean that up. We're going to take a look at a very similar, somewhat related curve, which is sat versus sat. That's coming up next. Here in this Getting Started title, where we're kind of doing sort of a quick start through DaVinci Resolve, I really want you to walk away with another set of tools that you understand how to use because they're just so useful, which is the sat versus sat tool. We're picking up from where we left off in the previous movie, 0509 hue versus start. We've already done a hue versus sat. What I'm going to do is add a new node, and then we'll start working in sat versus sat, which is also in this pull-down menu here. this little bar will increase or decrease saturation based on how saturated the pixels already are. If I want to take the most saturated pixels and make them more saturated, I'll go to the right side of this graph and only the most saturated pixels will be affected. Reset. If I want to take the pixels that are least saturated and saturated them up, I'll do it on this end. More likely what I end up doing is something that looks kind of like this, where I'll leave the most saturated pixels where they are and lift them up. And if we pull up the vector scope, you can really see what's going on. It's a little dark right now. Let's pull that up. There we go. Now you can see on the vector scope how we're taking those less saturated pixels and pushing them up while leaving these most saturated pixels exactly where they are until I start doing something like this. These are a very powerful set of tools in here. I explore you, go through here and start digging through them. I basically gave you the outline you need to know to start exploring these tools on your own. I use these all the time. I like them because they're very procedural. You know, I don't have to go in there and pick certain elements in the image. Wherever there's a desaturated pixel that I'm making more saturated, it just happens. I don't have to go hunting for it. It does mean, though, sometimes that it affects pieces of the image I don't want. So a little bit later, we'll take a look and see how I can fix that. In the earlier chapter on the edit page, we talked about how you could actually add effects to your clips while you were editing. And I mentioned you could do the same thing on the color page. This is the movie where I show you how to do that. Now remember, DaVinci Resolve ships with a bunch of kind of default filters or plugins that are called Resolve effects. Resolve effects are open effects. Open effects is a kind of standard architecture for plugins. These work only with DaVinci Resolve. They ship with DaVinci Resolve and you have access to them. Let's take a look. We're going to pick up from the last movie. We were working on the project 0509, Hue versus Start. And I've done a little bit of a correction here on shot number 1. And this is actually a good candidate to show you one of my favorite Resolve effects plugins. Let's close out the gallery so that we have more room for the viewer. And I'm also going to close out clips. So now we have a nice big viewer to look at. And as I've been teaching you, I'm going to add a new node because I'm thinking of adding a Resolve effects onto this. That's a new thought. I want to separate it out from the work I've already done so I can turn it on and off, work with it independently of everything else I've done. So on a Mac, you're going to press Option S, on a PC, Alt S to add a new serial node. And now what I want to do is open up the Open Effects pane, which is right up here next to nodes. I can turn my nodes on and off. I can also click on to open up my Open Effects. You'll notice that none of these say Studio. Like there's none of them in here say Studio Effects. There's nothing to indicate what's a studio effect or not. You're just going to have to kind of discover that on your own. So what's going to happen is you'll come on down here and there is the face refinement plugin and you'll say, oh, that sounds interesting. You'll drop it on and you're going to get this warning box that you're on the free version and you're trying to use a studio only plugin. I'm going to click not yet. And if I want to remove this plugin so I don't get this big ugly watermark, I'm just going to right click on the node itself and select Remove Open Effects Plugin. All right, so let's take a look at something we actually can use. And I'm looking for glow. And if you know what it is you're looking for, just come up to this little search box, type out glow, and it will filter down and show you only the filters that match that. So there's our glow effect. And I'm going to click and drag it onto node number 3. And now I've got a glow effect. And generally speaking, when you're working with a lot of these effects, especially things like glow or lens flares, they work a lot through thresholds. So if I go ahead and show shiny regions, these regions right now will generate the glow, and the shine threshold will control how much that glow will be. So if I take this shine threshold and kick it all the way up, only these regions will generate glow. If I want a more general full frame glow, I'm going to take this shiny regions threshold and drop it. So now practically the entire image is going to generate this glow. This tip works for just about any open effects filter that has a threshold slider. The key to controlling that filter will be controlling your threshold. So let's make ours kind of big. We want this to be a bit of a dreamy sequence, let's say. It doesn't really match the content of this spot, but we're just having fun and we're just learning how to use these open effects right now. So now I'm going to take this select output control and I'm going to move it to glowing image, and now you see our glow. If I want to toggle it on and off, there's a little switch here. Toggle the glow on and off. Now you might be wondering, can you stack effects on here? So let's say instead of using a glow, I also want to add a blur. If I go ahead and search for blurs, and I'll pick a box blur, drop that on, and I've got the box blur, but I've lost my glow. And so what you need to do is feed a new node into it. So I would add a new serial node and add my glow into that serial node. And that's the basics of working with open effects here in DaVinci Resolve, adding effects and how you kind of stack them by putting them into separate nodes. Go ahead, play with these, have fun. You can't break anything, and see what you come up with. One essential set of tools that you're going to come to love in DaVinci Resolve, work with all the time, are power windows. That's kind of DaVinci Resolve's name for masks or mats that you might use in other programs where you create shapes and you either color correct inside the shape or you color correct outside the shape. Here in DaVinci Resolve, we have several default shapes that you can then customize to do and isolate precisely what it is you want to isolate. Let's take a look, and we are going to continue on 0509, Hue versus Start, and I'm going to close out the open effects from the previous movie. And as I look at this image, one thing I notice is the first thing I see, what grabs my attention, is this upper left-hand corner. It's very bright. Even if I turn off the glow that we created in the previous movie, that's kind of the brightest part of the image. Let's look at the waveform real quick. Switch it to Y only. And yeah, I mean, the left-hand side's pretty bright. The right-hand side is pretty bright as well if you take a look at this window here. So what can we do to maybe push back those two areas? And we'll do it before the glow effect. So I've created a little room here by clicking and dragging and moving this node out of the way. And with node 3 selected, even though it's turned off, I have this orange border around it, meaning it is the active node. I'm going to select Nodes, add serial before current, otherwise known as Shift S. When I select that, it adds a serial node before the one that I just had selected. It increments the number, so this is node number 4. And now what I'm going to do is isolate this area using power windows. Where do we find our power windows? Right down here under Window. I'll click on this little circly thing, and we've got several different default shapes. You've got a square, and you'll notice that you've got an outline of that shape, and you've got control handles that you can pull and push, and we've got these little red dots are our softness dots. So on this particular shape, you have 4 different softness controls for each edge of the shape. By the way, there's a nifty little option for these wireframes. If I go up into my user settings, which is in Preferences, User, Color, and I'm looking for this one right here, High Visibility Power Window Outlines. Watch what happens when I click Save after selecting that on that power window outline. It goes, that's high visibility, so now we can see it. So that's our square. I also have a circle, and that allows us to modify the shape of it as well as softness controls, and in the middle, rotation. I've got what looks like a square, but actually allows me to add additional control points. This is great if you've got a doorway you need to mask out, or maybe a garage door or something that has very linear shapes, but it's not exactly a square or a rectangle. I'll turn that off. Then we've got this, which is a custom shape. So I can click and create my own shape, and if I click and drag, now I can pull out a Bezier handle and create Bezier curves here. And then I'll have to close it up. And there we've got our shape. Softness controls are right here on the right-hand side of the UI. Sometimes it's not clear on some of these how soft these are because you don't see any softness handles, right? What do you do then? Well, you go into highlight mode, and highlight mode is this little icon right up here. I'll click on that. Now it's just showing me what's happening with my shape, and as I adjust this softness, you can see exactly what it is you're adjusting. I'm going to take ourselves out of highlight mode. And finally, we have the gradient wipe. And I always get confused. I can never remember which is the part that I'll be color correcting, above the gradient line or below the gradient line. Once again, you can go into highlight mode. This time I'm going to do it by the keyboard, Shift H. Now I'm in highlight mode. Now I can tell, oh, okay, this is what gets color corrected. This section in here will not get color corrected. Let's do that for the upper left-hand corner. I'm going to use this gradient wipe for the upper left-hand corner. And I'm going to use this to knock back that brightness. So when I Shift H, and I actually am going to pull this out just a touch more as I look at it. And now I'm going to drop the gain, not too much. Remember, we've had some clipping going on in this shot. And as I do that, I want to make sure that that clipped elements don't fall into gray, but that's looking okay as I look at this waveform monitor here. So I'm dropping the gain down a little bit. I'm also going to drop the gamma down a little bit. I find when I do this kind of darkening, it's best to spread the duties across two different controls than to have one control do the majority of the work. Ends up looking a little bit more natural. Do maybe something like that. I'm going to soften this out quite a bit too. Maybe I will bring it back. And now on this, I can go ahead and do the exact same move, but I'll do a different shape. So let's go ahead and also activate the circle. I'll take the circle, push it down here. That was a pretty big move we did, wasn't it? Maybe I'll lessen that up a little bit. Soften that up majorly, so a huge soft move. I'll give it more of an oval shape. It makes it a little less computer generated. There we go, just kind of knocking that back a little bit. Now it's tough to judge what your correction actually looks like when you've got these windows turned on. So can you hide this wireframe so you can see what is actually happening in the shot? The answer is yeah. First of all, just switch to another tool down here. So if I switch to curves, the wireframes disappear. Now I can toggle node 4 on and off and see what I've done there. And that's not bad. That's actually pretty good. And now I can add one more power window here just to pull them up a little bit. They still feel a little dark. So I'm going to spread and make some more room here between nodes 4 and 3. I'm going to Option S on a Mac or Alt S on a PC, add a new node. We're going to add one more power window here. And this one's just going to be on them. I'm going to make it ovally, and we're going to make believe, where's the main light source coming from? Probably this window. So I like pointing off my ovals in the direction of a light source. Kind of do that. And then let's hide that window by selecting a different tool and brightening up the midtones a little bit, dropping down our lift a bit. We want to keep some of those shadows, but pull them up a little bit. And they're feeling a little yellow, so I'm going to just take those midtones and pull it away from yellow. And that's feeling okay to me. So now here's what the shot originally looked like. Here's what it looks like now. And here's what it looks like with node 5 turned on and off. So we definitely pulled them out of that darkness. And node 4, yeah, we've just pushed it down a little bit. Those highlights on the left-hand and right-hand side of the image. And we're going to do one more. I'm going to do one more while I'm at it because this is bothering me. I'm going to Option or Alt S. And we're going to add one more power window. It's going to be a gradient. It's going to be on the bottom. Shift H, flip it around. And something like this, because this foreground is also super bright. I just want to do something really soft here. Shift H, hide my wireframe, and now I'm just going to do a little bit of a mid-tone pull down, maybe a little bit of a highlight pull down, just kind of like that. Maybe I'll lift up the lift a little bit so it doesn't get too crushy into black. There we go. Let's turn that on and off. And so you see, we've kind of built up the color correction we're performing. I've got different sets of power windows focusing on different sets of the image, but I've separated them out into separate serial nodes, giving me this very granular control and allowing me to make very specific adjustments. About 15 years ago, I dedicated my career to color correction. I switched gears. And in that 15 years, there are very few tools that I've run across that I would say fundamentally changed my approach to color correction. You're going to see the one tool that changed everything. When I got onto DaVinci Resolve and discovered the power, the ease, and the flexibility of this tool, it literally changed my approach to color correction. What is that I'm talking about? It's called tracking. And the thing I love about tracking is when you take that and it's paired to power windows. So now power windows allow you to make these very specific isolations, and then you have items moving through the image because we work with moving pictures. You use tracking to stick those power windows to specific objects in the image, and it's awesome. Let me show you how this works. We're still working in 0509 hue versus start, and we're going to jump to a different shot. I want to jump down here to shot 12. This is a really good example. Now, I'm going to put it into loop, and we're going to play it through once, and I'll share with you some of my thoughts on this. I'm going to press Option F on the Mac or Alt F on the PC and hit play. And as we watch this play through, notice how he's walking through the frame and then out of the frame. Okay, so that's point number one. The next thing we want to do is take a look at our scopes. First, we're going to do a basic correction. The shadows look pretty good. I mean, I've got some shadows down here, almost at 0 black. As I look what that might be, it's off in the darkness here. So there's definitely a shade going on here. We don't want this to be too lifted up. When I look at the highlights are not bad either. I mean, it's an interior shot. There's no point sources of light. There's nothing that screams to me it must be at 1023, nor am I seeing any clipped waveforms indicating we have any clipped detail. So about 896 is about where it needs to be, yet he feels a little flat here. I feel like I want to brighten this image up a touch. And when you look at the preponderance of these traces, they do feel like they mostly live below this 512 mark. And I think I can bring this whole thing up. I'll do that with the gamma controls and go ahead and lift up the gamma. And I'm kind of doing this visually to taste. Push too far, bring it back, find a nice central spot. I'm going to add a little bit of saturation. Now I'm going to open up my full-blown scopes because I want to get a look at all 4 of these and I want to see what's going on with my color balance. I'll switch this waveform back to Y only. And yeah, it definitely has a warm push. Blue's a little light, although the highlights, it probably looks okay. And in the shadows, you see the reds a little bit lifted in the shadows compared to green and blue. And if I take a look at our scopes, I have to kick up these traces. Yeah, it about tells me the same thing, although I am getting traces running through this central point, indicating that there are some neutral colors in there. And when I look at the trace, I'll have to keep an eye on that I don't introduce any bias here in the shadows. And so what I'm going to do is in the gamma, because I think the highlights are okay and I'm not sure about the shadows, I'm just going to pull away from red just to try to balance out the red and blue waveforms a little bit. I'm not trying to get them equal, just balance them out a little bit more. And I want to make sure that these traces in the vector scope aren't going too far off in one direction or the other direction. Just kind of keep them balanced in there. Now let's take a look at our image. I'm going to hide our scopes. Command-Shift-W on the Mac, Control-Shift-W on a PC. And that's actually looking way better. If I go ahead and press Option-D on the Mac or Alt-D on the PC, I'll bypass this grade and we'll see a before and after. So here's the before, here's the after. We definitely got rid of the yellowish kind of muddiness of it, except now we've gone a little too far to blue. So let's call up our scopes once again. And I'm going to take this vector scope and just take this and slide it away from blue. Just like that. We'll move it back a little bit. And then let's see where we're at. That's probably looking a little bit better. That's the before. That's the after. All right, that's not a bad start. Now let's go ahead and add a new node. Option S or Alt S. And let's just do a general vignette here. A very simple vignette. And we're going to turn on this power window, the circular power window. Get this about the size of the frame. I'm going to soften this up. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to Shift H, Instead of working on the inside, I'm going to invert this window. This is the invert button here for our power windows. Now we're inverted and we're going to work on the outside. I'm going to Shift H and then click into another tool so I get rid of the wireframe. And we're going to do a little bit of what we did before. Drop down this gamma a touch, drop down the gain a touch. Let me open up the scopes, make sure I'm not crushing my blacks. I'm not, so maybe I'll even bring down the blacks just a touch. That lift. There we go. And then Command D on the Mac or Control D on the PC to turn this particular node on and off. Let's go back to the previous shot. I'm going to play through, turn off loop. And if you didn't know what I had done, this looks fine. Well, maybe not. I do see a little bit of that vignette up there. So let's go ahead and make it just a touch larger and a touch softer. And this is what happens when we color correct. We make some decisions and sometimes we need to revise those decisions. All right, let's go back one shot, play it through. There we go. That's a lot better, but if I toggle that one node off once again, there we go. So we're now focusing the image on him, but I may also want to do one more vignette where I just focus on his face, right? So I'm going to Option S or Alt S to add one more node. What does our node tree look like now? Alt F, Option F. There we are. We're now working on node number 3. I'm going to put one more window. This one's going to go on his face. I'm going to kind of match the shape of his face. And now we're going to track him. I'm in the middle of the shot. That's okay, because the tracker will track both ways. This is the tracker. So the tracker tracks the active window. Right now we only have one window, and it's active, and it's the circle. I'll press play forward, and it's tracking him. Now I'll come back. You notice I put a keyframe where we started and a keyframe where we ended. I'll use this little arrow key down here to move between keyframes. And now I'm going to press back to play backwards, to track backwards. And there we go. Now let's go ahead and loop through. And so we don't see the dissolves. I'm going to unmix this so it ignores the dissolve and hit play. And you see how easy that was? I didn't practice this. This is just how well the tracker works. Does it work every time like this? No. It fails from time to time. But there are tools in here that will allow you to clean up your tracks. And in my other training, I go deep into this. Here in this getting started, just knowing that you have this available to you. And when it works, it's brilliant. When it doesn't, you ignore it. Sometimes it doesn't work. You can't get it to work. But this literally changes the way I color correct because it gives me opportunities to very quickly isolate elements and then color correct those elements without fighting the software. So definitely, if you want to focus your time on learning a few features really well, take the time, learn the tracker. It's well worth it. If I were to conclude this chapter right here or at the previous movie, I would get inundated with emails, people yelling at me on message boards saying, "What about LUTs? Where do I put my lookup tables?" So for those of you who know LUTs, who understand LUTs, this movie's for you. For the rest of you, I would strongly encourage you to look for my other training where I talk about what is a LUT, how to use a LUT, because there's a lot of nuance in there. But this, I'm just going to explain where to find LUTs here in DaVinci Resolve and give you an idea too on how to organize your LUTs when you're working with them. So we're going to come back into 0509 hue versus start, and we're going to jump to a shot that is kind of loggy. It's not a log shot. I selected this commercial because these images are mostly Rec 709. They need a little bit of work, not a ton of work. And when you're using the user interface, I find that if I give you footage that requires too much color correction, it's tough to learn the user interface when you have a ton of work to also do on your images. Probably the closest loggy shot I have in here is shot 24, which is this wide shot. And it's got a kind of a loggy feel, right? Maybe it's a little too bright. What we could do is simulate a log style image by just coming in here and let's just drop down this gain a little bit and drop down and lift up that a little bit. And this simulates more of a starting point of a log style image that you would use a lookup table for. So let's add a serial node and forget that node number 1 is even here, right? Let's make believe this is the first node in our tree. To apply a lookup table, you're going to want to right-click on the node, come down to 3D LUT, and here are a series of pre-installed lookup tables that come with DaVinci Resolve. If this was shot on an ARRI, which it wasn't, I would go ahead and select this ARRI Alexa log C to Rec 709, and now I've got that LUT expansion that you would expect. Now imagine that this really was a log shot and this really did come up, let's say, a little too green. My recommendation for those of you who do use LUTs when you're color correcting is it's okay to prepare the LUT by adding a node before the LUT node. So if I go ahead and Shift S, that will add a node before. So what I would do is come in here and kind of prepare this image in order to get my highlights and my shadows about where I want them when I've applied this lookup table. And even if I need to maybe balance out a little of the color bias that maybe the LUT is exposing in order to get a good starting point for this image. So what I do is I often do what's called a 3-node structure. So node number 2 is where I do my lookup table. Node number 1 is where I prepare the image for the lookup table. And then I'll add another node. This is the 3rd node in this series where I do everything else, right? I'll do all my isolations, I'll do my power windows, all that stuff. I'll frequently do that after the LUT, although those of you who use LUTs may prefer to actually also do some of that work before the LUT, your call. Finally, if you have your own custom LUT that you're bringing into DaVinci Resolve, go into your project settings, color management. In order to get a lookup table into DaVinci Resolve, you're going to need to open up this LUT folder under color management, and it will open up a folder on your desktop. You're going to see here are all the lookup tables that are pre-installed with DaVinci Resolve. You can create your own folder, name it whatever you want, drop your LUT in there. When you're done, tell DaVinci Resolve to update LUTs. It'll take it a moment to think about it, and then hit save, and then that LUT will now show up in this list going forward. That's kind of my 101 super fast download on using lookup tables here in DaVinci Resolve. Like I said, LUTs really do deserve a much broader discussion, and I'm only including it here for those of you who are using them and want to know how do I access them here in DaVinci Resolve. As we start digging into Fairlight, you need to understand 2 things. Resolve 14 is the first version of Resolve with the Fairlight Page. Fairlight completely replaces Resolve's old audio subsystem, which was ripped out and thrown away. I am telling you this because Fairlight significantly changes from release to release. Dozens of bugs can be squashed, a half dozen new features can be added, and 1 or 2 old bugs can reappear in a single .0 release. And since Blackmagic updates Resolve about once every 2 months, the Fairlight I'm showing you today will be slightly different than what you're seeing on your desktop right now. In a training series like this, I strive to never say read the manual. But right now, I want to show you something in the manual. Let's take a look, and you find the manual by going to the Help menu and loading up the DaVinci Resolve manual. I'm going to come in and punch in a specific page number. I'm on the September 2017 manual. And if I go to page 1143, in this section under splitting and joining clips, I'm going to zoom in. And it has a whole description on how to split and join clips when you're in the Fairlight page. And this very last sentence says, clips cannot be joined as of the time of this writing. Yeah, there's a fair amount of those notations right now in this manual. And at the time of this recording, this manual is several months old. Some of the features that it says aren't working yet, they work just fine, like deleting keyframes. Other features that should be working, they look broken to me right now. So personally, I think integrating Fairlight into Resolve was a bold and brilliant move by Blackmagic. In one stroke, they've created the first true studio post-production software that combines editing, finishing, mixing, with each section specifically designed for practitioners of those individual crafts. Just be aware, Fairlight in DaVinci Resolve 14, it is still early days. Earlier in this series, we spent some time working the Fairlight page. We got a nice tour of it. We're going to take a closer look at some common features that I found pretty interesting and I wanted to share with you. We're going to start looking at a common thing you'd want to do on an audio page, which is a fade and an audio crossfade. You'd think it'd be pretty easy, but Fairlight has a slightly complicated way of doing it, although it does give you a lot more control than you can do on the edit page. So let's start by loading up a new project that I've delivered to you in the exercise files. You're going to import OAC Spot Fairlight Chapter 6. And as I showed you earlier in this training, you're going to probably have to relink your footage. Once you've relinked your footage, jump into the Fairlight page, and I've done some additional work here on this spot. I've done some basic mixing. I've created a new Nat Sound channel as well. So we've got just one track here for Nat Sound, a track for the wife, a track for the husband. We'll open up the meters so that we have our picture. And for the initial crossfade, let's go ahead to right about here at about 134, hit play. And there's a bit of a gap in here, and there's basically some room tone in here. And I thought, you know what I really want to do is crossfade that room tone so that I don't hear like a little audio hit or a little audio pop. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in by pressing Control plus or Command plus on a Mac. And before you can do a crossfade, you need to do a fade. That just seems to be how Fairlight works. And to do a fade is similar like on the edit page, where as we hover over a clip, you see these little end marks here, and then you can pull them in to do a fade, except we want to do this crossfade here. So I want to create two fades. I want to grab this side and pull that as a crossfade, and then this side and pull that as a crossfade. Now, what essentially we're going to do is take the clip on the left and drag its endpoint to cross over the clip on the right. Now, if I just do that right now, it's not going to work. What's going to happen is I'm just moving the edit point. I'm not actually creating a crossfade. To create the crossfade, I have to change the mode of this timeline. If you go into the timeline menu, there's an option that's only available on the Fairlight page called Layered Audio Editing. And the concept is simple. Let me enable that. So now there's a check mark next to it. The concept is simple. In layered audio editing, on one track, we can have multiple clips, and when they overlap each other, the clip on top takes priority, and you only hear the clip on top. And that's how you create a crossfade. Kind of like doing a cross dissolve on the edit page, but on two video tracks, with each dissolve dipping to and coming up from black at the same time. So what we're going to do is click and drag. I'll release, and now you see I've got this crossfade going on here. Kind of cool, but now I have some additional controls where these two crossfades overlap. There's a little center point, and now you can drag this center point to change the nature of the crossfade, giving you a degree of control you just don't have on the audio page. Yeah, this seems a little complicated. At least it seems a little complicated to me just to do a simple cross dissolve, a crossfade on audio. But that extra control is really, really interesting, and I wanted you to know how to do that. Just a note, you can still go back into the edit page, add a traditional audio dissolve right there, jump into Fairlight, and then you're going to get that traditional audio dissolve. There's just no way to add the edit page style dissolve on the Fairlight page. The previous movie about creating audio crossfades, it's kind of fun for a guy like me. But here's where we start finding features that I find myself losing track of time as I play with them, and that's learning to master Resolve 14's 4-band EQ. It's available to every individual audio clip on the timeline. We're going to use it now to quickly match the sound of two audio clips that are next to each other. Now we're continuing on the project we loaded up in the previous movie, which is OAC Spot Fairlight Chapter 6. And we're coming back here to 19 seconds in, and let me play through.
Did you see this?
And I'm going to solo her track out. With the music, I can't quite hear what I want you to hear, so I'm going to solo her track. And it's the wife we're working on.
Did you see this? Your cousin's in the hospital from a heart attack.
There's a slight difference in tonality as we switch between these two different setups. So when we're looking over her shoulder,
did you see this? Your cousin's in the hospital from a heart.
The second clip in this reverse angle doesn't seem to have quite the tonality of the first clip. And to me, it feels like it's losing a little presence in the upper part of her register. So what I want to do is add some EQ to that part of her range. To do that, I'm going to open up the inspector, and the inspector says nothing to inspect. Why? I need to select something to inspect, so I will click on this track, and now it opens up this clip equalizer. And all I'm going to do is grab number 3 and number 2 just to lift up that part of her register. You'll notice that I've got a bit of a dip in here that I'm having trouble controlling. What I need to do is under band number 3 is open up this Q value and widen it out. And I'll drop down band number 2 a little bit and bring up band number 3. Kind of like that is what I think visually at least will help match these two. Let's go ahead and play through.
Did you see this? Your cousin's in the hospital from a heart attack.
Maybe I will give band 2 a little extra here, pull up band 3 a little bit more. Try that one more time. And you know why? This gets me every time. I've made some changes, but the clip equalizer is still turned off. It's not on. I need to click on that. Now it's active. Oh, look, it gets nice and bright and colorful. Oh, yay, happy days. Now I'll actually hear the work that I'm doing. Let's bring this back. Let's try it one more time. Play through.
Did you see this? Your cousin's in the hospital from a heart attack.
I'm going to try dropping down band number 2 just a touch. Give me a little bit more in band number 3.
See this? Did you see this? Your cousin's in the hospital from a heart attack.
And now I continue playing through these, optimizing my EQ in order to pull these closer together. If I had an entire scene where we were cross-cutting between these two microphones, I'd definitely put these mics on separate tracks. Then I could apply EQ to the entire track for this one microphone, but in a short spot like this, that's overkill. Yet it does bring up an interesting question. Where do we find our track level EQ here on the Fairlight page? Let's figure that one out in our next movie. In the kind of quick start overview section of this training, we looked at the mixer. But I think as we dive deeper into that feature in this movie, you're going to be pleasantly surprised by the power at your fingertips. We're continuing on from where we left off from the previous movie. And now I'm going to close down the inspector and open up the mixer. And this is what I'm talking about. This mixer. There are a lot of controls that are here, but most of these controls are just repeated over and over again. So I've got multiple channel strips. So each fader bank is called a channel strip, and each fader bank has several areas as you start at the top and work your way down. We're not going to go through all of these in detail. I'm just going to show you the ones that I think are really interesting and relevant for us right now. And we'll start with EQ because remember, I mentioned how it would be nice if you could do kind of a track level EQ. And this is where you do that. So I've got the VO track. If I want to add an EQ to my VO and do it to every single clip, I don't have to do it to each individual clip or do it to one and then copy and paste. I just open up my mixer and I do this at the track level. I'll double click on EQ. And now I've opened up instead a 6-band equalizer at the track level. You're going to want to make sure that this little switch is turned on, which it is by default, so that the equalizer is active. And normally it's just flat. It's a completely flat response. But now you have all of these same EQ controls you have in the clip EQ, except you have some additional bands to work with. So for instance, let's give this a quick shot. I'm going to come down to our music track, which is labeled right down here, and I'm going to double click on the EQ in the music track, and I want to notch out this music so that it doesn't fight with some of the voices. So let me close this out. Let's Shift Z so we see everything. I'm going to play through just this ending VO where it's just a solid block of VO and the music is up full, and I want to make sure the music doesn't fight the VO, and I'm going to do that partially through EQ. So let's hit play and listen. I'm going to unsolo the wife from the previous movie and hit play.
Your Weight Matters Challenge. Visit yourweightmatters.org.
All right, so first of all, the music's way too hot, so let's drop that down. We've got to get this volume down, and we're going to do this at the track level. I've got all these edits in here. Let's go ahead at the track level and just drop this way down, and let's try dropping it down -20. See how that plays out.
Find free resources to help you take control. You can start improving your life.
There we go.
Right
Right
away.
about there is where I
Download
like
the
the
free
music
tool.
generally, but I still find that it's probably fighting the VO a little bit, and rather than just dropping down the volume, I don't want it to disappear. I still want some presence. I'm going to go ahead and notch out on the EQ. So we open up the EQ for channel strip number 5, and on the bottom you can see the kilohertz, and we're going to probably pull it between this range here, around 500 up to around 4K, and let's see what that does for us. So we're going to pull down band 3, we're going to pull down band 4, and maybe even band 5 a little bit. Let's leave band 5 where it is. Let's just try working with 3 and 4. I'm going to spread these out so that it's not quite so notchy. There we go. Adjust it. And now let's see how this music plays against the VO. Let's move this equalizer out of the way. Hit play.
Visit yourweightmatters.org, where you'll find free resources to help you take control. You can start improving your life right away. Download
then I'll
the free
turn this
toolkit to
off.
prepare you to speak with a healthcare provider about your weight and health. Your weight does
it back
matter.
on.
Accept the challenge and take charge
All right,
today.
so I think that helps a little bit. And of course, I could keep on tweaking this to my heart's delight. Once I'm happy with my EQ settings, notice also how this little EQ visualizer shows me that I no longer have a flat response. Some other elements in here that will keep you just busily getting lost in this little section of the software. Let's take a look at dynamics. We'll double click that. And here we have our compressor, limiter, expander, and gate. You can sit here and tweak these knobs all you want to your heart's delight, and you're not going to hear anything because, let me hit reset, you first have to turn these babies on, and it'll become obvious when you turn them on. I click on compressor, and look at that. All right, all of a sudden now I'm starting to get some feedback, some visual feedback as to what I'm doing as I turn each of these items on or off. Now, the expander gate, it is a either or. And notice that as I start making adjustments here, you're going to start seeing also it updated in the graphic here. Now, you can't make changes on this graphic. It's simply a visualization. But yeah, now you have an entire suite of tools, of dynamics available at your fingertips. I'm going to go ahead and reset that and close it out. And then finally, and this one's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of crazy to me too as well, is the pan tools. We also have these pan tools over on the edit page. I'm going to double click on that. And now you have left, right, and center panning, but it goes beyond that. You can actually place where your apparent center is. You can even do things like adjust the spread of your stereo pair, because this is a stereo track. So we have a center dot plus the stereo pair. On the other mono tracks, you don't have the little stereo indicators. You can even do things like, this is just fun to look at, is the rotation. So I can kind of rotate where that stereo appears to be coming from. reset. But yeah, for the most part, if all you're looking to do is adjust your panning, you can do that right here using your mouse, or hover and then drag left and right over the little knobbies. Reset and close. Again, not only do you have clip level EQ for fixing specific problems or to make very specific enhancements, you also have track level controls normally associated with dedicated digital audio workstation software. But guess what? That's what the Fairlight Page is. It's a dedicated DAW, and it's now directly integrated in Resolve 14. But there's one more thing, and we're going to cover that in the next movie. This is where things get really interesting if you like mixing your own audio and don't have budgets to send your projects to an audio professional. You're about to learn how to format your own custom buses and assign individual tracks to them. And it'll be obvious very, very quickly why this is so powerful. We're picking up from our last movie in the Project OAC Spot Fairlight Chapter 6. And what I want to do is combine the husband, the wife, and the VO into their own bus so that I can control their overall volumes together against the rest of the elements in this mix. I'm going to start by coming up to the Fairlight menu and select Bus Format. And here's our main bus. This is what we've been listening to the whole time. It's a stereo output. This is the main output that we're listening to right now. What I want to do is create a sub bus. And to do that, I'll click on this button. What I want you to do is, as I do that, watch what happens down here on the right-hand side of the mixer. You're going to see a new channel strip appear, and you're going to see something happening with this main right here. Let's go ahead, hit sub. A new channel strip has appeared, sub 1. I've also got submix, these new submix items that are assigned in here. And this sub is set for mono, and that's okay. I want this to be a mono sub because this is husband, wife, and VO. They don't have any stereo separation. And what I'm going to do is rename this sub 1 to sound up. And let's also give it a separate color. So I'll give it, orange. Why not? I'll click OK. The next step in assigning to a submix is bus assign. From the Fairlight menu, I'll select that. Now I've got my main mix and I've got my sound up mix. So I'm going to unassign all so that nothing is assigned to main. I'm going to go to sound up, unassign all. I'd previously, in preparing for this, assigned husband and wife to this submix. All right, so now what do I want on the main? I want the sound up applied to it, I want the music, and I want the nat sound. But on the sound up, I want VO, husband, and wife. And now you can see visually what's applied to where. If I wanted to, I could also apply nat sound to this bus, so that's both the main one and also controlled in this B1 sub bus, but I don't want to do that, so I'll click on it again, and now it's just going to main 1. I'll hit save, and you can see visually what's going on. I've got nat sound, and let's open this all the way up. I've got nat sound going out to main. I've got music going up to main, and I've got this sound up going out to main, but VO, husband, and wife are all assigned to sub 1. What this means is that I can individually control each track and their relative balance using these 3 faders. But then they all get combined into this one fader, this sound up fader, and I can control their relative sound to the rest of the elements. And that's what we're going to do now. We're going to come back to a section where I hear VO and the husband and the wife speak, which is right back here, about 15 seconds in. I'm going to hit play, and as I play through, I'm going to make quick adjustments on this sound up. And notice how it's ganged all of these together, and they're all being adjusted by this one fader.
Our everyday tasks getting harder to do.
Did you see this? Your cousin's in the hospital from a heart attack.
Really?
Health risks associated with excess weight.
And on top of that, in this sub, I can have its own dynamics and its own EQ. As a video professional, I've always been a little intimidated by audio, mostly because these tools have been sequestered into separate dedicated apps that I just never use. Of course, there have always been third-party plugins for compression and advanced EQ, but here in Resolve 14, it's all available to you even in the free version. As we get to the end of this series, I thought I would address one last thing. Again, this is one of those things that's for the more experienced among you who might be coming from other systems and learning DaVinci Resolve, if you're coming from Avid, Premiere, or Final Cut, and that's how do I render out to go back into one of those systems. As you probably know, what we want to do is do a render and an XML, and I want to show you how you do that specifically for other nonlinear editors. We're continuing on the project OAC, Spot, Fairlight Chapter 6. I've jumped into the Deliver page, and you'll notice we've got several presets up here for each of the major nonlinear editors, including 2 presets for Final Cut, the legacy Final Cut 7 and Final Cut Pro 10. Just as a quick note, DaVinci Resolve actually has pretty deep integration with Final Cut Pro 10. Of all the editing platforms, this is probably the one where you're going to have the most success with this kind of workflow, or at least the easiest round tripping going between them. Of course, you can also select Premiere Pro, and you can go out to Avid, and Pro Tools as well if you're editing and not mixing here in Fairlight. So let's select probably one of the most common ones, which is the Premiere XML. One of the first things it does when you're doing this workflow, notice what gets locked out, this render choice, single clip or individual clip. Let me jump over to custom so it frees up. What does single clip mean? When I'm rendering out in single clip, it means this entire timeline will render out as one long movie. All right, this is what you might want to do, say if you're delivering to YouTube or Vimeo, or someone just wants you to deliver this as a single movie. That's what single clip means. When we switch over to individual clips, what we're doing is rendering out every single shot as its own individual piece, which will then need to be reconstructed in another piece of software. What piece of software might that be? Well, if it's one of the big 3 nonlinear editors, you select it using one of these presets. So once again, let's jump back into Premiere Pro. It locks us out because in a Premiere Pro, Final Cut, or Avid workflow, we're only doing individual clips. That's the whole point of this. Now let's expand out our render settings and see if there's anything else we want to configure when we're delivering to another nonlinear editor. Well, you're going to configure your codec and your resolution. And yeah, DaVinci Resolve on render is actually resolution independent. This project is set up at 1080p, but we can deliver renders at 720p if we want. Of course, I probably wouldn't do that on a job like this. In fact, what I often am requested to do is render at the source resolution. So if they gave me 2K or 4K files, even here in the free version of Resolve, I can play those just fine in a 1080 window. But on render, they may want me to render back at that source resolution. If I click that, it's going to render at that original resolution of the source clip. Now remember, on the free version, you can only render up to UHD frame sizes. If your source resolution is larger than that, say 4K or 8K, you will not be able to render that out on the free version, only on the studio version. So let's set this for 1080. And then the other item you're probably going to want to select is your handles. Remember, handles means not only am I going to render out the frames that are showing here, when I add handles, I'm adding extra frames on either side of the edit. So if I add 24 frames of handles in a 24 frame per second timeline, that means I'm adding 1 second of extra renders on either side of the edit, allowing the editor, after they get my files, to slip the shot a little bit. If they decide for editorial reasons they want to slip the shot, come in a frame or 2 later, or maybe push back and edit a frame or 2 later, this gives them the flexibility to do that. You'll then go through and select your audio and file settings however you want to do it, and then add to render queue and render normally. When you render out, not only will DaVinci Resolve render out your individual clips, putting them into the folder you specify, but kind of in a random name order, right? They're not constituted into a timeline, so it also renders out an XML into that same folder that you will then import into Avid, Premiere, or Final Cut. And when you import that XML in those apps, it will rebuild your timeline. Now, one other thing I want to show you in here is how do you bring in an XML if you're importing an XML. I'll show you the workflow. I don't actually have an XML for you to import, but I'll show you the workflow, which is in the edit page, you go to File, Import AAF, EDL, XML, FCP, XML. And then you would navigate to wherever you have that XML, select Open, and then DaVinci Resolve will guide you through a series of dialog boxes for how you want to import that XML and where the source footage exists. By the same token, sometimes in this workflow, after you render out, sometimes for some reason Resolve doesn't export out that XML. So what you'll want to do is, number one, look for it immediately after you render. If it's not there, you can come back down here into the UI. And with that timeline active, and usually on the edit page, you come to File, Export AAF, XML, and you have a bunch of different XML formats to choose from. If you're going to Premiere, you're going to choose XML. If you're coming from Avid, you really want to, in the Deliver page, choose the Avid AAF. This is really more important for Avid than anything else because Avid has some metadata that has to be specifically placed in very specific places when you render out. And if you don't choose Avid AAF, that metadata never gets placed there, and it greatly complicates when you go back and import your AAF into Avid. So the best thing to do on Avid is select that preset, and it should render that AAF on export. It should create that AAF on export for you to import into Avid. For those of you who are brand new to this stuff, it just sounded like a bunch of gobbledygook. That's okay. If you want to understand what all of this means, I go way deep into this on other trainings that I have that are not these kind of quick starts that really dig into importing and prepping for these XML round trips. So if you're interested in this, be sure to check those out. I want to share with you my favorite resources to continue your skill development in the field of digital video color correction. First, for more information on DaVinci Resolve itself, from within the app, select Help, DaVinci Resolve Help, and that'll open up the manual. Unlike the software manuals you've come to know and despise, the DaVinci Resolve manual is filled with tons of useful information, including workflow guides, Resolve's image processing pipeline, and general advice that go beyond simply explaining what the buttons do. For more interactive help, you can visit forum.blackmagicdesign.com. There is a specific forum for DaVinci Resolve, and it's cross-platform. This website is designed primarily as user-to-user help, but the Resolve development team is frequently seen answering questions and solving problems, so it never hurts to ask questions there. A more hardcore forum that's strictly user-to-user interaction is liftgammagain.com. They have a forum for DaVinci Resolve, and that's where you'll find a community of colorists helping each other out, but it can be gruff. It's a little hard-edged, so be sure to wear your thick skin. Next, if you enjoyed this training, check out the color grading membership website that I co-founded with two other professional colorists, mixinglight.com. Our Color Correction Insights library has an extensive collection of DaVinci Resolve articles, plus tips on the business, getting inspired, workflows, dealing with clients, and the creative side of color correction, and plenty of talk about gear and hardware. And yes, with over 600 insights, we've even covered color correcting in Premiere Pro CC and Final Cut 10. On Lynda.com, I have a speed grade CC title, Resolve 11, Resolve 12, and 12.5 titles, and my mixing light partner, Robbie Carmen, has several color correction related titles to help you dive into the craft even deeper. Plus, he has several 1-hour Resolve Guru titles, including one on mastering scopes. For general color correction learning, my top book recommendation is the Color Correction Handbook by Alexis Van Herkman. Coming in a close second, The Art and Technique of Digital Color Correction by Steve Hullfish. Both books are in their second edition. Blackmagic has released their book courseware, An Introduction to Resolve 14. And if you want to stay on top of the color correction industry on a weekly basis, I produce a free weekly newsletter about the craft and business of color correction called the Tau Colorist Newsletter at tauofcolor.com/newsletter. It's a free sign-up and it delivers Sundays in time for your morning coffee. Finally, as you use DaVinci Resolve, you'll no doubt find new features you'd like to see implemented, or you'll stumble across bugs that need fixing. You'll want to head over to Blackmagic's support page. At the bottom is the Need Assistance link. Click on the Send Us an Email link and be sure to select your version of DaVinci Resolve in the pull-down. It's the single best way of influencing the development team to create the color grading app you'd like it to be. But for emergency assistance, I'd use the telephone option instead. By jumping on DaVinci Resolve right now, you're one of the new wave of creatives learning the value of color correction through the feature-rich power of DaVinci Resolve. Welcome to the club where the learning never stops. I am constantly amazed at the pace of development of DaVinci Resolve. Blackmagic's commitment to continually updating and rethinking this software is evident. Most software companies would have been thrilled to keep Resolve exactly what it was, a world-class color corrector. But Blackmagic had a vision and it allowed them to transform Resolve 14 into an integrated post-production powerhouse. Now don't forget, search the library for the Resolve Guru series, where we dig deep on very specific topics related to DaVinci Resolve. And of course, there are my prior Resolve Essentials and Resolve Advanced series, where even longtime Resolve colorists tell me they find nuggets of golden information. And while those cover older versions of DaVinci Resolve, almost everything taught there is relevant to the current version of DaVinci Resolve. Thank you for joining me, and happy color grading.